If I could ask everybody to please take your seats, we're about ready to begin. And if you're wishing to speak, please make sure you have filled out a comment card. Once the item has begun, we're going to stop taking speaking comment cards. You'll be certainly able to provide a comment card, a non-speaking comment card. So, we're just waiting on Commissioner Baxter.
Coffee machine.
All right, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners Comprehensive Plan meeting of May the 3rd. We are now moving on to item number B.2. This is the Indian Trails Grove AGR Exchange. This is a transmittal hearing, and with that, we will get this, we'll get the, we're going to say start, no, we'll get this presentation started. So with that, would the applicant like to make a presentation? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, my name is Kevin Rattery, 1600 Sawgrass Corporate Parkway, Suite 400, Sunrise, Florida, Vice President of GL Homes. Before you today is a business proposal. It's a proposal that's being made by a company that has been building in Palm Beach County for 4 decades. We have been under the leadership of the Israedi family from the very beginning. They have instilled upon us 3 principles. 1, build beautiful communities. 2, stand behind the product that you build. And 3, give back to the communities that you build in. And there are multiple examples in Palm Beach County of us doing just that over the years. The Canyon Town Center Amphitheater, the library site, the district park, 4 schools, 1 charter school, all done by GL trying to work with staff to come up with a way to accommodate a request of the county, a request of a commissioner, a request of a community. The item that's before you today is that. It is a business proposal being made by GL Homes that we believe provides numerous benefits to the residents of Palm Beach County, not only today, but in future generations. I have expert consultants here with me today that will go through some of those details with you. And I will do my best to explain the proposal. It's complicated. It's got a lot of tentacles to it, but at its heart, we are going to convey to Palm Beach County, with your approval, 1,600 acres of land at our Indian Trail Grove property. I'm going to start where I'm going to end. How's that? So just to preface that. We're proposing to convey to Palm Beach County 1,600 acres of our Indian Trail Grove property. Within that property, GL Homes will design, permit, build, and convey to Palm Beach County a water project, which will be explained to you in greater detail shortly by Mr. Lindahl. The benefits of that water project provide water treatment and water storage that helps Loxahatchee River, Grassy Waters, and the Lake Worth Lagoon. Embedded in that 1,600 acres is approximately 725 acres, which is leased to Hunley Farms in a 10-year agricultural lease. The purpose of that portion of this is so that the county is receiving lease revenue from the farming operations to help offset the cost of maintenance of the water project. We are proposing to build on our Hyder West property 277 workforce housing units. That will be comprised of 152 for-sale workforce housing units. It will be the largest for-sale workforce housing project built in an unincorporated county. 125 will be rentals. To ensure that those units get built, we are timing the construction of those workforce housing units to the construction of the Hyder West adult community, which is the GL portion of this project. So when we get to 277 adult restricted units on our Hyder West property, we will have CO'd 277 workforce housing units. We are adding 148 additional workforce housing units than what we're required to do under our existing Indian Trail Grove approval. And I will walk you through that in a chart later on, but just for reference point, we are building 148 more than what we're required to do today. I'm going to note, and I apologize for going to the next slide or the next click before that, those units must be built on site. There will be no cash out, there will be no exchange, there will be no build elsewhere in Palm Beach County. These are units that are designed by GL Homes, constructed by GL Homes, and sold and leased by GL Homes. We are proposing to convey to the county 100 acres of our Hyder West property that will consist of a 75-acre passive park and 25 acres which will be set up for the county upon conveyance so the county can utilize that land for active facilities. And I will show you that, just giving you a reference point. We are also proposing to provide the county 20 acres of public civic lands on the Hyder West property. In addition to the public civic lands, we are proposing to provide 12 acres of private civic site on the Hyder West property for the Torah Academy to do a K-8 school, the Chabad of West Del Rey for a synagogue, and JARC JFS for special needs housing. On the 12 acres, as well as the 20 acres, as well as the workforce housing, those are lands that are owned by GL Homes. They are conveyed to those entities free, and we provide the infrastructure for those improvements, meaning we provide the water, we provide the sewer, we provide the roadway. Those are all things that we do for them up front. And as you will see in a future graphic, since our workforce housing units are west of where those public and private civic sites, by definition, those have to be done up front because we have to go right by them to build the road for the workforce housing and provide the water and sewer. So this is our Indian Trail Grove property. It's a little less than 5,000 acres. This property was entitled with a land use change back in 2016 to what's called the Western Communities Residential Land Use category. It is entitled for 3,897 homes. That approval consists of several key elements. Again, a little less than 5,000 acres. As part of that approval, we were required to convey to the Indian Trail Improvement District 640 acres for the expansion of their water storage area. And that deed is in escrow, waiting for the Indian Trail Improvement District to proceed with their development plans. So we're continuing with that dedication. And that approval, we had 1,068 acres of the overall site that was set aside for agriculture/water resources. To be clear, that property was under the ownership of GL Homes. We had zero obligation to convey that to Palm Beach County or to use it for anything other than what GL Homes can use it for under the guise of the agricultural purpose of it. We have a remaining 3,164 acres of development area and the 3,897 units. This is the conceptual plan that was approved by the board back in 2016. You can see the 640 acres for the improvement district, the 1,068 acres for agriculture, water resources, and the remaining portion of the project for development. We are proposing to modify the plan of development at the Indian Trail Grove site in exchange for developing on our Hyder West property in the agriculture reserve area. The development acreage has gone down by a couple acres because of an FPL take. We're still less than 5,000, 4,866 total acres. We are still conveying the 640 acres to the Indian Trail Improvement District. Again, that deed is in escrow. We are now proposing to take 1,600 acres of this property and convey it to Palm Beach County. We are also adding 448 acres of additional ag preservation, and I know this is getting in the weeds, but unfortunately I got to do it. We are utilizing a piece of property in the agriculture reserve area that is currently preservation. In order for this to even move forward, we have to unwind the preservation on that site, and we are using the 1,600 acres for the off-site preservation and to transfer the required units. And I'll explain that a little bit in a chart, but I need you to understand that the 1,600 acres is designed to be the parcel that is transferring preservation and units into the ag reserve. Well, we've still got 2,612 units being built out here, even with the reduction of 1,285 homes with this proposal. So let me make sure that point's clear for everybody. We are currently approved for 3,897. We are going to decrease the plan of development by 1,285 units, which means the plan of development remaining on the Indian Trail Grove property will be 2,612 units. When we do that, our revised plan of development still has to meet the requirements of the WCR land use with regard to the required open space. So we've had to add open space so that the plan of development meets the rules as a standalone without the 1,600 acres. I hear people refer to it as double dipping sometimes, and we are making sure that we are not double dipping. The 1,600 acres is used exclusively to deal with the ag reserve, and the remainder of the property is being used to be part of the WCR requirements. Again, we're reducing down to 2612, a reduction of 1285. And this is the revised plan of development from that scenario that I just laid out. So here's the proposal in a nutshell, side by side. These are to scale, by the way. Again, the Indian Trail Improvement District, 640 acres. We're going to reduce the number of approved units, which I noted. We're going to design, permit, convey a completed water project to Palm Beach County, and we're going to retain and convey to the county 724 acres, which is under an active agricultural lease with Hunley Farms. In exchange for that element on Indian Trails, we are also proposing to dedicate to Palm Beach County 100 acres for a passive park and an active park. We are going to construct the 277 workforce housing units, and we're going to provide 12 plus acres of private civic site for our community users. And GL will build a 1,000-unit Valencia adult restricted community. We did that because the units up at Indian Trails were family, which means they're generating traffic at a family rate, which is around 10 trips per day. They're impacting the school district. We went to family because, senior, because senior generates at approximately 57% less traffic. It's over 60% AM and PM peak hour traffic. I can hear the Vice Mayor in my ear. Yes, ma'am, it does result in traffic on the Hyder West property, but we're trying to be cognizant of the fact that the adult units generate significantly less traffic than does the family and does not have the school impacts. So one of the criticisms that we've got through this process is people have inquired whether or not GL Homes just conjured up this water project that we just kind of created out of thin air. And the answer is no. The county's been talking about water storage and water treatment and the L8 basin for decades. The county had a workshop on this in December of 2019, and a video is to kind of recap what happened. Thank you, Stephanie.
Water quality is vital to Palm Beach County. For decades, the county has searched for solutions to address the issue.
Nothing's more humbling or irritating to see that you work Snook Island, you get seagrass recruitment, and then we release some water from C-51 and essentially decimate it all and it has to grow back. It's, one step forward, two steps back.
We did have water problems, and that's one of the big issues.
At the December 2019 meeting, water experts presented findings from a study commissioned by Palm Beach County to look for alternatives to the existing plan to restore the Loxahatchee River. The existing plan did not adequately address additional critical water issues facing the county.
Just a reminder, though, that the planning that started in 2016, it did involve a reduction in scope. So the project that we originally kind of thought was going to happen in North Palm Beach County has been reduced to primarily focus on the river. And so some of those benefits that we were anticipating are not part of the current plan as we see it.
Alternatives needed to be identified to address Grassy Waters Preserve, the source of drinking water for residents in the city of West Palm Beach and the town of Palm Beach.
We voluntarily entered an agreement a number of years ago to provide water supply to the Loxahatchee River, and we do that out of Grassy Waters Preserve. We have a real vested interest to make sure this is done properly.
We want to be able to get good, high-quality water into the drinking systems of West Palm Beach, which is the recharge of the Loxahatchee River.
The plan also failed to deliver solutions for cleaner water to the Lake Worth Lagoon and intracoastal areas.
One of the things we've been working on in Palm Beach County for a long time is the restoration of the Lake Worth Lagoon. And we've invested, at this point, probably over $100 million in helping to restore the lagoon.
At this meeting, GL Homes' Indian Trails Grove property was identified as part of the solution.
Some lands that would be Indian Trail Improvement District impoundments, some lands that are currently in ownership by GL Homes.
Alternatives addressing the Grassy Waters Preserve and the Lake Worth Lagoon via the C-51 canal were presented.
Our focus again was to look at Mecca as a more natural flowway or storage area, and then look at some additional storage components on what we call the GL Homes tract, as well as looking at the C-51 reservoir, potentially in some smaller increments than was looked at by the Army Corps. So where we landed was 3 alternatives. What I have is alternative 1, I focused on what I call the GL Indian Trail Improvement District integrated impoundment. Alternative 2 solely looked at C-51 reservoir as a storage element. And then alternative 3 was kind of a hybrid. It was kind of smaller versions of both of those previous increments.
All 3 alternatives presented at the meeting included GL Homes' Indian Trails Grove property. The unique location of Indian Trails Grove provides the ability to capture excess water from the L8 basin and treat it prior to discharging it into the C-51 canal.
These alternatives all have the ability to capture some excess water in the L8 basin region.
Both the Everglades and the Loxahatchee River restoration projects continue to challenge Palm Beach County. GL Homes' Indian Trails Grove is a viable part of the solution that will improve the Lake Worth Lagoon's ecological stability and provide a new source of cleaner water for Grassy Waters Preserve. In this same 2019 meeting, environmental leaders championed the plan to use the GL property.
What the county's proposing would recapture some of those benefits that were lost when the project scope of the Loxahatchee River project was tightened up as this last go-around. I'm really pleased to see that they are coming in within the range of the existing recommended plan, while also significantly increasing the benefits to Lake Worth Lagoon and also providing the ancillary water supply benefits. It'll certainly also increase the wetland restoration, the benefits to our environment and ecology for all that additional area of wetland creation. That's absolutely tremendous, and thank you so much, Jeremy. I mean, you did a really great job in leading that effort, so we are very, very appreciative of that. We stand in support of the staff recommendation.
The County Commission also voted to support the plan that included the GL Homes property.
All in favor? All opposed? That item passes 7-0.
It's not too late to improve the water quality for our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie, if you wouldn't mind going back to the PowerPoint. Commissioners, we're here because there is an opportunity for a private builder to do something that has been talked about for years. People have criticized us and said, we don't need this water project. Not an accurate statement. GL Homes doesn't know how to build a water project. They're really good at building homes, but they don't know how to build a water project. That one I would agree with. But we hire people that know what they're doing. Our team of engineers are experts in their field that both design these projects and permit these projects. The companies that we will hire to build the water project do these type of projects for South Florida and Army Corps. Our goal is to take an idea and a vision that has been discussed for a very long time and make it a reality. These are entitled homes. They can be built. There's an opportunity for us to build the homes down at Hyder West property in exchange for doing the water project up here with all of the benefits that we're doing on that property. But I don't want to talk to you about water projects because I'm not an expert. So Lynn Lindahl, who's a professional engineer, the former assistant director of the South Florida Water Management District, that's with McVicker Consulting is going to walk you through the water project, what it does, what it doesn't do, some of the history, and appreciate your letting him speak.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. For the record, Leonard Lindahl. I'm a consultant, professional engineer with McVicker Consulting. I'd like to start by going over a high level of how the water flows in the northern end of the Palm Beach County. Excess water flows down the L8 Canal into the C51 Canal and out into the Lake Worth Lagoon out a structure called S155. It's just on the east side of Dixie Highway as you drive south of downtown. You can see the big structure. That's where all of the discharge goes into. By doing that during the wet season, the lagoon becomes too fresh. Also gets filled with sedimentation as part of that discharge. Water gets lifted up from the L8 Canal and to the M Canal, which then flows into Grassy Waters. So it's pumped up. That's actually a lift up. Grassy Waters is a natural area managed by the city of West Palm Beach. From there, it goes into the water supply lake for the city of West Palm Beach in Palm Beach, which is called Clear Lake, as well as it gets delivered up to Loxahatchee River, Walden Scenic River. Indian Trail Improvement District water gets discharged out to the west through their impoundment, as well as to the south into the C51 Canal. In restoration talk, when you're looking at restoration plans, the M Canal is called Flowway 1. There's a part of the restoration plan that was approved, which I'll get to, where there's going to be a connection made from the MO Canal up to the C18 Canal by the Mecca piece. That'll be constructed by South Florida Water Management District as part of their construction project for the approved Loxahatchee River Restoration Plan. That is called Flowway 2 because it moves water up a different way up to the Walden Scenic River. And then there's been 2 pits that have been funded by the legislature and acquired by Palm Beach County. There's about 14,000 acre feet of storage that the county currently is in contract negotiations with, but the funding has occurred over the past 2 legislative sessions to the tune of $113 million. So those pits have been acquired. I'd like to spend 1 second and just talk about the history of the L8 FEB. This is actually prior to the video that was just played. There's actually was a tentatively selected plan. This area has been studied multiple times as part of the restoration efforts. This plan was called the North Palm Beach County Plan instead of just Loxahatchee Plan. This plan included the L8 Reservoir. The L8 Reservoir was purchased by South Florida Water Management District in 2007 for roughly $250 million. And its purpose was to be the central receiving body for water that flowed down the L8 and went out to the lagoon. It would store the water. It had significant storage, 45,000 acre feet. And then it would move the water up, and this is the approved, tentatively selected plan that was sent to the Corps. It would move up Flowway 1 out to the east, and then either go into the city's system or up to the river, or it would flow up through the GL property and go up by Mecca Farms and then go out into the river. Because of litigation that was occurring over meeting water quality standards going into the Everglades in 2012 and 13, Governor Scott repurposed, and the administration in South Florida repurposed the L8 Reservoir so that it was the L8 Flow Equalization Basin. And that meant that all of the water flowed south into the stormwater treatment areas to provide more stable flow, similar to what you're looking to do at the river. Because of not meeting water quality criteria going into the Everglades, the district went through, and if you remember back in that time, there was an $880 million restoration project that was proposed by the Scott administration. This is one part of that restoration project. And what it did was it took and removed the L8 Reservoir, which was kind of the central part of the northern plan, repurposed it to settle and be able to meet water quality standards going into the Everglades. So in doing so, Mecca was the replacement feature. So instead of having a 45,000 acre deep reservoir out by where the L8 Reservoir was, you now have an above ground impoundment that was a major impoundment, high levees, that was much smaller. And as was described in the video, you can see that where Mecca is located, you really weren't able to capture any of the water that was going to the lagoon. So this is the plan that was sent up to the Corps and approved in 2020. This, as you can see, does not include any features that are to the west of the L8 or the C51. It includes Mecca, and it's essentially taking stormwater runoff from the local area and Indian Trail, storing it and delivering it for the river. The advantages and benefits that it has for the lagoon is very minor. So as a result, Palm Beach County sent a letter, multiple letters, to the district and to the Corps explaining that they had concerns in the second to the bottom paragraph over the levee height of Mecca, how it was constructed, that it was going to be a high-risk reservoir, had 20-foot levee heights surrounding it in a residential setting. Also questioning the aquifer storage and recovery efficiency that might be able to be achieved, as well as in the bottom paragraph, it says, hey, and you also forgot about one key feature, the Lake Worth Lagoon. That was originally supposed to be part of the plan. What's going to happen in the lagoon? Because once this moves ahead, it's passed, it's gone forward. So there were multiple letters that were sent that also included, let's provide some flexibility language into the approval of the WRDA document. None of that was done, so the plan is as it is and illustrated right here. And this was approved in 2020, Water Resource Development Act by the Congress. As was shown in the video, the county then hired Kimley Horn and said, we're going to do our own analysis and see what we can do to complement and better the plan that was approved or being approved. They came up with 3 different alternatives, PB1, PB2, and PB3, just like the video explained. All 3 of these recommended plans included either conveyance or conveyance of storage across the GL property. And then since the 2020 timeframe, there's been 14,000 acre feet that has been acquired for Palm Beach County at the cost of $113 million. So what is the project that we're looking at? This is looking at the central part of the area right here. So this is the property that Kevin was talking about. This is the 1,600 acres that he was describing. It's in the Cypress Grove Community Development District. Water flows down the L8. The primary inflow and outflow canal runs east and west. That's for bringing water in and discharge, as well as there's a smaller discharge that's on the south side. We initially looked at doing a water feature on both projects. The southern project actually has quite a bit of relief. There's topographic change of about 3 feet as you go from north to south. It would make it challenging. You'd have to stair step and waterfall impoundments, as well as the Santa Rosa Groves already has flooding problems. So that was not going to move forward with regards to water project. We did not want to impact anything with regards to Santa Rosa Groves. So the north piece is where the water project is. This shows a summary of what the features are of the water project. You have an impoundment that is up to 4 feet deep as a maximum water level. So that's a total of 3,000 acre feet at maximum water level. It treats that water. It will, the normal control elevation for this impoundment is 3 feet. But again, when it rains and you have surcharges, it goes up to 4 feet. And this impoundment will store and treat the water. I was a little while ago at a Sierra Club meeting, and their expert explained that you cannot have storage and treatment within the same facility. This is designed to actually have storage and treatment within the same facility, whether it's at something that's deeper, like 3 feet deep, or something that's shallower, like 18 inches. It doesn't matter if it's operating as an STA. You'll get cleaner water if you operate it shallower, but even when it's deep, it still will remove nutrients, and that's documented and supported by your professional engineer, Paul Linton. So how does the water move? Well, it flows in to the Cypress Groves Community Development District, flows through the impoundment, and then it can go in a number of different routes. The first route is that it would flow to the east, then to the south down the El Canal and Indian Trail Improvement District, and then out into grassy waters. So why would you use that route over the normal route, which is pumping water out of L8? This provides treatment. You're going to have cleaner water. You're going to take the nutrients and knock them down by about half. The second route is when the South Florida Water Management District finishes construction of the connection from the MO Canal up to the C18 West Canal. You can then bring treated, cleaner water and deliver it directly into the C-18 canal as an alternate route to make deliveries to the natural wild and scenic river. The third is that you can flow it back and put it into the Moss property. And the fourth is that you can convey it back into the L8 and just essentially treat water and discharge it back into the L8. But having this, you're having storage that prevents water that otherwise would have gone to Lake Worth Lagoon. You're treating it, and you're giving yourselves several options of how you can deliver the water. And you can either use this, like I said, as a deeper impoundment, or in the future, when the Flowway 2 connection happens up through the C-18, you can just run this as kind of a minimum flow and level cleaner water, stormwater treatment area. Not the same as what the district has, because you're not meeting a particular parts per billion going into the Everglades. You're just trying to remove mass amounts of nutrients, and that's what this would do. So the benefits is that you would decrease discharge Lake Worth Lagoon. You would store in clean water that goes to Grassy Waters Preserve, the City of West Palm Beach treatment plant, and the Loxahatchee River. You provide a critical conveyance connection that's been memorialized now through multiple plans, including the PB 1, 2, and 3 that all the counties supported, wrote letters to the Corps, as well as you could potentially improve Indian Trail Improvement District's flood protection by having a pump be included in there. Also with that pump, there's also the potential to have a gravity structure that goes from the M Canal back into Indian Trails so that you can move water from the M Canal back into Indian Trails and up to the C-18 as well. And you would improve water quality from being discharged Lake Worth Lagoon if you discharged it back. Where do we stand? We have about 75% plans. That includes civil, survey, geotechnical, electrical, and environmental. All of the pumps are electric pumps, not diesel pumps. We have done through some stakeholder coordination with Palm Beach County, South Florida Water Management District. We've done executive briefings to their executive team, as well as submitted a conceptual application to the South Florida Water Management District. We've presented at Indian Trails Improvement District, City of West Palm Beach, as well as Cypress Grove Community Development District. And February 24th, we submitted an application for a conceptual permit for this project to the district. We received a request for additional information. There was some minor design issues, minor environmental issues. There's some wetlands that are on site that have to be mitigated for, and some operational questions as to how it would operate. All of those would need to be worked out with the memorandum of understanding of all the parties involved. But there are no showstopper questions that were asked. So we're working on a response to the to the REI, which would include revised plans, wetland mitigation plan, operation plan, and a final draft memorandum of understanding. The draft memorandum of understanding that your water expert Paul Linton has and has reviewed at least the first draft is between Palm Beach County, the City of West Palm Beach, and in Trails and Cypress Groves. It lays out who would actually be managing the account, as well as turning on and off the pumps and things of that nature. And all of those things would be better defined, same with the operational plan as this project were to move forward.
Thank you, Lynn. So one of the comments that we've got through this process has been, well, what's it going to cost for the county to own this piece of property, and what's it going to cost to maintain the water project? So just to walk through that, as I said, all 1,600 acres is currently leased to Hunley Farms. When the water project is built, obviously, that land will no longer be available for agricultural production because there's a water project on it. So the lease is set up with 724 acres of land that will remain leasable. The current lease through January of next year is $350 an acre, which will produce an annual rent of $253,400 annually. From January 2024 to January 2026, that lease rate goes up to $385 per acre. The annual rent will be $278,740. All of that property is within a community development district. So there are taxes attributable to a community development district. The current tax is $75.39 per acre for property within the CDD, which results in a fee charge of $120,624. Just to note, just for the board's information, the district's attorney has looked at this and said, once this converts to a water project, it doesn't receive the full complement of benefits that the CDD provides, so that will have to be adjusted down, not up, down in terms of the lease rate, which leaves, at the end of the day, before January of next year, $132,000 extra revenue, and then after January 24, $158,000 of extra revenue. Now, how much does the water project cost to operate? It's a good question. And it depends on how you operate it. It depends on how many times you fill it and how many times you discharge it. We put in the MOU a draft budget using two scenarios, which are 2 fills and 2 drops. So twice, in a year, it fills up, it gets discharged, it fills up, it gets discharged, and that water flows to the city of West Palm Beach to go into Grassy Waters. Under that budget that the engineers have put together, the county's portion of that budget, my eyes are getting bad, $67,000 for that year, and the city, which received the benefit of the water, is 58. Is that 58? I can't read it. Sorry, $58,000. I apologize. It's a little small. But the whole idea is that the lease revenue generated from the farming operation is used to offset the cost of the water project. But to be clear, if the county were to go out and do this yourselves, you would have to acquire the property, you would have to build the project, and you would still have to pay for the CDD and the maintenance operation side of it. We are proposing to give you the land for free and build the water project for free. And then obviously the maintenance side of it will be based on how you use it. And that may evolve over time as other projects come online. But just to give you an understanding of what's in the MOU. So this is our Hyder West property. It's owned entirely by GL, 681 acres in size. The northern 100 acres we propose to convey to the county, build a passive park, and 25 acres set up for an active park. The 277 workforce housing units, community benefits. This is the conceptual plan that the master plan was based on. The public civic sites are right here and right here. Your Department of Property and Real Estate Management asked us to redesign the plan so that we got one large contiguous site on the north side that would be contiguous to 25 acres that the county wants set up for the potential for an active park. So you have the potential, because that buffer gets to go away when the county owns it, to have 45 acres of contiguous property on the Hyder West lands for public purposes. You also have the smaller civic site here. The private civic sites are here, over 8 acres in size, Torah Academy, the Chabad of West Del Rey, and JARC JFS. For JARC JFS, in February of this year, the board gave direction to staff to amend the comp plan and code to allow affordable workforce and special needs housing on public civic sites. We simply need the board to grant that approval to private civic sites. If it's good for public, it should be good for private. The county gets first dibs on public civic sites if you don't want it, or if somebody's doing extra, you can do private civic sites. But these elements basically are 75 acres. I'm going to do a blow up. There we go. Now I can see it. We're going to do this is a blow up of the northern elements. We are proposing to build this large lake. We need the fill to be able to fill the 25 acres, the public civic sites and the private civic sites and the workforce housing. Build a passive park. A lot of discussion about whether it's equestrian or whether it's pedestrian. We've had discussions with Sunshine Meadows. The concept now is to make this a pedestrian park. People can come in, park, get on the trail, walk around. Just this piece alone is around 2.2 miles. This 25 acres is set up by GL, filled to grade, infrastructure in place for the county to be able to utilize for active park facilities. Once the property is conveyed to the county, there's a provision in the comprehensive plan text that allows that to be utilized for active park. These are the elements, the for sale workforce units, 152 of them here, the rentals here, the recreation for those elements here, and then the private civic here, public civic here, and here. So the workforce housing analysis, I mentioned this in the introduction. We are required under our existing Indian Trail Groves approval to do 390. We are dropping the units to 2,612 using the same percentage, that's 261, which we're agreeing to. The Hyder West PUD and Hyder West Civic PUD, which I call the one big PUD, we have a total of 277. So under our existing approvals, we have a requirement for 390. And under the proposal that's before you, we have a requirement for 538, and that's the plus 148 workforce housing units that I mentioned earlier. As I said, these units are designed by GL Homes. The for sale and the rentals look exactly alike. One just happens to be for sale, and one just happens to be for rental. The end units are flat over flat. Then we have units here. They go from 934 square feet under air to up to over 1,700 square feet under air, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, to 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath, 1 and 2 car garages on the interior units and exterior parking. These are the units that we're proposing to build. Again, these are just elevations for you. Just to be clear on the percentage breakdown, we are proposing to do them in, break it into quarters, just as required in the code, 25% in each of the 4 categories for both the for sale and for the rental, which is what this chart is designed to show you. And then I'm going to hit this point because I brought it up earlier, the double dip part. The Hyder West property is currently preservation for 6 ag reserve PUDs. So that means it's not only using it for preservation, it's utilizing it for units. And so in order to be able to build on that property, we have to unpreserve it. Now, swapping preserves, you've seen before many times. In this case, we are transferring the preserve to lands outside of the agricultural reserve area. So that's the big policy implication before the board today. This will be the first time somebody has proposed to use lands outside of the ag reserve for preservation and units inside the ag reserve. So the first thing we have to do is we have to be able to replace the preservation. So for every acre of preservation in those developments, we have to replace it with an acre of preservation at the Indian Trail Grove property. That's to keep it 60/40 compliant. We're still proposing to do this development 60/40 compliant. The hard part of the math is the Indian Trail Grove property has a different density than the Hyder West property. Indian Trail Groves is 0.8 units an acre. Hyder West is 1 unit an acre. So in order to do the unit transfer for every acre I unpreserve at Hyder West, I have to preserve 1.25 acres at Indian Trail so that the density is equivalent. And so we're replacing the acre and we're replacing the units. That takes up a total of 690.69 acres to just replace that preservation and unit. And then the new PUD itself, the new development, we're also preserving as a 60/40 PUD. So we're keeping the 60/40 preservation requirements of the ag reserve intact with this proposal, even though we're using lands outside of the ag reserve. And so that's where that's where the 909 acres comes up to utilize the 1,600. That's all the 1,600 is used for. It's not used to meet open space requirements at the Indian Trail Grove property. It's simply to replace what's done in the ag reserve. So, well, you know, we've been building in the ag reserve, and I'm almost done, Mr. Mayor, thank you. We've been doing a lot of development in the ag reserve over the years, but there's been a lot of changes. There's been a lot of changes which have fundamentally altered some of the original principles of the agricultural reserve. Those were policy decisions made by the board. That's your authority to do that, but they are significant changes. Bethesda comes in, has an 8-story element to that approved plan. Thomas was removed from the agricultural reserve boundary. Multiple use MUPDs of less than 16 acres were allowed to come in without any preservation requirement. So Delray Marketplace and Canyon Town Center had to preserve 1.5 acres for every acre we built on. The MUPDs less than 16 acres did not have to preserve. Essential housing, 25% workforce housing in exchange for an 8-fold increase in permissible density. Commerce, you've been debating that a lot of this morning. This could add millions of square feet of non-residential space in the ag reserve. Again, changes that the board's making, that's the board's call. We understand it. It's just those are some significant changes. What we're trying to do is keep the intent of the ag reserve with the 60/40 and do a project which benefits Palm Beach County both at Indian Trails and provides for amenities for community partners that are desperate for land in the West Boca area to provide for services to those folks in need. They're here to talk to you today about it. I'm going to let them explain it to you, but they reached out to us and we've accommodated them as part of this plan. So I'm just going to get to the end here. If you talk about the difference in land ownership, the county is going to end up with 1,720 acres of additional land that was not part of the original Indian Trail Grove approval. And by the way, Alan Wertepny is here. He's a drainage engineer. Somebody's going to get up from the public and talk about when we develop property, we change the drainage and make it worse for areas out there. I just wanted to let you know I'll reserve Alan for rebuttal because you don't need to have another engineer come out and talk to you about drainage today. But I just wanted to let you know we do that. So again, I'm back to our summary. We're entitled to build 3,897 homes. If the board chooses not to go forward with this, we will move forward with our development at the Indian Trail Grove property. We will build the 277 workforce housing units on Hyder West. We will build those concurrent with our project. We will build the park and convey the park, the public civic sites, and the 12 acres of private civic sites. Thank you. I apologize for the length of that presentation, but it was a lot of detail I needed to get through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I did a very bad thing. The president of GL Homes wanted to come up and talk to you, and I just forgot him. So I apologize. I'd like to bring Misha up if I could for a couple minutes. Whether you're for or against the project, that's great, but remember, he's my boss, so please tell him how good my presentation was. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Misha Ezrati, President of GL Homes. It's an honor to be speaking to you here today. Our company was founded and started in 1976 by my father, and for the last 35 plus years, we've been building in Palm Beach County. Our roots run very, very deep. We're proud of the dozens of communities we've built and the contributions we've made to Palm Beach County along the way. GL Homes has dedicated land for schools, parks, fire stations, libraries, and other vital civic uses. We've built significant portions of roads, including Lyons Road with the Scenic Corridor, Hagen Ranch Road, and Acme Dairy Road. We've constructed affordable housing projects like Davis Landings with the Community Land Trust of Palm Beach County and In the Pines in Delray Beach. Time and time again, GL has stepped up. We believe we've been a good, trustworthy, and reliable partner for Palm Beach County. As the population of Florida increases by 1,000 residents per day, the explosive growth makes existing challenges even more challenging. Critical issues like water quality, workforce housing, parks, and civic needs will tax Palm Beach County like never before. The proposal before you today represents a unique opportunity to start down a path to address these voids. We didn't just, as you heard from Kevin, invent these major components of our proposal. We listened as substantial community needs were outlined by stakeholders. We listened and we reacted. We listened when county planners and environmental experts identified our Indian Trails property as a missing link to critical flowways. They said these connections would benefit the Loxahatchee River and Grassy Waters Preserve and prevent harmful discharges to the Lake Worth Lagoon. GL Homes not only offered to give our land for free, but we designed and applied for a permit to construct it, saving taxpayers over $100 million. We listened when the county developed strict rules around workforce housing. They said it wasn't allowed to be cashed out and preferred not to be part of the exchange program to be constructed off-site. So we proposed to build the largest workforce housing project in unincorporated Palm Beach County history, all at no cost to the taxpayers. We heard county leaders identify a need for a regional park in the western area, a place for families and neighbors to gather. We responded by offering 100 acres of the park at no cost to the county and no cost to the taxpayers. We listened to the leadership and communities most affected by our proposal and work with them to identify benefits. We are also addressing civic voids. A private Jewish day school and a facility for the elderly and developmentally disabled approached us in need of land for expansion. We agreed to help. We also learned there was not one synagogue in the Ag Reserve, so we are stepping up to contribute the land and help fill this need. We listened to the critics who said our proposal jeopardizes farming in the county's most desirable farming area, the Ag Reserve. So we committed to maintaining in perpetuity almost 800 acres of pristine farmland in Palm Beach County. Peppers, beans, corn, and sugar are currently being grown on this land. We listened to those who claim the 1999 bond proceeds purchased the entire Ag Reserve to be preserved and protected. Only $88 million of the $150 million went towards purchasing 2,350 acres in the Ag Reserve, which is just over 10% of the Ag Reserve. Meanwhile, GL Homes has preserved 6,000 acres in the Ag Reserve, all at no cost to the taxpayers. We did this while creating thousands of jobs, increasing the property tax rolls by hundreds of millions of dollars to Palm Beach County, and paying close to $20 million annually in permit fees to the county. We listened and we reacted. We have also heard from people who say this proposal would set a precedent. We would be proud if our commitment to making Palm Beach County a better place to live and work set a precedent for other organizations to follow. Leveraging the resources of private companies to achieve transformational public benefit is a great precedent to set. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Staff, or does anyone have questions for the applicant at this time? Not seeing any. Oh, okay. Commissioner Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
Great presentation, by the way, from Misha. Just want to make sure I got that in.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. I wanted to address the need for workforce housing in the area, the local economy, as one of the proponents suggested in the emails, the many, many emails we received. Is this need a current need, or is this a need for workforce housing that would come with the project?
It's a current need. The Community Land Trust, commissioned your housing authorities. They've all done a study that identified that the county needed somewhere between 20,000 or around 20,000 workforce affordable units in the next 10 years. I think it was 10 years? 10 years, I think it was. So it is a identified need. The county has been pushing for years to get more units built. And so this is an opportunity to get those units built because we're timing it to the market project that it's keyed to.
Thank you. And just one more question. It was mentioned that whatever the board decides today, whether the project is approved or not, GL Homes is going to go forward with producing 277 workforce housing units within the Hyder West property? No?
No, the Hyder West property is preservation. So if the
Okay.
board doesn't move forward, those units cannot be built on that property. We have an obligation to build 390 of them at the Indian Trail Groves property under the existing development order. So we would build those, but the revision today is going to add 148 additional workforce units above the 390 that's already approved.
And you would continue with the project at the Indian Trails
Yes,
Grove?
sir. That's our plan is to move forward with that project. We're going to
Without the benefit of the water project?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Water project. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is what lack of sleep will do for you. I apologize. We've had some criticism from GL about, well, GL's never going to build this water project, and then, they're going to go build the Hyder West property. So I just want to make it clear, and we've stated this publicly before, we will not pull a single residential permit at our Indian Trail Grove property. Again, that would be, if you move forward, 2,612 of them until the water project has been permitted, built, and conveyed. So we are at a dead standstill on over 2,000 units until we deliver to the county that completed project. So we're giving you assurances on the Hyder West property as to the delivery of the workforce housing units. We wanted to give you assurances on the water project. So we can't move forward without that water project being done.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Sachs, you're recognized.
You're going to have to stay after another few minutes, Mr. Radu. In response to Commissioner Barnett's question about what you're going to do in the Indian Trails area, is it true then that regardless of what happens today, GL will continue or will begin to initiate, to commence a water treatment program up at Indian Trails? No, that is not correct. So regardless of, so only if the vote is in your favor will GL Homes begin that water treatment program in the North County that we so sorely need.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We're entitled on that property without the water project. We are proposing to bring the water project forward as a option for this board to consider as part of this swap. But we're not, that approval is set up. We don't have an obligation to do the water project. We are proposing the water project as part of this project.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I have one thing to add. Mr. Ezrati, thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation as well.
Oh, wait, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And
give him the credit.
My question for you, Kevin, did you actually want to show that video today to make me really feel old after doing this job for 4 years? There's a lot more gray in this head now.
Well, that's a kettle. Look at this. Look at this.
Anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Brian Davis will be giving the staff presentation on this, but I just wanted to briefly say a few words as we transition from the applicant's very thorough presentation to staff's presentation, and recognizing it is important and clearly relevant to talk about the water project and other benefits associated with this project. But I did want to just briefly talk about the actual application in front of us today, which does represent policy changes and text amendments to the comprehensive plan, and some of those do represent some significant departures, some from some fundamental concepts of the comprehensive plan, particularly how the agricultural reserve tier functioned in terms of land preservation, as well as some changes to the county's managed growth tier system. And it is noted that there have been, as there were earlier today, changes to the agricultural reserve tier over the years, but this would represent the first time where another tier of the county is kind of intertwined with a change within the agricultural reserve tier. Not to say that can't be done, just to highlight that change. These topics will be discussed in much more detail in Brian's presentation, but I just wanted at a high level kind of cover some of the fundamentals of the application before us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Good afternoon, Brian Davis, here to present the staff analysis and of the application that was last before the board back in February of last year. I realize it was a different board, but that was when the amendment was initiated. We thought we were going to be back here last August, but it was postponed. But we're here now finally giving you what we had said back in February would be a full analysis with a full application. The zoning applications are also, and I'll go into all of that. But I want to be clear, this is a little bit different. They were presenting a business proposition. We are presenting the analysis of the land use amendment, which is the process they're in. So all the water discussion is relevant, but it's outside of the land use amendment. And so it's stuff that we will have to get into, but that is part of what we're looking at. So just very quickly, where we're going. I always find it's very hard to understand where you are at the present without looking to past as prologue, because it informs how we got to where we are today. So there will be a little bit of a review of our county tier system, the history behind a little bit of that, and the big picture concepts. Then I will move quickly through water, the amendment itself, and we will focus on the Indian Trails Grove, what was approved, what the proposed change is, and then the ag reserve, the West Hyder overlay that's proposed there, our overall assessment, and then make recommendations. And before I go too far, I do want to point out, I am making the presentation, but we have a lot of county department heads, division heads here to answer specific questions. It's not just me. I'm here just for the purposes of trying to move this along to try and give the high-level overview. So we will have them, and we will make them available to you for any questions. So To start with, our managed growth tier system and concepts. This was something that was put in after our 1996 evaluation appraisal report. In 1999, it was established in the plan as our managed growth tier system. We have 5 geographically unique tiers. It looks at service areas, it responds to those, and the idea is to efficiently provide, county services and other services in a way that is fiscally responsible, but also matches the land use pattern and helps you provide efficient infrastructure in a way that is largely planned for, and then you can anticipate as development occurs or redevelopment occurs. So the 5 geographic tiers, we have the urban-suburban tier, the ag-reserve, the exurban, the rural, and the glades tiers. We're going to talk mainly about the ag-reserve and the rural because that's what's in play, but the urban-suburban has a bit of a role in this. So just very quickly, the urban-suburban tier, the rural and exurban tier. This was really a response to, it was areas that were designated for rural levels of service, but already had some sort of land use for very, very low density residential development, some very limited commercial potential there, non-residential. And so the idea was to protect and maintain the rural and semi-rural communities there, to allow for rural type uses, as we've heard about already today, and agriculture. But it was to also enable balanced growth, not to say that all growth was going to come here, but it could happen in very, very limited ways. And then if you were going to look at any sort of new development there was going to be a detailed master plan for the overall area that was going to be done. And so within the rural tier, we have the Indian Trails Grove, which I've just brought up there in yellow. And then sort of an odd topic to segue into is, for about 7 years, the county was very heavily involved in a planning effort known as the Central Western Community Sector Plan. And it looked at the rural and exurban tiers north of Southern Boulevard, south of North Lake, and actually looked a little bit further, but between 20 Mile Bend and the water catchment area there. And the idea was there were a lot of large agricultural grove operations that were beginning to look for development potential. And so it was an attempt to say, what were the needs there? How do we develop, or should they develop? And what was the form of development? Long story short, there were lots of different ideas about how to do it. But if you were going to increase the development potential out there, how did you address the large infrastructure void, if you will? There was a deficiency in things like libraries, fire rescue, road network, and so forth. So if you're going to allow an increment of development out there, what was the appropriate amount that didn't overburden the roads but could balance, if you will, the needs of that area? So that was a very high level, and that was the planning effort that the county undertook. It was adopted under the rules of the time. It was challenged. The county ultimately had to withdraw it, but the key takeaway for it is those large parcels that are out there, things like Lion Country Safari. We heard a couple of months ago about the Crestwind area. That was one of the parcels that was known as Leonard and Fleming. Callery Judge Grove, which is now the Westlake, and Indian Trails Grove. Those were all parts of the sector plan, and the concept was how to do it. What survived out of that was a notion of a sector plan, or excuse me, a settlement plan, and it served the basis for the approvals that came on all of those later. The idea was, again, balancing the greater public benefit. What was the public benefit? What was the need? Recreation, infrastructure, and so forth. Limited development being allowed, and in a way that was relatively responsible. So that was the concept. You can see there, Indian Trails Grove, that's where it fit in. So that was, even though it was a relatively old planning effort, it informed a lot of what happened over the past 10 years for the development approvals. So some relevance. The Ag Reserve. This had its own master plan process, completed a little bit before the sector plan. But the idea was to encourage agriculture, to allow some level of development, a sustainable development pattern that could coexist with agriculture. At least that was the initial concept. And there were very limited development options in place. And they required a significant preservation of open space. You often hear us talk about 60-40, the idea of preserving 60% of the land, taking all of the development potential and putting it on the 40%. That was the basis that came out of that. And that's how the Ag Reserve moved forward. Very, very small up there. You can see the West Hyder area, very small portion of that. So some of the big picture issues. So there are a lot of planning concepts that are enshrined in the managed growth tier system. We typically talk about the more of just density or certain lifestyles and whatnot, but there's a very big, if you will, policy basis behind them. And so at a very high level, when we look at this amendment that they have brought in, we're looking at the integrity of the ag reserve at this point because it's breaking fundamental established policy concepts. Is their agriculture going to continue to be in the rural tier? That's one of the things that we're also looking at. And then density relative to the overall tier system, and I'll get into that in a little bit. Plus, we also have the water resources or regional water management. Indian Trail Groves has a location. They've already gone through that. And there is a potential, and we've heard a little bit more today than the staff report responds to, but there is a potential for increased storage, an opportunity for improved water quality, some connections, and some ultimate environmental benefits. Not denying that, that's just part of what's out there. However, all of these considerations regarding water are beyond what you typically look at in a comprehensive plan amendment cycle. So, wanted to put that out there. And now, water. The L8 basin here, and I'm going to preface, I am not a water resources expert, but I've learned a little bit about water. The L8 basin goes all the way from Lake Okeechobee, extends down into the northern part of the Indian Trail Improvement District, and connects to Grassy Waters. And for the purposes of this graphic, it's key to understand. The geography is very interesting, and really pay more attention to the arrows. It can send water, it has discharges in a lot of different places. It can send water back to Lake Okeechobee, it can send it east, it can send it south. And if you get a few connections in there, you can even send it to the north. And that's really what the issue is. And so that's the basin. Again, Indian Trail Improvement District. What you get, though, here is the chance to make some connections, and including to Mecca Farms. Not directly, but it becomes an option to move water a little bit better. It's not the only option, but it's an option, as they went through in their presentation, to move water a little bit better. So it has some potential benefits. All of these are very high level, not trying to undersell any of it. It's just, it depends on which way it goes, how it goes, and it's dependent upon a lot of things, again, outside of the land use process. It can offer some improved flood protection. It can help improve resilience to severe weather events, as we've been seeing more and more of those. You have potentially the potential to reduce discharges to the Lake Worth Lagoon through the C51 canal. Again, that's how that water moves. It could be a source of water for future water supply. It's also a source of water for environmental concerns. You can help restore flow to the Loxahatchee River. And then finally, the water quality side of it. So I'm not going to go through all of these studies, but just suffice to say, water has been looked at for a very long time. This is just the most recent 20, 25 years worth of history. And a lot of these concepts have been discussed, have been looked at. And the last of these, and if you notice just the list of the acronyms up there, it's the Water Management District and the Army Corps. Those are the two main entities that are responsible for doing this. The very last study is the most recent that they referenced, the Palm Beach County study. That was the one where we were trying to look at, putting some use here. In the end, that was not chosen. So we're going with what is already on the books. And the key takeaway, as I understand it, is if we're going to bring this in and bring it into some sort of a water plan, the plan has to change. You are subject to the Water Management District's permitting process. They've already adopted their plans that they're going with for water purposes. This is a change, and it's one that we don't necessarily have key stakeholders other than the county who are going to be able to actually own and operate that. Okay, now I can talk about things I know a little bit more about. The applicant's proposal, Indian Trail Groves would serve as an off-site preserve for, well, not two, that was the original application, a new ag reserve development. It would replace, and again, this is a high level, 6 existing ag reserve conservation easements, and they would be replaced with land in Indian Trails Grove. It would exchange the dwelling units, and the approvals, and you would allow for development west of State Road 7. 60/40 PUD development areas have never been allowed west of State Road 7, nor have institutional uses. This is a fundamental, one of the last set of policies that have been there since the beginning of the Ag Reserve. That is what they are looking to do. That's why the West Hyder land has effectively been vacant. They are looking at a 100-acre passive park, which is currently under a conservation easement. They are proposing to dedicate it to the county for a future passive park. It's already under a conservation easement. It's already protected. So there is some concern with that. Then there's the 277-unit civic portion, if you will, for the workforce housing, and then the other civic, public and private that they've discussed. And then 477 acres for a 1,000-unit age-restricted plan unit development. Going back to Indian Trail, it's effectively a reduction in the density by 1/3 and the intensity by 1/3. It's a proportional reduction, so the 3,900 to 2,612, the non-res. And then they're changing the concept because there's a reduction in units. The policies that are in place in the 2016 approval required a level of compaction or clustering, if you will, as we like to call it in planning, for simply a better urban form, and so it's not necessarily urban sprawl. I prefer to work in pictures rather than to speak the words rather than put the words on the screen, so I'm going to try and take all this and make it a graphic concept. So I have the tier system map. The mint green, if you will, is the rural tier. The sort of peach tone is the ex-urban tier. The orange is our urban suburban tier, and the ag reserve is in blue, and that sort of olive green is the glades. So the way this normally works is that those two, the ex-urban, well, actually three, ex-urban, rural, and the ag reserve, when we're talking about density transfers, it's through our Transferable Development Rights Program, the TDR program, as we like to refer to it. They send them to the urban suburban tier. That's the way the comprehensive plan works. Density transfers only go from less dense to more dense. And the ag reserve, we do it by clustering. It's within a zoning development order. It's not a TDR, despite the terminology that's popularly used. But this is how your comp plan is set up. This is how it works. So this is a fundamental change because this is what they want to do. They want to take preserve area requirements, meet them off in the rural tier, never before been done. They want to send an existing entitlement in the rural tier. They want the units now to be built in the ag reserve. That's what they're doing. It is a fundamental upheaval of your comprehensive plan and how it works. So, timeline. A lot of dates, I'm not going to go through all of them, but just very quickly. This evolved over the latter course of 2021 into 2022, a series of workshops. And then there was a board direction to bring it forward for discussion. It was initiated in February of last year. And we took in the amendment application. With that, and this is all going to catch up if this is transmitted, there were 8 zoning applications, originally 9, now 8. So this is part of the package, if this is transmitted, that will be coming forward. What we have done since February of last year is we have worked with the other departments to understand the impact, to see what the needs are, what are the concerns that are beyond the level that we as planning staff can identify, because we're not normally in the service provision business, but all the other departments are. We wanted to find out what their concerns were, what the constraints were, what were the other things. So we did a lot with that. We actually reached out to the applicant and said, what can you do? On July 5th of last year, they gave us their set of commitments. It was a little bit more details on workforce housing, on the water, and it was the beginning of the dialogue, if you will, of working towards the staff report. However, back in August, they took a postponement, Freudian slip there, and the postponement was for today. And so here we are today. One other technical thing I want to make you all aware of, there was a slight resubmittal. There were some minor changes, a little bit of an update on the water issues, and the consolidation of 2 ag reserve PUDs into 1. That brings us through to today. All right, the exchange. 4,866 acres. It is already Western Communities Residential. Future land use designation was created just for this parcel. There was also an overlay established of the same name, so it was very clear that this was not going to in any way interfere with other rural tier policies or concepts. No changes being made to that level. Just some locational information, just to get a scale out there. We're talking about if you head 2 miles west on 60th Boulevard from Seminole Pratt Whitney, that is where this is. So we're out there, and this goes all the way out to the edge of the scarp at the L8. So it's a very big parcel of land that we're talking about. It's roughly, what, 3.5 miles across, about 5 miles north to south. It's a very large geographic area. So this was the approval, and if nothing happens today, I think we're all clear, but I just want to be absolutely clear. This is what's out there. This is on the books. It has a land use approval and a zoning development order from 2019. They brought it in and got an overall gross density of 0.8 of a unit per acre, or 1 unit per acre and a quarter, just so we're all talking the same density terms. They adopted this very detailed conceptual plan about how spaces and uses would be located. The overall unit count of 3,900 roughly, and the 350,000 of non-res. Mr. Rattery went through all this. The clustered development requirements were all part of it. But again, going back to that notion established in the sector plan, there were required public benefits that were asked and the developer met. And so that was how you got the 640-acre ITID impoundment that is being held in escrow. They've indicated that is something not proposed to change. That is there. Key to this, though, is the 1,068 acres previously identified as water resources and agriculture. That is by conservation easement. We do not own it. We would never own it. We would simply hold an interest in restricting the use to those. That was part of the required open space. So that's one of the key points to note. All the civic that was identified that was needed at the time was in that approval. Schools, parks, fire rescue station, whatnot, private civic. Extensive trail networks, rural parkways, equestrian trails and whatnot. And then finally, there were roadway improvements that connected this to the existing road network back to Seminole, Pratt, Whitney. So that was all part of that. All right, now, what's being proposed here? I want to highlight there in red, this is the revised plan. This is what's proposed now. That 1,600 acres, as Mr. Rattery identified, would be the preserve replacement for the ag reserve. In exchange, that is the 1,600 acres that would be combined for agriculture and, again, water resources use. The reduction in units by 1/3 to 2,612. The reduction also in the non-residential by about 112,000 square feet. And then they want to modify conditions of approval. Also associated with this portion of ITG, or Indian Trails Grove, is the text amendment that goes along with it. So it's a site-specific and comprehensive plan text policies. They need to enable all of the preserve replacement, both in the ag reserve, but also here. This is the here in the rural tier version. So now I'm back to words. It reduces the on-site development, as I've indicated, by a third. It also has a corresponding reduction in the traffic impacts. Now, again, no units have been built, so this is a future reduction. So it's just not going to be as bad as was envisioned in 2016. So it allows the Indian Trails Grove to satisfy ag reserve plan unit development requirements. Fundamental policy change. It does provide an increased area for the ag and water resources use, and it would now be not by easement, but it would be in county ownership. It offers, as such, a potential for regional water resources benefits. It's also subject to further study, approval, permitting, and whatnot. They are now offering to bring it in as a fully built, fully funded, and then dedicated to the county. This is not information that had been included in our application material, so this is a new change. Just want to acknowledge that. They are proportionally also reducing their existing workforce housing. It had been 390 units down to 261 units, and then that 640 is proposed to be maintained. Because it's a comp plan amendment, we always have to go through service providers just real quick so it's on the screen. Traffic, we've already indicated there's a net reduction in trips. The prior commitments for roadway improvements is effectively maintained. Fire rescue identified it was underserved. There is a 5-acre fire rescue site that's proposed here. We're getting the site, not the entire station. So that's something that will be left to future board to decide how and when to construct. Parks and Rec, they're going to be a 40-acre expansion to Friedman Park. To the west of it, the existing park, they're going to dedicate that. Schools indicate negatively impacted. Anytime we see new development, we already knew it was going to be negatively impacted because there was more units, there's still going to be that. However, they are providing a 40-acre school site. Historic resources, previously reviewed, there may be, if we're getting into some water resources and deeper excavation, they might actually find something, not likely, but just, and then PREM, they are meeting their 2% civic site dedication, PREM, property real estate management, so I don't speak in acronym soup. And so there is a 10-acre civic site that is proposed. I'm not going to go through all the conditions of approval for the site specific at Indian Trail Grove. Generally, they're unchanged or they are simply modified to reflect the increment and reduction, but there is one new one that they proposed that they spoke to at the end. And it reads, prior to the issuance of the first residential permit, the property owner will convey 1,600 acres labeled as the water, exchange parcel to the county. The concern staff has with this, and I can't be clear enough on this, if all of this is approved, this condition as written will enable them to go do anything in West Hyder. If they choose not to ever build one unit, you will get no benefit. None of the water resources, none of that. So this is something that probably needs to be looked at, but that is their recommendation. We are presenting their application. It's one of our major concerns. Changes to the comprehensive, or to the conceptual plan. Again, the larger water resources area. And then here in yellow that I've highlighted, they are now reflecting all of the replacement acres in the ag reserve. So just very quick. Okay, going back to water. This is 740 acre cell 1 on 875 acres, about 3,000 acre feet of storage. They went through a lot of this. 5 stations, or well, that was the original. Now it's reduced by 1, and Paul can certainly go through this. There are different routes in place, and I'll go through those on the next slide. And it's design, permit, construct, and convey. So the L8 canal, looking at that, the water would come in, and it could go through various stations. That would be the location as we understand it. It then provides options for where it then goes. I want to be clear, though, of the 1,600, only about 800 acres is going to wind up being used. The balance will be for ag or the area for the berm to surround this. It can be discharged to the east and then to the south. That's how they get back to Grassy Waters. It can go to the west to the Moss property. It could then cross back. It could then be sent back to the L8, and they went through a lot of this, and I'm just trying to get through this very quickly. The issues, however, are, as I understand it, Mr. Linton can certainly go through this for greater detail, or in greater detail, is that this requires pumping water multiple times to do any of this. This is an option. It is not the only way to have some of this, but it is key. Also, we have looked at this slide. This was back in the pre-initiation stuff, as before we knew anything. These were sort of the less complex and more costly, or increasing complexity, increasing cost, different options. I'm not going to go through all of them. But effectively what we have is something that looks at more of the higher end, or excuse me, the lower end, the low-hanging fruit, if you will. This is not of all the things that could be done. It is one of the things. It is what it is. There was also the more recent memo from Mr. Linton, and he indicated, and I'm trying to summarize this at a very high level because it's a very dense and complicated and complete memo. But the idea is, if all of this is done to be funded, constructed by GL, it could move water from the L8 Basin to Indian Trail Improvement District, which could then ultimately have a connection with the C18 and the Loxahatchee River, providing minimum water level flows to the C18 and the Loxahatchee River if the C18 basin is constructed. That's the Mecca Farms Basin, as I understand it. And it can also increase the water supply to Grassy Waters. It offers a minor reduction to the Lake Worth Lagoon, and also minor water quality improvements to the L8 and C51. But again, it requires pumping water additional times. It will reduce, or excuse me, dilute the L8 water and reducing potential chlorides that accumulate there as well. There's a lot more that's in all of that. I encourage you to ask questions on that, but that's just at a very high level. It has some benefit, and that's been our understanding all the way through. Shifting now to the Ag Reserve and looking at West Hyder. This is not a site-specific amendment in the Ag Reserve. This is only a text amendment to policies in the plan. If this goes forward, you will see the zoning development orders, because Ag Reserve planning unit developments are zoning processes. So that's why you've got a lot of zoning applications that are following this. So site-specific is for the Indian Trails. This is only text to enable it to work through the zoning process. It would allow the 6 existing preserves in the ag reserve that utilize West Hyder to have their preserves outside of the tier. Again, that fundamental tier boundary crossing. It would establish a new overlay, and it would allow exceptions to those existing policies I already outlined. It would allow 60/40 PUD development area west of State Road 7. You would get institutional and civic uses west of State Road 7. And it would allow the preserves outside of the tier. Fundamental. There is no site-specific amendment proposed. Locations. I'm going to skip through a lot of this because I don't think this is really particularly relevant, but just to understand, these are the existing preserves, or almost. This is a slightly older image. They did do a development order back in January that reconfigured some of the preserves. But the balance of that area outside of Sunshine Meadows, so that red I just brought in, that is the area. Those will all be unwound except for the one labeled 21A. That's the area proposed as the passive park. Those will all be replaced. That will be the new development area. And so the text amendment would allow them to be replaced. Again, here we are. That is the area of the 100-acre passive park. That is the existing preserve that is not to be unwound. That is the location of the civic with the 277-unit workforce, the public and private civic pods that they outlined, and then the age restricted is the balance of it. So you would now get 1,277 units on the west side of State Road 7, where it had never before been intended to be. I've already covered a lot of this, so I'm going to try and go through it quickly. We've linked the ag reserve and the Indian Trail Groves rural tier components together. Density transfer would be done. It would ultimately land density for the first time as if it's a receiving area. It increases the potential development in the ag reserve, less of an issue than maybe it would have been back at initiation. It reduces the amount of preserved land in the tier. This is land that would go from being an agriculture or open space to becoming development. The West Hyder overlay would be established, allowing for the new 60/40 PUD development area and the institutional uses. You would get 277 units of workforce housing. No question that's a benefit. And then we're going to have to work through the differences, which is proposed to be at a policy level, the discrepancy in densities. Effectively, what it means is every 60/40 PUD that uses ITG land will wind up having way more than 60% because they need the extra land to get the whole unit to transfer. And I want to be clear, it does not yet meet the identified need for the active county park. That is something that had come through in the service provider analysis, which here we are. They submitted a long-range traffic analysis that shows a net reduction in trips. I want to be clear on this. It's currently preserved. Traffic tip generation typically looks at highest possible trip generation. So they're considering a commercial nursery as the highest possible agricultural trip generation. Actually generates more than, age restricted. So it sounds slightly ridiculous, but that's the way that it's done. So it's a net reduction. That's why there's that asterisk. Fire rescue indicated that an age restriction can actually generate more demand on services. So they wanted everyone to be aware of that. Parks and Rec requested a 50-acre park site for active recreational uses. We have right now 100-acre. They're starting to talk more about, if you do this, you do that, there could be more. Again, that's part of the policy change, and that's, I think, for discussion if the board's going to transmit this. Again, schools, the impact is only on the non-age restricted, so the workforce housing will generate additional demand for schools. Historic resources will be evaluated through zoning. And then property resources management indicated that the civic site bank that is proposed for about 25 acres, 4 pods, and it had been proposed at 3 public and 1 private. So that's that. So finally, in conclusion, the staff assessment is that this proposal at a comprehensive plan level violates fundamental concepts of the comprehensive plan. It sends units to a tier other than the urban suburban tier. It removes preserves from the ag reserve and then links it to the rural tier, something we have never contemplated before. It allows planned unit development and institutional uses west of State Road 7. Despite all the changes in the ag reserve, that one has never changed, or those have never changed. And it doesn't meet the Parks Department need for active recreation in the ag reserve. There are some benefits. It reduces the impact. And this is the problem that staff saw, is that one part of the county is getting a benefit, the other part of the county is getting an impact. And so that's been very difficult. The idea is we're trying to balance everybody's needs equally, and this appears to have disproportionate impacts and benefits. There is, again, the potential to address regional water management and other water issues in Central and North County, and it allows for the increased availability of land for that purpose in the rural tier. Ironically, usually when we talk about these things, we talk about incompatibilities, because plan unit developments are addressed at zoning. They work through the zoning process. We have buffers. We know when we get an ag reserve PUD, we know it works. We know how it happens. That's not an issue. But also, Indian Trail Grove, the prior 2016 amendment addressed compatibility. There's a lot of separations. They retreated from the edges. Reducing the number of units only furthers the compatibility, if you will. So there's not a compatibility concern. So I wanted to indicate that. And the amendment meets statutory issues. There's not any sort of fundamental violation of a statutory issue here. Just wanted to be clear on that. However, for the county requirements, the amendment lacks adequate justification. It is inconsistent with the county directions. The county directions are those high level, about 18, 19 concepts that when you don't have a policy basis, they're there. So you can go back and say, what were kind of our first principles? What were we trying to do? There's some key issues in there that we have concerns with, and I've gone about them kind of more at the high level. And it's inconsistent with our managed growth tier system, which is the fundamental basis of, objective 1.1 in our county's comprehensive plan. Goal 1 is the managed growth tier system. That is what everything hangs in the comprehensive plan. Okay, just taking apart to do all the other notification stuff. Because of the differential tiers, there's different property notifications. They were done both in July of last year and renoticed earlier this year. We did do a virtual meeting back in July. It was, some attended, but some didn't. We have also done notification through the IPARC process. We have no comments from any of the municipalities on this amendment. Somewhat surprising. Usually they show up in droves. Support and opposition, very high level. You also saw they're in the back of the staff report. Plus there was the package in the add delete this morning. Generally, and this is high level, we're not going through and calculating every single one, but the Acreage Landowners Association indicated a support. They have a petition. Obviously, Indian Trail Improvement District, the Stonebridge Property Owners Association, and considerable numbers of letters in support, emails, and petitions. And then in opposition, we have Rio Poco with multiple emails there from the Delray Alliance, Thousand Friends of Florida, Sustainable Palm Beach County, the Sierra Club Wasatch Group, all in opposition. There are some others that you heard from back at initiation. We didn't hear anything else back. Groups like Cobra and whatnot, they may have come in, they didn't come to staff. Just wanted to point that out, but we've gotten a lot of feedback. Finally, there was a board direction back last year to look at a potential third-party evaluation assessment of the ag reserve, the West Hyder piece. What we're proposing is, if the amendment is transmitted, that we would bring back the consultant to have this evaluated, and we would present that potentially at the adoption, if that's the case. So, last slide. The staff recommendation is for denial of the amendment. Recommend that you deny the transmittal. Your planning commission heard this back in August of last year. Their recommendation was also for denial on an 8-4 vote. The motion is to deny the transmittal, the Indian Trails Grove Ag Reserve Exchange Project. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
We can't have one anymore. Are there any questions for staff at this time? Mr. Rudder, you want to be recognized? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If the board would mind, could we give Paul a couple minutes just to give you a brief overview? He sent you a memo last week. It was dense, but if we could just spend a couple minutes just dialing quickly into the finer points. Len touched on a lot of the things, but I'd like to hear from Paul from his perspective and kind of recap briefly what he presented to you in his memo.
We have no objections from the board. Then, Paul, we would love to have your.
Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me now? All right, great. So I think Lynn did a good job of an overview. There are a few points in the 2019 board direction. One of the key points that they're trying to get on the table was getting a lot more storage in the L8 basin to make up, to put a place to hold that water. There's a lot of excess water in the L8 basin, and that in the SERP, they identified the need for up to 45,000 acre feet to supply water to the needs, both the city of West Palm Beach and the Northwest Fork Lots River, and to reduce the discharges to Lake Worth Lagoon. So those worked in concert with that other vital thing that Lynn described, which is the connection to the C18 basin.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit louder or move the,
Okay.
pull it over? We're
Okay.
getting old up here, or at least I am, as you
No,
saw
no.
from the video. And it's all natural.
I'll get closer. That's better. Okay.
Thank you. And the Vice Mayor would like you to identify yourself, please.
Yes, Paul Linton, Water Resource Manager for Palm Beach County. Just I'll rewind a little bit. The 2019 board and staff expressed a concern that the Corps was moving forward with a project that didn't do two things. It didn't create the large storage in the LA basin to capture the runoff and make it available to the city of West Palm Beach and to the Northwest Fork Lots River. And there was a concern there that the Lake Okeechobee water is being replumbed and directed south for good restoration purposes, but these projects were needed to keep the water supply for Palm Beach County whole and to meet the needs of the river. So that's when they identified the need for 45,000 acre feet of storage in the LA Basin with a large inflow capacity to capture those wet season runoffs and a direct connection to the C18 basin to deliver water to Northwest Fork. The current connection through Grassy Waters is very limited. It's only about 20 CFS because it goes through a little small ditch, and it just is not enough at this point. Those two work in combination to create a very good, reliable source of water in Northwest Fork and to mitigate some of the problems and challenges in the LA Basin. When it gets dry in the LA Basin, the connate water there kind of seeps in and it causes higher chlorides. Those chlorides are a challenge to the city of West Palm Beach for their water treatment plant, and the large storage of the L8 would allow them to dilute that, provide a water for the city, dilute the city's water, and concurrently meet the Northwest Fork. So those were the kind of the vital portions of that. Two key features is the way I like to put it. The current plan is a very direct route. It's one to the C18. Every other route is either a little less robust in terms of chlorides or a lot more complicated in terms of the entities that you're going to have to deal with and the plumbing that goes with that. So that, that's why it's attractive as a route. I do agree with Lynn on the treatment. I think the size of the impoundment's good. There's really two ways to treat the impoundment. One is to fill it up and then empty it out slowly. That provides treatment because it provides settling. The other way is to treat it as a marsh and kind of flow it through more gently and regularly. You can't do both of those at the same time, and if you grow in the vegetation to get the better water quality treatment, you don't want to drown it, but you can kind of work your way between them. I really would see the impoundment evolving from a pulse carryover reservoir to more of a flow through as we get that additional storage from the C12 and C13 storage impoundments on the L8, which are, as Lynn mentioned, those grants have been approved and we're administrating them. That's kind of my overview. Any questions?
Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Are there any questions from the board at this time? If not, we will move to public comment. So here's how we're going to do this. I think we have about 85 speaking cards. So we're going to limit speakers to 2 minutes. That's going to take us over 3 hours. So I guess everybody can just relax and we'll listen to what everyone has to say. My request to you, though, all is to, because it is going to take us over 3 hours to have everybody speak who's wished to speak. If you don't need the entire 2 minutes, you don't have to take it. And please, if you would keep your comments as brief as you can. Also, as Commissioner Marino is inviting you to speak. Please pay attention, and if you can make yourselves available as close to the two lecterns as possible when your name is called, so we don't end up with a lot of time as folks waiting for people to approach the microphones. So with that, I turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Okay, we have Kevin Costello, Gary Isco, Sam Cintron, and Bruce Richelieu to start. So please line up and take both lecterns. Thank you.
Score, I am first. I'm Kevin Costello.
And I should make one other request of everybody. If you please, when you step up, please state your name and your address.
Yes, sir. Kevin Costello, 1331 Southwest 11th Street, Boca Raton. I am a farmer in the Ag Reserve. I farm 14 different pieces of land. I am for this project. I want to speak to you a little bit about what a red herring is. I looked up the definition. It's information that's intended to be misleading or distracting. The vocal minority that's against virtually everything, cave people, citizens against virtually everything, along with the Palm Beach Post and the Sun Sentinel, used red herrings in every article and every statement, along with their editorials. The red herrings are fallacies that are being perpetuated. Just this week, the Sun Sentinel had an editorial by a man who's going to be speaking to you later about flooding. It had nothing to do with reality, but he talked about how farms capture rainwater and they are good for the Ag Reserve. And he doesn't know anything about farming. When we get rainwater, we pump it off. So farms are not water storage devices, and other people say that you guys own the Ag Reserve. That was also an editorial in the Sun Sentinel this week. And as you know, you don't. They also say that the Ag Reserve is the main source of winter vegetables, and that it's the only land that doesn't freeze. And those are also not true statements. And they also talk about the wildlife, and I'm not sure what they're talking about out there, except for maybe the farmers. The Ag Reserve is not 22,000 acres. That's the main point. It was, back when I started, it was all farmland. It's not anymore. It's mostly an urban environment now. And, the 5,000 acres of row crops that are left out there are 1/100th of 1% of the farmland in Palm Beach County. So I'm going to say finally that the silent majority is the majority of your constituents, and I think that the good is in their favor. Thank you.
Yep, and please, when the timer goes off, if you can please conclude your remarks as quickly as possible. I hate to interrupt people. That's not my normal style, but I will do it if you don't. So, thank you.
Hi, Bruce Richelieu, City of Delray Beach. The survival of the Ag Reserve is at stake. And I don't destroy it by giving it to a corporation that's going to build multi-million-dollar mansions for out-of-state mega millionaires. The construction of 1,000 multi-million-dollar homes is going to drive up home prices and rental prices in this area. It's going to harm housing affordability, not help it. The 1999 commissioners and voters voted, by the way, they aren't a minority, they were a 2-to-1 majority, voted to create this preserve. And their wisdom has been proven. In the last election, 6 other counties voted to raise their taxes in order to save undeveloped land. Why in the world would Palm Beach County, much wealthier, go the opposite direction? I have one message: preserve the reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, esteemed Palm Beach County Commissioners. My name is Gary Isco of 34 Anna Street, Boynton Beach, Florida. I am speaking against the proposed GL Homes land swap that threatens the Agricultural Reserve and Sunshine Meadows, which includes Golden Gate Stables, where I go horseback riding. I consider it my home away from home. I took lessons there, I go on trail rides there, I volunteer there. I go and relax there when the stress of the world gets to me. Sunshine Meadows has provided an escape for me for years. It is a second homeland for me and many others. Sunshine Meadows has also provided many other services beneficial to the community. As stated in our initial petition on change.org, created by Ms. Lorna Warlock, Sunshine Meadows serves as a statewide equine hurricane shelter. Several trainers coordinate with medical health professionals who refer adults and children with disabilities for equine therapeutic horsemanship. Horse camps are offered during school breaks for children. Sunshine Meadows is home to the Florida Atlantic University Equestrian Club, where they train, organize, and sponsor low-cost competitive horse shows for riders of all ages. Also, Sunshine Meadows offers quality riding for Palm Beach County residents at prices that are much more affordable than other places such as Wellington. Second, Sunshine Meadows has a vast ecosystem that will feel deep ecological impact from development because it's connected to the Loxahatchee Wildlife Preserve. Third, horses are easily spooked, so the construction notice will lead to greater risk for horse owners and customers at Sunshine Meadows. Finally, there's uncertainty for the future at Sunshine Meadows because the home buyers will be unhappy with the smell of the manure, and GL Homes will eventually make an offer that the owner will accept. For these reasons, I hope our esteemed Palm Beach County Commissioners will consider voting no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are not going to be having displays in this chamber. Thank you very much.
Jordan Snyder, followed by Carol Roberts, followed by Natalie Sudit, followed by Azim Munab. Well, I already called your name.
Good afternoon. I'm against the swap. Quickly, the National Refuge, Wildlife Refuge is developed, if developed beyond the density envisioned in the comprehensive plan, can result in detrimental impacts to the only remnant of Northern Everglades and Cypress Swamp, thereby protecting the integrity of the entirety of the remaining Everglades system. Recently, I went to a book signing by an environmentalist called The Wing and a Prayer. They were in South Miami. They were very involved in the environment and the plight of birds. They went on a camper around the country, 25,000 miles, to document this. They said, in the past 50 years, nearly 1/3 of the bird population in North America has withered away up against the loss of habitat, shifting climate, and growing hazards of an urban world. They keep the water clean, refresh coral reefs, and maintain population balances of rodents, worms, and snails. In Florida, the last species to go extinct was the dusky seaside sparrow. Now in danger is the Florida grasshopper sparrow and the near-mythical ivory-billed woodpecker. We only see the impacts of humanity. We don't see how it's impacting the wildlife. Another important thing, very important, is another issue is that we are losing fertile topsoil on a global level. About 58 billion metric tons of topsoil have eroded since farmers began tilling the land in the Midwest 160 years ago. Now, 3 of every 10 acres of U.S. corn and wheat are under increased threat as climate change boosts temperatures and makes rainfalls more erratic.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Carol Roberts, and I live in Palm Beach Gardens. And I'm here because I listened very carefully to Kevin. I listened very carefully to Kevin, and I listened very carefully to staff, which brought 2 concerns to my mind. Number one, I believe staff said that the Water Management District has not yet approved the plan that GL put out. And my concern is if they don't approve that, and you approve this land use change, you will now allow a piece of land to be developed that already the units had already been given away. And I don't think that if you have a mind to approve it, I would like for you to be able to put in there that it's subject to having approval, certainly for any change in the Water Management District, that it covers that. And the second problem I have is that I believe you're setting a precedent that is not a good precedent for the history of Palm Beach County. since I was involved in that history many years ago in the 90s. I'd like you also to consider what happens with that precedent and how it could affect the future of Palm Beach County. Well, I've been here since 1955, and I've seen a huge change and a huge growth. And I think we need to start being aware of how we protect what we have left. And I see my time is about up. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak to all of you, and I hope you'll consider what I said. Thank you.
And for those of you that don't know, Carol is a former county commissioner.
Hello, my name is Natalie Sudit, and I live in West Delray Beach, Florida. I am opposed. The Hyder West property is the most fertile soil that we have in our state, and that is documented. And once you build on top of it, that soil isn't coming back. In addition, GL Homes previously stated that they would not be building on this property because they were building on Lyons Road. They have since changed their mind. In addition, I'm really disappointed that no one has mentioned the numerous women-owned businesses on this property that have been in existence for decades that would be totally wiped out over the next few years. They'll be gone. It will not exist anymore. And those women have worked hard for what they have today. And finally, I want you to know that last year, I brought my son to a commissioners meeting. It was his first time in a government sort of situation. And when we left, after watching the fancy GL Homes produced, presentation, and then the other presentations, and I said, "So what did you think?" And his response to me at 15 years old was, "So Mom, it's just about who has the most money?" And I found that heartbreaking. So please think about what we're teaching our children with the decisions we're making today. Thank you.
So I have Jordan Snyder, Azim Monab, Christopher McVoy, Gail Ladd.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for meeting with us previously. My name is Jordan Snyder. I represent Robert N. Hartzell, PA. Our clients are 1,000 Friends of Florida and the Sierra Club Loxahatchee Group. And we're here to requestfully ask you to deny this amendment, or this planned amendment, because you're kind of weighing whether it's worth exceeding the maximum growth of the master plan in the agricultural reserve over this potential water source. And if the county takes this on, then you're going to be held up with the cost of the annual assessments, the operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, or rehabilitation of the pumps, gates, and impoundment, not to mention the hiring and training of future county employees, as well as any future connections, which they already discussed about, might help more if you chose to do so. The county is ill-equipped and frankly not prepared to take on such a task. This is something held to moving and storing waters, held to the purview of the Army Corps of Engineers or South Florida Water Management. And as far as I was able to see, Loxahatchee River watershed has been covered, and neither South Florida Water Management District nor the Army Corps has indicated a need or desire for that reservoir or additional water service. They have the budget, they have the personnel, they have the expertise. And if any of those parties, agencies wanted them, then they would have requested it, just like South Florida Water Management did with Mecca. But I don't, unless somebody's here from South Florida Water Management. Okay. Well, to sum up.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. I'd like to submit these to public record.
Am I up?
Sure.
Good afternoon. For the record, Dr. Christopher McVoy, office address 30 South M Street, Lake Worth Beach. I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club and 1,000 Friends of Florida. My technical expertise is in science-based restoration of the Greater Everglades. I've been doing that for about 25 years. My PhD is in soil physics from Cornell, master's in the same from University of Florida. I'm the principal author of the authoritative description of the Greater Everglades. It's the purple book, you'll see it around. And I've been very fortunate to be involved in almost all different scales, from policy to being in water this deep. There's a great photo of me doing that. I do a lot of field work, or ankle deep or shin deep in STAs, water treatment areas. The challenge that you have before you, or one of them, is trying to evaluate this water project. Is it worth the squeeze? Are you getting something that really is what's being asserted? GL Holmes is, of course, going to assert benefits. That's understandable. And I'm not going to say that there are no benefits to it. That would be foolish. Anything that stores water or cleans it is good. Here is the key. The key is listen to the words that have come from your staff and even that have come from GL Holmes. Increase, more water, improved, small portions, some of limited capabilities. They're always very fuzzy, but they're in the direction that, oh, we're going to make things better. We're going to make things better in the Lake Worth Lagoon. We're going to make things better in the Northeast Fork. There's no quantitative on it. If there was, what you would be getting is about 5 to 10% benefit on most of these things. It's small. It's just physics and math, guys. This thing is claimed at 3,000 acre feet. Paul has told you that it's really going to be run, if you do treatment, which they're claiming they want to do, it's going to be run at a much narrower range. You're not going to dry out and kill all the plants. You're not going to go to 4 feet and drown all the plants. That means it's much less stored. It's more like 1,000 acre feet. What you're looking at is compare that to the size of the Lake Worth Lagoon or the flows in the C51 canal or the watershed or the flows in the Loxahatchee River.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Bottom line, I don't know, the other group got a very long time. The bottom line
Get
is
2
look
minutes.
to the Corps and the
Everybody gets
district.
2.
They didn't say they needed this.
All right.
Bottom line.
Thank you, Dr. McVoy.
Ms. Ladd, followed by Sheila Calderon and Raviv Foxner.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Gail Ladd from Jupiter, Florida, and I just want to say the business plan of GL Homes was very impressive. I mean, I was almost swayed. And it's beneficial to some constituents. However, the benefits do not, in my opinion, do not stay true to the promises to protect the lifestyle of the Ag Reserve. The transfer into the Ag Reserve of development rights and the transfer of out-of-preserve parcels conflicts with the original bond for the Ag Reserve tier, which I voted for in 1999. It would be so easy to be swayed by what GL Homes is proposing in this swamp. I prefer to think there's a better way to add workforce housing in areas where the workforce is more toward the east. I know you remember the explicit purpose of the Ag Reserve was to preserve farmland and wetlands in the tier in order to enhance agriculture, environmental resources, and open space by limiting uses to agricultural conservation, conservation, low-density residential development, and non-residential uses that would serve the needs of farm workers and residents of the tier. In closing, I ask that you do not be swayed by what is proposed. The carrots, you might say, when the Ag Reserve tier keeps getting amended, we all lose. The swamp is a concerning precedent. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is afternoon now. This is Sheila Calderon, Green Acres, Florida. I am going to be brief, but I am going to be historical. I'm going back to 1999 when there was an overwhelming vote for this bond to preserve the agricultural tier. I have been coming here for years and years and a lot of years, and I have seen bits and pieces being torn apart from the Ag Reserve. It's enough. If you go ahead and permit GL Homes to do what they want to do there, okay, you are going against all the regulations that we have established since 1999. You're going against the 40-60%. You're going against the trade-off for land within the agricultural reserve.
agriculture and total development like this is not compatible. This will be the demise of our agricultural tier if we permit this. Because once you permit this, somebody else is, maybe GL will step up again, but somebody else may very well step up and want to develop another piece in total. It's wrong, and I beg you to pay attention to history and what we have asked. Thank you.
I have Ravi Foxner, Drew Martin, Dr. Kerry Snyder, and Scott Zucker.
Hello, Ravi Foxner, Attorney Isles in Delray Beach. I'm probably the newest Floridian here, a little bit over a year ago. Father of 5, ages 2 to 20 years old. The closest park to my house is about 14 miles away. The closest synagogue is about 4 miles away. And the closest emergency house is 4 miles away. So by GL proposing to build on the land and give the land for a synagogue, for a park, and to give the county a land to build on it, whatever you guys want, which is well needed emergency response, I think is a no-brainer. As you know, for the year that I've been here, I've seen the landscape of Florida change a lot. So that's why I think that the water treatment is a no-brainer as well. Yesterday, I actually called the Delray Marketplace Management Office. Out of about 42 stores, 9 of them are for rent. So the proposed land that 1,000 and something families that would be in that neighborhood is good for business, good for taxes, and good for Florida. Thank you, so I'm definitely for it.
Thank you.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. I would like to have these circulated to the commissioners. This is from Dr. McVoy. As you know, I think Dr. McVoy is actually one of the more knowledgeable people here, and I hope that at some point some of the commissioners will allow him to get back up and provide you with some additional information, because you're making a very important decision today. And so far, you've had a fantastic dog and pony show by GL Homes, which is what they're good at, But the reality is that there's a lot of stuff in there that's fluff. And it's hard for us to ferret that all out in such a short time. I mean, first of all, everything they want to do, you could do without the land swap. They could just do it. They could give you the land, they could build this, they could do everything, and you don't need to give them anything. They've made millions of dollars off this county, and if they want to do it, they can do it. They can give away parks, they can do everything they want. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, the South Florida Water Management District would have bought this land if this was appropriate. They, I attend their meetings. They basically they have all kinds of scientists and engineers, and spend all their time evaluating this. Did they decide they wanted to use this project? No, they did not. So now you're going to get what is called a red herring. In other words, you're going to get a project, it's going to cost you money, you're going to have to maintain it. They say they're going to build it, but they're a home builder. So unless it's going to look like a 3-story McMansion, I wouldn't go into the business with them. So I'm really just saying to you, your staff has made a lot of good points. Unfortunately, you don't always listen to staff, but hopefully today that will be an exception, and you will.
Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If possible, I'd love to hear from Dr. McVoy, if it's possible, if we can give him an additional minute or two.
You are welcome to ask him any questions you'd like. As every commissioner has the ability
Mr. McVoy?
to ask a speaker to speak. But I'm only authorized to give him.
Dr. McVoy, for the record, yes?
So my question is, you'll have 2 minutes to continue your conversation.
I never did debate in high school. I think the key piece is that issue of, do you really get a significant hydrologic benefit out of this when there is a reservoir, the Mecca Reservoir, C18 reservoir, that's about 10 times bigger, right next door. You've got the, as Mr. Linton pointed out, you've got the C12 and C13 reservoirs down by the corner by S5A, by the C51 basin. Those provide another big source of water, much bigger, about 15,000 acre feet. And there's an issue of water treatment. There are kind of three things. Mostly in South Florida, when we're talking water treatment, we're worried about phosphorus. With the Loxahatchee River, nobody's very worried about that. If you clean some of it up, sure, that's fine, but that's not a big concern, and it's nothing like the Everglades. Concerns that have been raised are algae. We all remember the harmful algae blooms that happened and that were a real problem for the West Palm Beach water supply. And the other is the chlorides that Mr. Linton mentioned.
Dr.
when you got
McVoy, one
talking.
quick question. You mentioned the algae with the city of West Palm Beach.
This would not treat that, and it wouldn't treat the chlorides.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Vice Mayor Sachs has a question.
You know, one question always brings up another question. Doctor, what is you have on your statement that you passed out to everybody at number 5, separate issue, proposed development, only 3,500 feet from the National Wildlife Refuge. You're talking about the Arthur Marshall Wildlife Refuge. And then you go down on the bottom, South Florida Water Management District purchased the Mecca property from Palm Beach County to create the C8. What is the connection here, and why is it important that it is only 3,500 feet from, or at least I would assume you're talking about the Hydro West development?
Right.
Is that what you're referring to, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the significance of how many feet it's for the Arthur Marshall Wildlife Refuge?
Twofold. One is obviously development right next to a preserve is not the greatest of things. Agriculture, long-standing thing when we talk about Everglades restoration. You'd rather have agriculture as a direct neighbor to natural areas than housing. There's less environmental impact. So that's one. But the other is that my understanding is there's legislation moving through the state legislature intending to provide exactly that kind of protection, especially for portions of the Everglades, which the refuge definitely is. And I don't know the exact number in that bill, but their intent is to prevent development right adjacent to portions of the Everglades. So that's the relevance of that.
So that's
distance.
irrelevant in how many feet it is from the
Correct.
refuge.
Correct.
And one other question, if I could, is number 4, when the South Florida Water Management District did need a reservoir, they not only asked, but paid.
Right.
And then you refer down to the Loxahatchee River project. Could you just explain that a little bit to me? 'Cause
I think it was mentioned a bit in Mr. Linton's presentation and Mr., I want to say Davis's, I got it right? Good. Thank you. That the Loxahatchee River Watershed Protection Project, or Restoration Project, excuse me, is ongoing. It's moving. It's been approved. It's gone through, it's in the project implementation report stage with the Corps and the district. And they've said, we have the conveyance and the storage that we need to do this project. They're not looking. And the interesting parallel is there was a time where they needed more storage. And the county owned the Mecca property. And the district said, hey, we'd like to buy that. You don't need to turn it into a reservoir before you sell it to us. Just give us the land. We'll take care of the rest. So it is worth thinking about, well, why aren't they doing that now for the GL properties? They're not stepping up. I asked them very specifically, the technical people, do you need this for the project? And they said no. And they said they would not incorporate it into SERP even if it came on.
So in
They
other
would
words,
probably do something with it, but that's the trade-off, is how big a benefit are you really getting out of this thing? That's the key question for you.
and I'm not a water expert, although it's pretty good when I'm drinking it here. But so the South Florida Water Management District did indicate, or they indicated that they did not need this water reservoir proposal that is part of this land swap today?
Correct. I first came to that conclusion by looking at their approved project, both with the Corps and the district, And then I said, well, you know, maybe they have a different opinion. Let me go talk to them. So I went and talked to the technical people, the bureau chief that leads that, and we asked them, do you need this? And the answer was no.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Anybody else before I disappear?
If I may.
Go ahead.
One of the
Go ahead,
concerns
Mr.
that's been expressed and evaluated in the past is when you do construction near the refuge, if you dig deep lakes, that you could provide a flow path that would increase the seepage from the refuge. The district evaluated that concern and came up with a rule that limits the depth of lakes at a certain distance from the refuge. So I believe they've addressed that issue. I think that's worth noting. And to answer your question about what's the concern, too deep of lakes provide a connection to the deeper aquifer. Seepage can come up from the refuge into that lake and get out through the drainage system. That's the concern.
You good?
Carrie Snyder, Boynton Beach. I mention this each time. I was born and raised in what's called the Ag Reserve on Starkey Road. The Bednars have our farm. My parents were pioneer farmers in this area in the 1940s through the mid-1970s, and they can't be here to defend the agricultural land, so I'm here to do so. This nearly 700 acres is prime, productive, winter vegetable growing acreage. We have so few acres left in the eastern part of the county. Across the country, there's a crisis of the destruction of agricultural production lands being taken by development and also solar development in other parts of the country. The owner of the Hyder West parcel chose to preserve this acreage in a conservation easement as a tool in part of their prior deals. And they went ahead with those developments and increased density with these other developments that have been built within the Ag Reserve. This conservation easement should be upheld for this reason. About 6 weeks ago, there was a similar situation, and I was proud that the commissioners upheld the conservation easement with another parcel in Ag Preserve within the Agricultural Reserve near the marketplace. There's a lot of discussion about workforce housing. The county owns a parcel, southwest corner Jog Road and Flavor Pick. That's going to be used potentially for water resource management, but they could put some workforce housing in there. It exists right across the street. The purpose of the Ag Reserve designation is to limit development and preserve agriculture, and I hope that the commissioners will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Scott Zucker, president of Audubon Everglades. I live in Wellington. I just want to follow up before I start something that Dr. McVoy said, and that concerns the outcomes related to the water project. I attended many of the South Florida Water Management District meetings when they were looking to implement the EAA reservoir. And one of the things they always presented were the modeling studies. I have not heard of any modeling studies here in relationship to the reservoir being proposed here to preserve water in this county. So that may be something you may want to take a deeper dive into moving forward. On behalf of our approximately 2,500 members, we are opposed to the GL Homes proposed land swap that would transfer development rights into the Ag Reserve on land west of 441, where development rights were previously surrendered to develop elsewhere in the Ag Reserve. If the Board of Commissioners should decide to change the comprehensive plan and allow for development of this property, then the board would be ignoring the recommendations for the denial by expert staff and by their appointed Palm Beach County Planning Commissioners, breaking the rules of the comprehensive plan established 25 years ago, adding more homes to an already overburdened area, increasing more gray infrastructure in the area, impacting local flood control and aquifer recharge, and setting an ominous precedent in the Ag Reserve for future land swap requests. Now is the time for the Board of Commissioners to act wisely and do everything in its power to preserve the Ag Reserve from further degradation by denying development of the Hyder West parcel and resist GL Homes' most recent attempt to sweeten this unsavory land swap. Simply adding more sugar to a bad cup of coffee does not make it more palatable. It simply makes it a cloyingly sweet, bad cup of coffee. And that is something that the residents of Palm Beach County should not have to stomach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I apologize if some of you were here earlier. We dropped the cards, so they got a little mixed up. So I was trying to find them and put them in the right order, but I apologize if you've been here and you're waiting. So, and I see Lori waving, because Lori was one of those cards. Lori Burney, Dr. Lori Vinicor, Sandra Levin, and Barbara Roth, please. Please take both podiums and name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Lori Vinicor, 10626 Lorena Road, Delray Beach, Florida, in the Agricultural Reserve. I'm also president of the Alliance.
Hold on 1 second, Marie, you want to fix the timer?
Excuse me. Sure.
Okay.
Alliance of Delray Residential Associations. One thing I haven't seen corrected, or which was an excellent presentation from Kevin Rattery, but I didn't see that corrected, that 60/40 is not allowed on the west side of 441 right now. So saying that you're keeping the 60/40, it's not allowed there according to the comprehensive plan. It's the 80/20 you're allowed there. Why? Because they wanted more preservation for these projects. So you can build 80/20 on the west side right now, but you can't build 60/40. I think there would have to be a change in that, and the planning department can tell you that, planning division. What are the issues with the, I counted actually more than 6 developments, 7 or 8, including 7 Bridges, Valencia, it goes on and on, that have these as a preserved parcel for their planned new developments. And you wonder why, what is their advantage of these preserved parcels being on the west side of 441 and the communities are on the east side? Well, the big advantage for these is the fact that it is land that is preserved and they're not getting the density. But now, with this swap, they're getting the density. So it's sort of inequitable. The other inequitable thing is that we all pay for Lake Worth Drainage District in our taxes, and Lake Worth Drainage District is for our drainage, and then now the residents are being asked to help the drainage elsewhere, which would only be a regional benefit, as we heard from in a previous letter from a memo from Paul Linton. Those are some of the inequities. Is my time up now?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, though.
I have more, but I wrote you the letter, so you have it.
My name is Sandra Levin. I spoke yesterday.
1 second, ma'am.
Hold on one moment,
And
please.
then we have Commissioner Woodward has a
I'm
question.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the 80/20 that she was referring to. Is this parcel actually an 80/20?
What was your question? What is the 80/20?
Is this parcel part of the 80/20 versus the 60/40 rule?
It's the 60/40 is what it proposes. There's only one 80/20, and it's not west of State Road 7.
Can I just, I'm saying that just 80/20 can be built on the west side of 441. Only 80/20s can be built on the west side of 441, and they're proposing a 60/40. And the planning division can.
You want to readdress that? I don't think.
Yeah, the 60/40 planned unit development in the Ag Reserve, it can only be east of State Road 7. So all of those development areas that we've had, this is one of the things that it proposes, one of the things in the overlay that they need as a policy change or an allowance for it to go forward. 80/20s can occur anywhere in the Ag Reserve as long as they have frontage on an arterial collector.
Okay, my name is Sandra Levin. I spoke yesterday. I'm from Boca Raton. When I spoke yesterday, I thought I made it clear that the GL Homes project was a swap that is a bad idea. The reason I woke up at the crack of dawn today to get here, I realized that I didn't explain the most important part, which is this zoning change issue. You are voting on whether to end the Ag Reserve. You're basically changing the concept. Drew Martin mentioned this in a letter to the editor. It is survival of the Ag Reserve on the ballot.
you're pulling the rug out from under the ag reserve. There would essentially, with this zoning change, you are changing the principles, you're changing the definition of the agriculture reserve. You are rewriting it. This was approved by and paid for by the voters, and they are not getting a choice in this matter. One idea of a community resident was that we need a vote on this, if you were to consider this. There are other cuts in the agenda where the Sierra Club opposes today, but this is changing the definition of the ag reserve. The bulb went off in my head that this was an existential issue, and that's why I'm coming here to speak. Please do not vote for this. You are going back on your promises to the citizens. It will set a precedent, and other developers will follow. Please save this resource. Let's Palm Beach help save the Everglades and save the planet. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Barbara Roth, speaking on behalf of COBRA, Lake Worth 33467. Thank you for this opportunity. Just very quickly, April 26th, COBRA sent a letter to the BCC, all commissioners, email. I hope it was received. We certainly can reissue it. We don't miss an opportunity to speak on behalf of our people in COBRA, but I did not see COBRA recognized as one of the communicators to you. Rest assured, COBRA is in strong opposition to this proposal. We looked at it last year. We looked at it and did a very extensive call to action. At this time, we have looked at it again, and COBRA representatives have met with Mr. Rattery and Associates, and we appreciate that time. This is just a bridge too far, as we say. I had a call early this morning from someone who said, why is this even being considered again? Understanding all the constituencies that are expressing opposition to it. And honestly, with all the answers that I could give, I think this woman who spoke about her 15-year-old she left, but her 15-year-old who said, Mom, I think it just comes down to money. Frankly, I like the staff presentation. I think the staff presentation is just as slick as the GL presentation. I'll take it anytime. I get presentations from the staff on the Planning Commission. You have the best people in this county. They work and they look at everything, as do editorial writers and other constituents in the county. Please listen to them. COBRA strongly urges you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Arlene Berry, Debbie Murphy, Joe O'Donnell, and Chaim Glazer.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Arlene Berry. I live on Draft Horse Lane in Wellington. That's the Wellington Preserve. I'm here to speak about the comprehensive plan and its importance. The intent was the rural should stay rural. We have a very livable urban-suburban tier, and it requires balance with the country element to contrast that tier. Provides us fruits and vegetables, the produce, gives us welcome relief with the nurseries, stables, as well as the wildlife areas and the farms. I would say, like historically, the greatest, most magnificent areas in the world have that quality. The cities, I'm talking about Paris, Berlin, Florence, Rome. I lived in Italy for 2 years, and it is a great joy to go out in the countryside to see the olive orchards, the terraced area, the way they take care of their farmlands, and then to go back in the city and purchase fresh fruit and vegetables. So that's something that we should think of as a model. In fact, the comprehensive plan uses the Hudson Valley, mentions it, the Hudson Valley in right outside of Manhattan, as a role model for the agricultural reserve. So the agricultural reserve also has practical applications. It's perfectly possible that in the case of flooding, which we've seen quite recently in Broward and Miami-Dade, that these open lands will be a mechanism for survival. So we're going to see more of that in the future. Land that has vegetation and is unplowed and unbulldozed, it captures the rainwater. Right now what you have before you is a water conservation plan, which is the water.
You, ma'am. You're out of
Okay.
time.
Well, I'm against it. Please deny.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Debbie Murphy, Boynton Beach. I'm speaking as Second Vice President of COBRA. COBRA has met with the representatives from GL Homes and reviewed their updated presentation concerning the water project and benefits to Palm Beach County and surrounding municipalities. We admit that the water project, if ever completed, provides certain areas of Palm Beach County with public benefit. However, we believe that this potential benefit comes at a great cost to other areas of the county. COBRA views itself as a trusted partner with the county, and we have reviewed the land swap through that lens. The key to evaluating this property is to weigh the proposed public benefit against the terrible precedent that results from this land swap. The decision to allow a developer the right to swap the preserve requirement for projects in the Ag Reserve by using preserved land outside the Ag Reserve is, as you know, unprecedented. If allowed, the floodgates are open for other developers to come forward with similar proposals. Consequently, this creates a dangerous precedent, which could be the final blow, ultimately ending the Ag Reserve. We believe that the water project does not represent a public benefit that warrants such a bad precedent. Based on reviewing the Memorandum of Understanding, we know that there are other parties required to implement the water project, including South Florida Water Management District. Has the South Florida Water Management District, the county, or other stakeholders commenced review and negotiation of the MOU? Respectfully, COBRA believes these questions, among many other concerns, remain unanswered. As such, we support staff's recommendation to deny the land swap. Thank you.
Let me start. I think it's important we all understand water is not behind this whole proposal. It's moving 1,250 homes from ITG to the Ag Reserve for the benefit of one company's profit line. This dubious water project, it's not actually clear what Palm Beach County gets from it. I do know that Palm Beach County was only looking at 148 new workforce housing units net. Palm Beach County will have to determine funding. If it gets involved, it'll have to become a water resource management entity, and it'll have to get the approval of 3 government entities, which have already decided this wasn't the right route for them. Now, the impact on the Ag Reserve. There's 13,000 acres of preserved land in the Ag Reserve. That's what's at stake. If we bring in TDRs from outside the Ag Reserve, make no mistake, please, it's the end of the Ag Reserve. And that's not hyperbole. TDRs have been effective for the Board of County Commissioners to control development. You will lose that tool if the TDRs are brought in from outside the Ag Reserve. Density will increase, farms and ag businesses will continue to be pressured more and more. This issue really is creating conflict between the northern and the southern part of the county. There's no doubt about it. In conclusion, GI signed an agreement so they could build 7,000 homes in the Ag Reserve. They've either built or in process of building those 7,000 homes. Now they're looking, how do they find something else to do? So what they want to do is renege on their deal and get the development rights back on something that they use to support the development of other sites.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I have something I was asked to deliver.
We'll take that.
It's not mine, it's a petition with 1,800 signatures. And I would ask you to think about
Thank
these
you, sir.
1,800 and the other 4,000 signatures you had against this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barnett, you're recognized, sorry.
I appreciate your indulgence. I know it's not usual to ask questions, but it's been raised a few times, the issue of whether or not we need approval for the water project by another governmental entity, specifically the South Florida Water Management District. I'm not sure if this was addressed by staff or by GL Homes. I was wondering if we could get a very brief explanation from staff or Kevin, or both.
Staff, I think.
So in this case, the district would be the permit reviewer, and they'd have to comply with the requirements for construction, and that includes like impacts to wetlands. They would not be reviewing it for whether or not it had value to them or value to you as a yes or no. They were just saying, is it designed safely? Does it meet the requirements for setbacks from wetlands? Does it meet the requirements for wetlands backs? They would be reviewing from that aspect. Then that's basically it.
So they could kill the project if they decided that it didn't comply with their requirements?
No, they rarely kill a project like this because it's pretty straightforward and there's relatively small wetlands. They would make them mitigate for them and give them options on that, but I don't think they're in the position where they would say, no, you can't construct this. They could say, no, we don't want it,
okay.
You know, but they're not going to stop it from a permitting aspect because it's not something they want.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Real quick, I'm sorry, just to clarify, were you asking the approval of the development or of the actual water project? Permitting. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right. Nope, you're welcome. And just to my fellow commissioners, this is a long hearing. If you do have questions of staff or anybody else, feel free to chime in. You don't have to wait until we're done. Go
Sir?
ahead, sir, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, County Commissioners, Chaim Glazer, 21556 San Lorenzo Avenue, Boca Raton. I'm here representing Torah Academy, Boca Raton. And I think that some people have mentioned that this is something which is a boon for the northern part of the county, but will come at a negative impact for the southern part of the county. I think we need to also look at the tremendous partnership GL has offered to so many different organizations here in the southern part of the county, including Torah Academy, as well as the Chabad Synagogue, as well as JARC, as well as building workforce housing. This project will not only be a boon for the northern part of the county, I believe this project will also be a boon for many of our constituents in the southern part of the county who will benefit from this land swap. I would ask that you would approve the land swap.
Thank you. Barry Frankel, Jonas Steinberg, Karen Marcus, Aubrey Arrington.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jonas Steinberg. I am the president of the Stonebridge Homeowners Association. We approved this as an association and support GL. 92% of our residents voted for this. We are really the most impacted community because we're right to the south of where GL is planning to build. We feel that by having GL on our northern border, it will add to our security, and GL has also offered us access out to 441 as we only have one, and in the time of an emergency, that's our only way out currently. But after listening to everyone here today, I realize that the issues here are much more important than what 398 people at Stonebridge want. I like what GL has offered to the community, but I couldn't help but listening to the staff when they said this requires a fundamental policy change by the commission, which you are allowed to do. So then I'm sitting here listening, and I listened to the GL proposal. I listened on the water very carefully, and I listened to the people who were on the other side of this issue. And then I realized I don't know anything about water. And so it really comes down to who do you believe on this water and the ag reserve? And so I leave it in your good hands. And if you support GL, I know you will have the courage to make a policy change, because policies aren't forever. And what was made 10 years ago may not be applicable today. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Karen Marcus, President of Sustainable Palm Beach County and a former county commissioner who was one of the architects of the Ag Reserve bond issue that we took to the public, and they overwhelmingly supported, as I think has been pointed out here before. Our concern, and I believe you've received our letter, was the precedent you're setting with conservation easements. Like Brookside when it was here a month ago, another change to a conservation easement. And I thank you for not doing that, and I'm asking you to not do that again today. Even though this is a swap, it's still not a swap in terms of coming back and changing something else up. I think Dr. McVoy said it perfectly in terms of you always want more water storage, but this is not going to have a significant benefit. We have Mecca Farms getting built by Water Management District, and we have the C-51 pits. That's where the Lake Worth Lagoon water is going to go. When we were doing our water bond issue, you were considering it. We would have loved to have GL's support, because we could have replumbed the system to put the water there. Without having to do conservation easement swaps. We have, in terms of natural areas, we have 32,000 acres of natural land all over the county with 50 conservation easements on them, and we have 4,900 private conservation easements with 123, well, I got that backwards, 4,900 private conservation owned property with 123 conservation easements on it. So please don't set the precedent. Don't send the staff back to, let's just try it again and work it out and submit it, or don't do that. Just work on things where it can make a difference with the water quality. Go back and look at the water bond issue so that the public can weigh in again and say, yeah, we want water storage, we want it the right way. So there's plenty of opportunities. We request that you not transmit this, that you deny it, and that you support your fabulous staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Sachs has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Marcus? You were on the county commission when these issues of bonds for water conservation and passage and the lagoon and the city of West Palm Beach. Is this proposal that we are reviewing today for Indian Trails, is this something that is feasible and plausible and something that we should seriously consider in this land swap?
I don't think the benefit outweighs what happens with the swapping of conservation easements. Again, having water storage is nice, but because Mecca Farms is moving forward and because the C-51 basin is there, you have plenty of water storage in this area. This is very shallow, if anything, so the significance of it wouldn't be there. So yes.
When you say shallow, you're not talking about the argument, you're talking about the water, right?
I'm talking about both, maybe, yes. What they're offering right now is, and I think all the other things that they're trying to add in there are a little, out there, but yes.
Well, let's talk about water for a minute, because you know you were here
Yes.
when this was going on.
Yes.
Somebody else, and I think it might have been Mr. Linton, was talking about how the water is so shallow there that if we don't get enough rain, then then the soil absorbs it, and then we get blue algae. And then is this water area that they're referring to at Indian Trails, is this an appropriate place to have a reservoir for water at this time, or should we wait and see what happens when this, should we wait until later, or is this something that has to be done right away?
I think that if this was something that was necessary for the water, that the Water Management District would approach them and they would say, we would like to buy your property, or we would like to lease it, because it has a conservation easement on it now. So they could come to them and lease it and say, this is going to be a very important part of an overall water project. We want to lease your land. They do it all the time. So it should be done through the Water Management District. If they think it's important, they'll approach them. They apparently don't think it's important right now because they haven't approached them. So that would be that answer for you.
Sir. Good afternoon. I'm Barry Frankel. I live in Stonebridge Golf and Country Club. As my friend Jonas Steinberg said, things change. If you drive down from Atlantic Avenue past the Hyder project to Stonebridge, you see pizza shops, you see gas stations, you see dentist shops. There's one piece of land down there, right adjacent to Stonebridge. And a fear from all of us in the community is, if the farmer stops farming, what's going to happen to the land? The farmer said last year when he was here, moving his equipment, it's urban farming, not rural farming. He gets rear-ended. What will happen, what will the county do for the people at Stonebridge if we end up with a piece of farmland that's orphaned down there and no one wants to farm there? They can't move equipment, they can't bring help in. And what will be done to make sure that if the land is no longer farmed, that the people don't start camping out on it or using it to climb over the fence into Stonebridge? That's the real question. Things have changed. Maybe the agricultural reserve should stop at north of Atlantic and west of 441. Has the commissioners thought about that? The other final issue is we only have one gate, as Mr. Steinberg said. The community was designed to allow an exit through the land to the north. When accidents happened in front of Stonebridge, and two accidents happened where people died, we lost our gate for several hours. My friends get rushed to their doctors when they can't breathe. We're a community over 65 on the average. We have people who choke on their food and they die. If the rescue squad can't get in, or our members can't get out to the hospital because the gate is blocked, and there's no alternative, what's going to happen? We saved some peppers, we killed my friends. With a second exit through the GL property, people's lives can be saved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rabbi Yosef, I apologize, Rakin, Lisa Interlandi, Michael Ledwitz, Jennifer Thompson. Everybody come on up. You've got two podiums.
I missed one of the names. Did you say Ashley Walker?
Not yet.
Should I go ahead? Okay.
Go right ahead.
Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I wanted to respond to the video. I think you guys owe me some royalties or something on that. But, okay, a lot has changed since that video. I mean, for one thing, it didn't involve any land swap. It didn't involve any conservation easements. It didn't involve any development in the ag reserve. Since then, the C51 reservoir has been approved for over 14,000 acre feet of water storage to benefit Loch Setchee River and Lake Worth Lagoon. And also Mecca Farms in that proposal, with where they referenced the video. We were looking at Mecca Farms to be a shallow, very shallow impoundment, and it is instead going to be a much deeper impoundment. So a lot's changed, and that's a big change. So basically what's being proposed here is the complete opposite of what was ever planned for the ag reserve. In terms of, like, the ag reserve was supposed to be a sending area for transfer of development rights. It was supposed to be low density, a buffer to the refuge. None of those things will be the case if this goes forward. We are certainly super concerned about the impact on conservation easements. 600 acres of conservation land being unpreserved. I heard the gentleman say that policies don't last forever. Policies might not last forever, but conservation easements are supposed to last forever. They are supposed to last in perpetuity forever. So that's what we need to focus on. Preserving the land that was preserved before and keeping it preserved forever. This is going to significantly increase the number of units in the ag reserve, and as I've talked to you guys about before, development out there we're reaching build out, except it's not going to ever reach build out if you continue to change the rules and allow more development. So we would certainly ask you not to do that. There was a statement made that they are going to not build on the Indian Trail Groves reservoir, and on the Indian Trail Groves parcel until the reservoir is built. They don't agree not to build on the Hyder parcel until the reservoir is built. They've owned the Indian Trail Groves parcel since 2005. They're closing in on 20 years of ownership and they've never built on it. It's possible they might never build on it. So there you go. Your assurance is not really that valuable. So I urge you to deny this today. Thank you.
Sir?
Hi, my name is Yosef Reichik. Thank you for giving me the time. So there's a big principle in Judaism that says, V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha means what you want to be done to yourself, do for somebody else. I have a good friend, his name is Rabbi Shapiro. I live in the ag reserve myself. For me to get to Temple, I got to walk 1.4 miles. Not that I can't use it, but in the Florida heat, It's tough. Right now, we have a small Chabad, and for anyone to walk to us, you're going at least, we have a home, at least a mile. This would give a tremendous opportunity for so many people that are looking to move into GL homes, that are religious people that would be able to walk into a shul. Right now, there's not one Valencia that is really good walking distance. The canyons from where we are also over a mile from where I am in Cobblestone Creek, for those that know the area well. This would be a tremendous, tremendous opportunity to really help the community grow and give people an opportunity to live next to a temple. Also, it would give religious teachers an opportunity to live in the Ag Reserve, also walking distance with the workforce housing, and so on and so forth. As Misha said before, to me, I'm a layman in this. I don't know about water preservation. But if in the future other developers want to come in and say, hey, we want to build in the Ag Reserve, how amazing would it be if the commission could turn to them and say, hey, do what GL did. You want to build in Boynton Beach, where I am? Donate land to temples, donate land to Federation, donate land to a school to be built. So I feel the commission right here has the opportunity to say, hey, you want to build, but there's a lot that you could give to the community, and I believe the GL is doing it. Thank you.
Michael Ledwitz, Polo Point Way, Jennifer Thompson, Dennis Grady, Josh Brody. Sorry.
No, please, go ahead. You first.
Name and address for the record.
Okay, sure. Josh Brody, 6658 Thornhill Court in Boca Raton. It's really a privilege to be able to stand in front of all of you at this very, very important meeting. You know, you keep hearing over and over that this is certainly an unprecedented change that would have to take place in order for something to move forward. And I think everyone here would agree that we're simply living in unprecedented times. I work at the Jewish Federation as the Jewish Federation's rabbi. I work with every one of our local synagogues in South Palm Beach County, as well as all of the heads of schools in our Jewish schools. And when we look at our community today, and we see that in the last 25 years that I've almost been here 25 years, you see how the community has grown. We should be very proud that we are the fastest growing Jewish community in the United States right now. And we need to make sure that we have a Jewish infrastructure to support that incredible growth. You know, one of the things that has been reiterated over and over again is that we're not the water experts, but GL simply responded to what they heard in meetings in this very room. We don't know what the right thing is that needs to be done, but we know that there are experts that do. And there are experts that can build it, and there are experts that can make sure it's done correctly. But when you're dealing with a partner like GL, there's Ratis, they're not a fly-by-night company, not a company that was here yesterday and just got built and now they're here today in this room. Been around for decades. And when you're looking for a partner, you're looking for someone that you can trust. And I think everyone here would agree that they're just a great company. They're a for-profit company, but they also want to give back. And whether it's Torah Academy, whether it's the Chabad, we need more synagogues in our community, whether it's the schools and the other great civic spaces that they've built in the past, they always come through. And that's why I support this land use proposal.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Dennis Grady, 8490 Thousand Pines Circle, West Palm Beach, semi-retired. The proposal before you this afternoon presents a great opportunity for the board to support an excellent residential addition to Palm Beach County. An important element to the GL Homes proposal is the 277 workforce housing units to be constructed in the Hyder West community. As you and I know, workforce housing is one of the greatest challenges facing the business community. The opportunity for home ownership would be enhanced for teachers, first responders, healthcare workers, and many more key employees in our local economy. In addition, the proposed multi-million-dollar water resource project that GL proposes on its Indian Trails property would be a significant water improvement benefiting Grassy Waters Preserve and the Loxahatchee River. The commitment of GL Homes to design and build this project is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please do not let it slip away. I personally urge you to approve the request before you this afternoon. And my final request is, for 35 years, I had the great pleasure of serving as CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. And their current CEO, Donald Burgess, who is out of the country, requested that I communicate to you, I think he has in a written letter, that the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches has voted to endorse the concept of the trade of development rights that allows for the implementation of a water quality improvement project and the addition of desperately needed workforce housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Ledwitz, Jennifer Thompson, Ovit Benzagwin, I apologize, Jeff Zerlunik. Zerlunik? If I'm butchering names, I apologize. Okay.
I'll take his spot.
And then Eric Hopkins. You're in the next card, Eric. Any of those four names here? Okay. Eric Hopkins.
Thank you. My name's Eric Hopkins. I live at 2635 Sun Cove Lane, North Palm Beach, Florida. I'm Senior Vice President and partial owner of Hundley Farms, Inc. We are a fourth-generation family farm in Palm Beach County, and my wife's grandfather started farming here in 1935, and my son's still farming today. We farm in the Glades area, Loxahatchee, Central Florida, and Southwest Georgia. We've had a long-term relationship with GL in the Loxahatchee area, and it's been a very good partnership. We've put our blood, sweat, and tears into this farm. We're currently farming blueberries, sweet corn, green beans, bell peppers, specialty peppers, and sugarcane. Palm Beach County is one of the winter vegetable areas of the country, and being able to grow our crops in the winter on warm land is very beneficial. And the land in Loxahatchee is warmer than the Glades, so we try to focus our winter vegetables in that area because we have a much better success of making it through a freeze. We're feeding most of America this time of year, so it's very important to have agriculture in Palm Beach County. We use all best agriculture management practices and always have. We're very conscientious of the land and good stewards of the land. If this partnership with GL switches and the county takes over the land, we would be very interested in continuing our relationship with the county for many years to come. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jean Yermez, followed by Ken Yermez, or is that Yesmez? Apologize. Renee Hamilton, Elizabeth Acomando.
Hi, thank you. Jeannie Herms. Let me first acknowledge and thank each and every one of you on the board for your hard work and your difficult task regarding planning and zoning for our county. Now you're being asked to alter and change land parcel zonings once again. The area in question, Hyder West property, it butts up to the wildlife preserve. It's not an urban area. It's very low density. I see no overriding reason to alter the existing zoning or grant this land swap deal. With all due respect, I see no unnecessary hardship placed on landowners to develop their property in their as-is zoning conditions. They purchased this land knowing it was zoned ag. A perplexing question, how to balance the need for continued farmland and environmental needs while allowing economic vitality. With the current conditions, where more and more brick and mortar stores and office spaces are not being filled, and they're going out of business, there's plenty of room in our urban areas to build workforce housing and develop. There's no need to develop in the ag reserve. This land swap will cause more traffic, environmental destruction, flooding, and of course our fragile climate change are just some things I want to point out. Our farmlands are shrinking and we need them. Please vote no to GL and this land swap. It's just wrong. We've lost so much, we can't afford to lose any more. Thanks.
Ken Yerms, Boynton Beach. I have a long speech, but I'm not going to present it because I've been here for a long time. Basically, I heard the presentations on both sides, and despite the petitioner's presentation of the incentives to the county, I prefer to look at the objective decision makers here, which is the staff, county staff, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, their position was to deny the recommendation. They said that the amendment lacks adequate justification. They said that the amendment is inconsistent with the county's direction and cities and counties' managed growth tier. And to me, that's it. I understand both sides. I know there's been a lot of development by GL Homes in the Ag Reserve. We got Valencia Lakes and Isles and Point and Bay and Cove and Sound. And now we have Valencia Grand. And the moniker is Valencia Grand, the greatest of them all, okay? But that will only be the greatest of them all until the contiguous property to the south of Valencia Grand is built. Now that's going to be the greatest of them all. And then if you approve the property on 441, the Hyder property, that's going to be Valencia blank, the super grandest of them all. So when does it stop? And as regard to the workforce housing, we could build it someplace else. And as regard to the Jewish Academy, their only concern is they want to be able to walk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Renee Hamilton. I live at 17934 Temple Boulevard in Loxahatchee. I actually border on 180th and Temple Boulevard, which is immediately east of the area that GL Homes will be building in. I've heard some people today speak about land use for agriculture, horses, along with wildlife, and that you want to protect and preserve the wildlife. Well, so do the people out in Loxahatchee. So we've been trying to deal with things out there for a long time, and one of the things that we want you to realize for those people that live down south is that we are an agricultural area also, and we need relief also. So GL Homes is being put in the middle of our community that is a horse and agricultural community. It was approved by the county commissioners several years ago, I think more like 8 or so, maybe longer than that, maybe 10. But the people didn't get to vote on it. So now today, I'm here to ask the county commissioners to approve this swap. And the reason that I need this swap is because we live in an area that is 15 miles west of 441. We flood. Every rain, we flood out there. We need water, somewhere for it to go. They are building all kinds of reservoirs as they're extending Seminole Pratt and widening it, but we need more. So I'm asking that the county give us this opportunity and hear us and help us. So I know that a lot of people down south need help and relief too, but we need it also, and I don't want you to forget about those of us out in Loxahatchee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Elizabeth Accomando, 6521 Carroll Street, Loxahatchee. I'm here today, as you know, I'm a supervisor with the Indian Trail Improvement District, and we did submit a resolution of support for this project, this land swap. The water project is critical, as Renee just mentioned, to our nearly 45,000 residents. They mentioned the Acreage Landowner Association petition. I do have those support petitions here. I provided a copy to be received and filed. There are over 1,200. You know, we've heard many people, they're opposed and very concerned about the preservation on the Ag Reserve. And as Renee mentioned, I don't know if many of these people here today have been to northwestern Palm Beach County, our area of Loxahatchee. It's a rural tier. It's presently actively farmed, as you heard from Mr. Hunley a few moments ago. Many of the lots are over 5 acres. None are less than 1.5. We have significant wildlife in our community, which has been getting pushed out more and more by developments in cities coming in the middle of us. And the Indian Trail Groves property is adjacent to the Corbett Preserve. So there are the same issues by us as we have down south. The 45,000 residents of the acreage, they will be the ones paying to maintain the roads. The 30,000 trips per day that the development is going to create, and this small transfer of development rights at least will provide an enormous amount of relief as far as traffic. Our residents are benefit assessed, and therefore they have to pay for everything. And in an emergency, we have very few ways to get out. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Merrill Davids, Barry Friedman, Ashley Watkins, Laura Contrera.
Hi, Merrill Davids, 9527 Lake Serena Drive in Boca. This is my first time ever attending a county commission meeting. I work. I took off today because I feel this issue is so important, as do most of my neighbors who I've spoken to who couldn't take off today. I grew up in Broward County. When we lived in Broward County when I was younger, everybody said, I hope Broward County doesn't become Miami-Dade County. That county is so overdeveloped, and in Broward we have all this land. Well, I don't have to tell you what Broward looks like these days, which is one of the main reasons why my husband and I moved up to Palm Beach County, so that we wouldn't be in an area that was so overdeveloped. And it's been really sad for the 18 years that we've lived in Palm Beach County to watch the Ag Reserve get chipped away, to watch all this development. You know, early part of the day you had the map where they were talking about the industrial part, and all around the industrial part, in the area that's green, in the Ag Reserve tiers, there's a lot of development there. And now you're talking about taking land from somewhere else and preserving that. The gentleman from GL Homes talked about this being a straightforward business proposal. But as I was listening to him, I felt like I was at an Oprah Winfrey show. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car. Somebody gets an entrance to their community, and somebody gets workforce housing, and someone gets water, and someone gets a temple. If this development was really such a great plan, it should be able to stand on its own without all these sweeteners being thrown in to try to make it seem like something worth doing. So all I want to say is, from my perspective, land is not fungible. You can't just take land from one place and make it seem like you're preserving it from somewhere else. And I'm just going to implore you not to turn Palm Beach County into Broward County. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Laura Contrera, and my address is 400 Highwood Circle. I live in Jupiter. I'm the Vice President of Programs and Services for Gulfstream Goodwill, and I'm here today in support of this proposal for GL Homes. As a large nonprofit in this community for both the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County, our mission is changing lives through housing, education, and employment. And GL Homes has been a phenomenal partner to our organization in assisting the homeless in our community. GL Homes supports the Lewis Center, which is one of the homeless resource centers that we operate. They facilitated a good night's sleep program where they provide over $10,000 monthly to assist individuals moving out into permanent housing and providing them with bedding, TVs, and other household furnishings. When the county called upon us to open a second shelter during the COVID pandemic at the fairgrounds, GL Homes once again stepped up to the plate and offered us the good night's sleep program to those shelter residents as well. And then when the county approached us a third time and said, we really want to open up a shelter out in the Glades, GL Homes once again stepped up to the plate and gave us a phenomenal donation to start a food pantry in that area so that the families and the children that we served would have nutritious meals. Not only are they a friend to the homeless, but when we embarked on a project to develop a program for individuals with developmental disabilities, low-cost housing, GL Homes stepped up to the plate and offered us financial assistance to complete that project as well. So I'm here on behalf of Gulfstream Goodwill to support this proposal and to support GL Homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Watkins. I live at 13085 83rd Lane North. I am here today as an acreage resident in support of the land swap. I have lived in the acreage community for 8 years. My husband grew up in the acreage community, and he rode his horse to his elementary school. We've witnessed the development and progression on a first-hand basis. The influx of residents is inevitable. We know this living in the acreage. There are responsible solutions to accommodate this growth, and this land swap is one of them. I've witnessed the increase in traffic in the acreage. Recently, my 30-minute commute to work took a total of 2.5 hours due to a single car accident. I spent 1.5 hours gridlocked and unable to move on the neighborhood side streets. Children were trapped in buses, and had there been an emergency, neither fire rescue nor police would have been able to reach me or my neighbors. The community roads were at a standstill. Instances like this are becoming increasingly frequent. The proposed land swap will decrease the already approved 4,000 homes by 1,200 homes, a reduction of 13,000 daily commuter trips. It is a necessary safety reduction in the already crowded streets. The rapid growth is here, and we need bold solutions. We need to be proactive and not reactive. The addition of the water treatment project is necessary for the entire county because it opens additional opportunities for water flow. GL Homes will take the financial burden off of the county residents for this water project. These are the first steps to becoming proactive for future water concerns. And I can say that the traffic infrastructure in the acreage is in a desperate need of a reactive solution. We do not want the need for a reactive water solution. In addition, the need for workforce housing. Okay, I'm going to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Barry Friedman. I live at 15970 Matero Bay Court in Delray Beach, Florida. I live in Saturnia Isles, and in the spirit of true disclosure, I am on the board of the HOA of Saturnia Isles, but I am here is in a capacity of a private resident. The only thing I could tell you about water is running through fire hazards in the streets of Brooklyn to cool off in the hot summers. So I'm totally not qualified to speak about it. However, having moved to Saturnia Isles 11 years ago, I've watched the corridor from Atlantic to Clintmore phenomenally grow at a phenomenal pace. And at the same time, the lack of resources that are there is a significant issue. I have 11-year-old twin daughters. I have no park to take them to. And there is a significant issue now as they move into middle school. There's a teacher shortage, and that's due to the workforce housing issue. So this program actually does address that issue. It addresses the land that we need for parks. And if I tell you, I'm surprised it hasn't come up yet today, pickleball is a very popular game that everyone wants, that no community, I believe no community along that corridor has courts. So this would be another opportunity to satisfy that. Unfortunately, my daughter had a seizure one day, and I called 911, and it was the wait, because the fire rescue station is more than 4 miles away, the wait was much longer than the 6.5-minute county average that exists. There are a lot of people who live in this corridor. There needs to be a fire rescue station. The land that GL is willing to donate to the county would make a great fire rescue station. Finally, as I speak very quickly, having the private resources there, the Chabad, the JFS, JARFCO, it's an opportunity to teach my children to donate their time and volunteer, that as well as for other children. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mitchell Rosenstein, Isabella Ring, Mariana Vallejo, Robert Jones, Sean Tomelty. I know I've read a lot of cards, but it seems like we've dwindled down a little bit.
Good afternoon. My name is Mitch Rosenstein. I live at 16520 Via Venetia East, 33484. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the proposed rezoning and swap. I hope that I have an opportunity to offer a bit of a unique perspective, at least a dual perspective. First and foremost, like so many others here today, I'm a resident of the community. We live at Meisner's Preserve on Jog Road, just south of Linton. My parents recently moved up from Broward County into Huntington Point, also off of Jog Road. My oldest son attends Murakami Park Elementary. and God willing, our youngest son will as well. One of the many reasons we chose to live where we live is because of the thoughtful planning, the public schools, the public spaces throughout Palm Beach County. In my mind, that also means thoughtful growth. The GL Homes proposal will create more public spaces, increase the tax base, and in turn help our schools and maintain those public spaces. We're proud to live and work in Palm Beach County, and as cheesy as this sounds, we're grateful to live here, to have an opportunity to raise our family here, to have our kids attend great public schools, and to be able to look after my parents. But I'm also here in a professional capacity. My company develops affordable and workforce housing. As you all know too well, and as has been discussed today, we're having trouble attracting and keeping workers, young professionals, school board staff, warehouse employees, farm workers, hospital staff, and everyone in between because they can't afford to live close to their jobs here in Palm Beach County. Thank you to you all and to staff for the efforts with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It'll create many homes for working families and for seniors living on fixed incomes. To that end, we can't understate the importance of GL Homes' commitment to create workforce housing and to donate land for civic purposes. Thank you.
Isabella Ring, Mariana Vallejo, Robert Jones, Sean Tomelty, Sherry Scarborough, Eileen Akabaz, Hampton Boulevard.
Hello, my name is Sean Tomelty. I live in Boynton Beach, Florida. I'm coming to you from a small business owner's perspective. I'm a commercial tenant in the area, and I'm in support of the proposal by GL. The reason I'm in support is because more rooftops and more houses will help my business and the surrounding businesses by allowing for a larger customer draw. In addition, I believe a rising tide floats all boats, and the proposal would do this by bringing more quality tenants to the area, and which in turn would help our organization as well as many other organizations. In addition, we do have employees who work for my organization who do commute 45 plus minutes because they cannot afford the housing in the area, and I think the affordable workplace housing would also help that as well. I think it would help my business and many other local businesses for many years to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Eileen Alcabez, 17280 Hampton Boulevard, Boca Raton. I've been part of the Boca Raton community for 25 years, and over the past few years, especially during the pandemic, South Palm Beach County has grown exponentially. There are people moving into Boca Raton every day. It's wonderful to see, and it's been fantastic for the local Jewish community of which I'm a part of. But now we're facing a crisis. Land costs have skyrocketed so much that Jewish organizations may never be able to afford to build a synagogue or expand their programs. To me, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a difference in our Jewish community. I'm also aware of the amazing work done by Jewish Family Services and JARC. Together, they address true needs in our community, helping individuals, families, seniors, and those with special needs, not only for our Jewish residents, but for anyone in need, regardless of race, religion, or ethnic background. It's heartbreaking to think about what will happen if they cannot build their facility in West Delray. I understand you have a difficult decision to make today, but I hope you make the right one for the greater good of the Jewish community and the community at large. Please approve this GL project. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabella Ring, this is the last time I'm calling. Robert Jones, Mariana Vallejo, they're all in support. Sherry Scarborough.
Good afternoon. Sherry Scarborough, 10619 Maple Chase Drive, Boca Raton, Florida. I'm here as the president of the West Boca Community Council. I'm very rarely at any county commission meeting unless it is a big deal, and this here is a big deal to the residents in West Boca. For more than a year, we have met with GL Homes regarding the Hyder West property and support our member communities in desiring this to be approved. I've received many emails and phone calls supporting this project from the surrounding communities, to name a few: Stonebridge, Symphony Bay, Saturnia, Coral Key, Cocoa Point, the Bridges, Seven Bridges, Rio Poco, Tierra del Rey, Boca Isles, Boca Greens, Boca Winds, Boca Falls, and many others, as well as many phone calls, and retailers in the area also. Traffic always comes up when the talk of any new development is under consideration. I travel this area every single day and can honestly say there is no traffic congestion. There is never a wait for the light to change green more than once. The road can certainly handle the additional traffic that this development would bring. Last year, we were asked to get behind the workforce housing initiative, and we did, gladly got behind that. We held meetings, met with the communities, had county staff give a presentation, which interestingly enough, showed workforce housing on this very site that we're here to talk about today. We've done our part. We need this workforce housing. We want our teachers, police officers, firefighters, sons, daughters, and elder family members to live close by. We don't want them to move out of Palm Beach County in order to have a roof over their head. Hyder West would benefit from the 277 workforce housing units, which is exactly what the county has been asking for, as well as many residents. It is now being laid at our feet, and yet here we are fighting for the very thing that is best for everyone.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate your support.
Alexis Rossi, Kevin McAvoy, Robert Sycamore, I apologize, Scott McClenahan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alexis Rossi. I live at 83 Meadows Drive in Boynton Beach. What an afternoon it's been. So I want to address, I'm not a water expert, obviously, but I lived in Palm Beach, in West Palm Beach in 2018 when an algae bloom came through my pipes. So I am here on board with getting the water problem fixed. There's no question that we need to improve water well into the future, but why are we putting the people that need this most in a position where the only way that they can get the clean water is to spend money that they don't have to make this gift actually work? Does a single mom family in Riviera Beach have the option to say, yes, by all means, give us this water plant that may or may not work, will cost us money, and isn't going to do anything right now, just so some rich people in another part of the county can buy a multi-million-dollar house where they want it? I would ask that you go back to your cities and your constituents and tell them that their money was spent for them on something they don't need, so people who don't look like them can have things at their expense. There are way too many contingencies in this plan to get what we need, and there has to be a different way. You are assuredly even clearer than I am on the tenuousness of these theories, but what is inarguable is that the reserve, once given over to corporate interests, can never be reclaimed. The county's growth is not slowing and will likely accelerate well into the future. And if, at some point down the road, our residents' well-being can truly best be assured by drawing on the value of the agricultural land, there is no reason not to expect that it can be drawn on then. To do it now would be to cede to an irretrievable gem for dubious, at best, payoff. Please make the right decision and vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Kevin McAvoy. I'm a recent relocator to this area from Sacramento, California. Don't move there. And before that, I was in Stamford, Connecticut. Don't move there. I moved down here because I was told that this was a paradise waiting to be embraced. So I came down to the paradise of Boca Raton and I said, this is beginning to look like Nassau County, New York. There's stores everywhere, there's people everywhere, there's traffic everywhere, and why did I bother to come here? I could have stayed in Sacramento and had perfect weather, if you don't mind 106 degrees and bone dry 10 months of the year. So we went up to the village of Wellington, where I now live, and now I understand that there's proposals to come in and move this building farther north. Now, I've lived in about 8 states and I've lived overseas, and there's one thing that I've learned is once building starts, it doesn't stop, it never stops, it can't be stopped, and it won't stop. If you don't believe me, go to Los Angeles, California. Los Angeles County looked exactly like Palm Beach County in 1960. Look at it now. Look at Nassau County, New York. It looked exactly like Palm Beach County in 1960. Look at it now. You have the perfect opportunity to stop what's going to become a disaster down the road. Not today, not tomorrow, Maybe not in my lifetime, but in these people's kids' lifetime, they're going to be saying, where can I go to get out of this hellhole? Because that's what it's going to end up being, just like LA, if you don't stop it now. And it's not a matter of purposefully going out of your way to stop it. You have to change the rules to allow it to go on. This proposal should have never gotten this far. It should have never gotten in front of you and these people. You have the rules are made, the rules are agreed to. It should have been no thank you from day one. Thank you for your time.
Robert Sycamore, Scott McClenahan, Judy Hill, Bobby Pointer. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott McClanagan. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm here today representing In the Pines, which is located at Half Mile Road in Delray Beach and on Hagen Ranch Road in Boynton Beach. In the Pines is an affordable housing community in western Palm Beach County. We have 70 units. We serve roughly 300 people in the community, and we are dedicated to providing affordable workforce housing. Palm Beach County does not have enough of it. The proposal by GL to provide more workforce housing in western Palm Beach County is tremendous. It provides great housing opportunities as we have more people coming to this community for teachers, firefighters, first responders, and so forth. We need more affordable housing in Palm Beach County, and this proposal that they're providing helps that out. Thank you very much.
Sir.
My name is Bobby Pointer, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. My company, we provide the management for the operating system of the Cypress Grove Community Development's water district there. So we do all of the maintenance, we build the pump stations, we control the water for our system. We move it in and out as needed for the farmers' uses. I've been involved in this property for many years. Back in '72, Sam Friedland called my dad and said, hey, would you come down here and run this orange grove for us? Well, starting in '91, I took over maintenance of the water system out there. So I've been involved with it for quite some time. I've helped with some of the design of this system with the engineers. We've gone through some of the operational issues. We feel this system will work 100%. I am supportive of it. And my team, we're out there 24/7 managing that water. So we're very confident in this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Judy Hill, Jarrett or Janet Livingston, Marilyn Howard Fisher, Steve Isaacson, Lorna Wallach, Danielle Hartman. Judy was opposed. All right, everybody, come on up. Come on, don't be shy.
Please. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lorna Wallach. I'm a retired Palm Beach County employee. I live in Valencia Sound. I board my 2 horses at Sunshine Meadows, and I also teach horseback riding. As of today, we have 3,394 signed supporters for the petition that the young man talked so highly about of protecting Sunshine Meadows, which I have this with me. All of you have received my email, my letter covering my concerns for Sunshine Meadows and Hyder West that surrounds us. So just to let you know, a little interesting thing is GL did approach me and asked if I would stand up for them today and support them. And of course I declined. But this is another story. This is a story of David and Goliath. David has a slingshot, which is our voices. Goliath is has mega millions and an army of PR employees. Last August, GL realized they were going to be defeated, and in the 12th hour contacted Mayor Weinroth for a postponement. We stood up and demanded that the commissioners vote no to GL's postponement request. They gave GL their reprieve until today. GL has since opened their wallets further, full-page ads, Headlines, water crisis, no cost to taxpayers, donating lands, workforce housing. They've gone beyond the $7 million that they are promising Stonebridge Country Club, which of course Stonebridge will not get that $7 million unless they get their deal. Okay, let's see, GL presented their plan to Sunshine Meadows. They were minuscule, the gains were minuscule and the losses were huge to the equestrian community. I'd like to refer you to SB 192, the Everglades Protection Area Bill, which was referred to before by the doctor. The bill requires increased state scrutiny, and I guess I'm being cut off.
You are, sorry.
Okay, I'll just hand in my things, okay?
Miss? Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Hartman. I'm the CEO for Jewish Family Services in Boca Raton. I'm here today to talk about seniors. I know nothing about water, but I know seniors and our agency, which has been serving this community for over 40 years. The areas in Boca Raton and Delray Beach from west of 441 all the way to the ocean. And we know seniors, and I've been in front of you before talking about the lack of affordable housing for seniors. You've heard a lot of talk about workforce housing. We have seniors that used to think Kings Point and Century Village were affordable, and they were, but over time, those communities are no longer affordable for seniors, and our agency gets calls all the time. We were very involved with the Hurricane Ian and replacing the displaced seniors from Kings Point and getting them back into Kings Point, but we get called all the time from people, from seniors who need help with rent, with repairs, with where am I going to live because I can no longer afford my rent. And when I hear people say, well, they just need to move somewhere else, I mean, you're talking about people in their 80s that you can't just move to Westlake. You can't just move somewhere else. You can't move out of this area because they don't have family. So I'm here for the seniors. I was introduced to GL Homes. They did not come to me. My partner, Jeff Zerelnik, who had to leave, who's the CEO for JARC, we've been working on a beautiful, beautiful project that would commingle older adults with adults who can live independently with disabilities in the community. It would be a model for the country. It would be a model for our county, and I am here to ask you to support this project, not because of the water, but because it's the right thing for all the people that have spent their lives in South County, have grown up in South County, have raised their families in South County, and they shouldn't have to leave. They shouldn't have to leave because they can no longer afford to stay there. So thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
I'm Steve Isaacson, and I live in Boynton Beach. As a matter of fact, at Valencia Sound, a GL community. Okay. You know, I was listening so hard today to everybody talk, and I was wondering, the county commissioner, pardon me, the county staff, okay, who, by the way, I have been told consists of many MBAs and PhDs, et cetera. And I was really puzzled as to why the commissioners, you know, would be holding all these meetings when their incredible staff has been emphatic about denying this amendment. And I'm puzzled also because I thought today was for the comprehensive plan amendment. And what we've heard so much about today has been about water management, okay? We've been talking about workforce housing, okay? And we've been talking about parks, et cetera. And quite honestly, I thought that that was the job of the commissioners to put those types of things on the agenda if what we're going to be talking about is water management and parks, et cetera. So I'm a little puzzled, running out of time, but I'm a little puzzled as to what today was supposed to be about. If it was supposed to be about the comprehensive plan amendment to take the ag reserve and go ahead and allow a rural tier to substitute for ag reserve tier properties, doesn't make any sense. You know, the comprehensive plan was designed to preserve the ag reserve. But now we're going to open the door if you so improperly approve this. We're going to open the door and create a precedent where every single developer will come and say, I own land here, I want to substitute it for ag reserve. I ask you seriously to consider what you're doing. Thank you.
Sir?
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jarrett Livingston. I reside at 8766 Quiet Inlet Lane in Boca. happens to be a GL community called Lotus. My wife and 2 children were renting for many years, waiting for the opportunity to build a home from a reputable builder in a flourishing area. Seeing what has taken place west of the Turnpike over the past several years is astounding. The number of young families who have moved from all over the country to reside in this specific area speaks volumes. When planning to buy a house and where to plant your family, there are 1,000,001 things running through your mind. Parks might not be one of them. With that said, I happen to have grown up in Manhattan in a small 1-bedroom apartment. My outlet either to get away from my parents or to participate in an activity, whether it be biking, basketball, rollerblading, or simply sitting on a bench and watching the world go by, was in fact the park. Within 10 blocks of my apartment, I had access to 4 parks, with one of them being Central Park. Parks are extremely special places and play a very important role in everyone's lives. They bring people together. They promote healthy living. They reduce stress and blood pressure. They are good for the environment. They also improve the local tax base and increase property values. The list goes on. And for these reasons, that is exactly why I and everyone else I have spoken to over the past few weeks could not be more in favor of this particular proposal to build a 100-acre park with tons of amenities. Parks should be nearby for everyone, and unfortunately that is not the case for any of us right now. For being such a desirable area to live and not having a park within 5 or 10 minute driving distance to your house simply does not make any sense. Lastly, I am also in favor of the workforce housing project GL is proposing. My wife happens to be a school teacher, and many of her colleagues unfortunately cannot afford to live in our area. This is quite disturbing. How are young, qualified teachers supposed to teach in our community and provide top-tier education to our children with such long commutes? Therefore, having an additional 277 workforce housing units for those individuals who have taken the education route is an absolute must, and I don't think is asking too much. Thank you for your time, and I hope you would agree with the points just made. Please do what's right and vote yes for this proposal. Thank you.
Marilyn Howard Fisher, Elaine Raphael, Catherine Murray, Eli Casper.
Hello, my name is Ellen Raphael. I live at 19054 Cypress Creek Court in Boca, and I've lived in West Boca for 25 years. Recently, the Hyder West development plans were shared with me, and I was shocked and honestly excited about the development. The most important aspect to me is the workforce housing and affordable housing for low-income seniors. My mother is 86 years old. My sister, just by chance, met a woman who told her about the Jewish Federation housing that she would qualify for. Little did we know, it would take 6 years for her to be called. In those 6 years, her 3 daughters supported her financially. The rent at her apartment in Century Village was way too much for her to afford on her own. Every year, she would get a phone call and a letter asking if she still would like to be kept on the waiting list. And each year, she stayed on it. It was very frustrating not knowing when and if she would be called. 6 years later, her name finally came up and she was able to move into an apartment she can afford. As I understand it, the list for senior housing is now closed. All the low-income seniors need a place to live. The additional 96 homes would make a huge difference in our community for those people who need help. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Murray. I'm from Jupiter, Florida. I agree that we are not here to talk necessarily about water. We're not here to talk about affordable housing or parks. We're really here to talk about and decide on the legitimacy of moving a conservation area from one tier to another. Let's reflect on the wisdom of the past. The well-planned and widely supported Ag Reserve and environmentally sensitive lands bond issue in 1999 was approved and supported by both the public and the development community. The conservation lands provide groundwater recharge, wildlife habitat, breathing room for human inhabitants, green space, and resilience, the potential for agricultural, recreation, and wildlife. The development rights have been removed from the GL land at the time of the approval for the GL homes to develop residential community. They are asking to develop west of State Road 7. That's the line in the sand. To renege on the previously made agreement
and conservation in the ag reserve would seriously jeopardize the trust the public has for the word of the government. Conservation lands and the removal of development rights on lands in the ag should not be up for negotiation, a change from one tier to another. Current property owners in Palm Beach County, they do their homework on where they want to purchase their homes. Open space is of great consideration for property value and quality of life. To proceed with this privately initiated text amendment would set a completely, in my opinion, disastrous precedence and endanger all existing conservation easements county-wide. Conservation lands are to be preserved in perpetuity and should not be negotiated. Thank you.
Last call for Merrill or Howard Fisher. They're in support. Eli Casper, Lindsay Cole, Peggy Thorndike, Brandon Mills. This will go quickly if nobody's here.
I'll go first ahead of Peggy, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us. I just want to touch on what the other gentleman said. You're hearing it because it's part of what you do.
You are Brandon Mills?
My name is Brandon Mills. I live at Sunshine Meadows. I am the general manager of Sunshine Meadows, and I'm the only person speaking on behalf of Sunshine Meadows. I'd like to read a letter from the owner of Sunshine Meadows, Steve Wolf, as he could not be here today. Dear Commissioners, I am the owner of the property known as Sunshine Meadows. The property owned by GL Homes is known as Hyder West. They are my immediate neighbor on 3 sides of my property. GL has been working with myself and the tenants of Sunshine Meadows and have incorporated many of the suggestions into their plan. My property is being impacted by the proposed development, but I appreciate the efforts that have been undertaken by GL to work with us to make a difficult situation more palatable. Signed by Stephen Wolf. As the general manager of Sunshine Meadows, I just want to say that I am in support of the project as well. I know a lot of the trainers and tenants are afraid of the development that might be going in around Sunshine Meadows, but I embrace the challenge. We're going to have a 55 and over community. I don't see that as a bad thing. A lot of the ladies are like, who's going to come and ride a horse? They're 55 and older, as many of them are 55 and older, and they're at the facility every day riding. I'm not calling any, age is age. I'm just saying. I'm in support of the development. GL has been very forthcoming, I think transparent with their proposal. I own the composting company that is on GL's land. They oftentimes waive the rent. I've been there for over 10 years. They've oftentimes waived the rent so that we could afford to keep prices affordable for the horsemen at Sunshine Meadows. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I actually had questions for the gentleman.
Yes.
There is a proposed water feature on the, forgive me, the north side of the property.
That is correct.
That was supposed to be an equestrian trail, and if I remember correctly, somebody said it's now going to be a walking path.
Mr. Rattery did say that it was going to be more likely proposed to be a walking path. If there is an opportunity for that to be a riding trail, we would certainly embrace it. We have spoke with GL in regards to what it would look like maybe maintaining that or something ourselves later on. That would be something that you guys would have to work with GL on. If that could be a possibility, we would certainly embrace the riding trail.
I guess I'm more concerned about the resident or the equestrian community within their thoughts.
The equestrian community would love to see the riding trail.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Peggy Thorndike. I'm an equestrian trainer at Sunshine Meadows. I won't take much of your time. Excuse me. One of the co-trainers has written a nice little presentation, Tricia Loftus from the farm, and I support her words. I've learned a lot through this process concerning the Ag Reserve and its development. I appreciate GL's time. They gave us a presentation at Sunshine Meadows and offered improvements to Sunshine Meadows with the passing of the land swap, which I understand they did not need to offer, and they did. I've also received a thorough education on water management and the process of moving the water in Palm Beach County. I appreciate all the research that your staff has done. I think it's very thorough, and I feel our county commissioners will make the best decision for its residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Last call for Ellie Casper, who's in support. Lindsay Cole, Tricia Karen, Tricia Arnett, Francis Krupe.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I am Tricia Karen. I am a Palm Beach County resident. I am an instructor at Sunshine Meadows, and I aid in running an equestrian riding school out of Sunshine Meadows. Myself and many others will be impacted by the potential new developments that neighbor our property. However, I am realistic that the growth in this county is inevitable with 11,000 people that have moved here, this area, right after COVID and still moving here daily. I also feel that the algae blooms and the fresh water up north is a major problem that has been for quite some time, with what sounds like still no real resolve. Clean water is necessary for our environment, our ecosystem, and our community. In addition, we also need affordable housing, which is a major issue for many hardworking people with no place to afford to live actually in Palm Beach County. GL Homes has been very open with us at Sunshine Meadows about their plans and have made attempts to work with us diligently about our property needs and incorporating them into our project plans as potentially being our neighbor. This multifaceted decision is one which I'm sure is very difficult based on the very many variables and all involved. I appreciate your time, attention, and respect that you all will make the best decision for our county. It sounds like from what my understanding of what I have learned here in the many hours of today, the big question that is at hand is the juice worth the squeeze, and that's in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss.
Hi, Tricia Arnett, Boca Raton. I appreciate GL's commitment, time, and transparency in explaining their development plans to work with the equestrian community's concerns at Sunshine Meadows Equestrian Village. We know that we will be affected by the changes in the surrounding property, but we are in favor of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Cole, Francis Krupe, Edward Leach, Greg Lieberman. Todd, and I'll just call out a bunch of names. Everybody line up. Todd Rosenberg, Jeffrey Bell, Janice Faustin. Please say your name and address for the record.
My name is, excuse me. My name is Greg Lieberman. My address is 363 Cardinal Avenue, Boca Raton, Florida. I'm a lifelong South Florida resident and a current homeowner in Boca Raton, as I just said with my address. I am firmly in favor of this amendment as it addresses many needs both in my backyard and in my Palm Beach County region. Just down the road from my house, I'd rather have a park to enjoy with my children than another vegetable farm to drive right by. It's more important to have workforce housing so people can afford to actually live here and not just work. And as I zoom out a bit more, it's impossible to ignore the current water crisis we have in Palm Beach County. I say crisis because that's exactly what it is. You don't have to look too far to the west coast of Florida to see the types of harm that untreated water from Lake Okeechobee can do. For citizens of Fort Myers, red tide algal blooms are more reliable than a July thunderstorm, unfortunately. But we have a chance to help avoid all this, to be able to impound this water and allow it to naturally recharge our aquifers, if that's the solution, to allow the water the proper treatment it needs before we end up swimming in it or before we end up drinking it. I respectfully ask my honorable commissioners, the mayor and the vice mayor, to approve this amendment and put an end to the unsustainable status quo. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. Todd Rosenberg, Boca Raton. I live on 441. I live in a GL house. It's a beautiful house. They did a great job, and they build great communities, and they're all around me, and they build great roads and infrastructure. to account for the traffic. I'm a real estate developer. I'm a lawyer. I've been in Boca for over 30 years. And what I understand that is happening today is you all are being asked to figure out should decisions made 25 years ago, should they be reassessed? Should they be reviewed? Are there new compelling reasons? And I think the answer is you have the ability to do so. It's kind of what your job is if it's the right thing for the county. And ultimately, you are looking at a different market. What we are living in today is not what we were living in 1999. And now you got to figure out, should I continue to preserve this location right here, or should I move that preserve to this location over here, both of which are in the county as a whole? And that's ultimately what GL is put in front of you today. And I'm in support of allowing that transfer to take place because the market is not the same. And because there's so many great things that come with it. But more importantly, we're talking about setting precedent. And I think we all know that, at least in law, precedent is set all the time. And just because you set precedent, it doesn't mean that anyone with any set of facts and any determination is going to be able to follow that precedent. That precedent comes with lots of little details that are associated with it. And so at the end of the day, if you're going to allow GL to do something, there's going to be lots of little specific angles and items that are necessary in order for that to be approved. People can't just follow it. I'm in support. Thank you.
Miss. Hello, my name is Janice Foston, and my husband and I live in Rio Poco and have been residents there since 1987, so we've been there quite a long time. We've seen the development along 441, and we fully embrace this proposal. We've raised 3 beautiful children in the area, and I'm a public school teacher since 1986, and so I have a little bit to say about the work housing. I fully support this. Professionally, I'm the science department chair at West Boca Raton High School. I teach AP Biology and honors biology, and I ran here today for this meeting right after teaching today and tutoring my 30 kids at lunch. And just last year, one of my students, Alexander Stone, was awarded the 2022 Presidential Scholar Award. Only one male and female in the entire state are awarded this. It's a big deal. And I, in turn, was awarded the title Distinguished Teacher by him. The White House sent me a letter. So I just want to say, in support, we must continue to educate and bring teachers to this area. As department chair, one of my roles is to recruit science teachers and hiring for my school. Recently, I had a committed, highly respected chemistry and physics teacher just last year. I had him on the hook. He accepted the job. He was ready to come to Boca Raton from North Florida. And upon finding housing, sadly, we lost him. There was no housing. I looked, I went online. He could not find housing in this area. So he was not able to do that, and that was not the first time, guys. So professional teachers need professional housing in our area with our children. We must support this. When I found out that this luxury community is bringing 300, almost 300, 288, I think he said, housing units to this area, I was floored. You guys, we must applaud them, we must support them, and I appreciate your time and consideration, seriously. Thank you.
Okay, last call for Lindsay Cole, Francis Krupe, Edward Leach, and Jeffrey Bell.
Good afternoon, I'm Jeffrey Bell. Thank you all for letting me speak today. I'll cut out most of what I wrote. I just want to say that every time I come, I've been doing this now for 1.5 years, and I think it's a great idea. I still think it's a great idea. Yes, I can see both sides, but I grew up here. That's 60-some years ago. I would have said no more development since like 1970, but it's too late. The people are already here, and they need clean water. I live near the inlet in Riviera Beach, and when they let water out, the ocean turns brown. Who knew it could turn brown? But it does. So if we do nothing, we get more brown water. I like workforce housing, I like all of that. But if we're not thinking about the big picture, everybody has their own angles, but this is good for Palm Beach County, it's good for Southern Florida, it's good for the state, maybe good for the country. So let's think out of the box, change some rules now and then, keep up with the program. GL Homes is doing their very best, and they're basically responding to what you've asked them to do, and they've done it. So let's get on with it. Let's move forward and approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Lindsay Cole was in support, Francis Krupe was in support, and Edward Leach was in opposition. I have Jeffrey Schaefer, Mordecai Blonstein, Eli, I apologize in advance, Nuriel, Jonas Sider.
I'm standing in for the president of Stonebridge Country Club, Jim Colucci. My name is Jeff Schaefer. I'm on the Board of Governors and the secretary of the board. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Put this in perspective, 92% of our membership, and we're a mandatory membership club, voted in favor of this. Why? And it wasn't, by the way, respectfully, a previous speaker said $7 million. I wish it was $7 million. That was erroneously reported in one of the local journals. It's much less than that, but it's fair. Now, go back to the question of why. We live in a corridor. We're between Clintmore and Atlantic. And on our right, on the east, there's been tremendous development by GL Homes. And it's a very attractive vision on your right. It's not like ugly entries, beautiful waterfalls. They spend millions of dollars on their entryway. I enjoy that. I thought to myself, well, why can't we have that on our side too? We're not talking about an enormous piece of land. When you start out with Clintmore and you have public facilities, you have a ball field, you have a police station, a helicopter pad, Stonebridge, and then this land, and then there are other, at the end, we have a big gas station. We're talking about evolving. We're talking about change, undeniable change. You're not going to change the fact that population is growing. It's not going backwards. And yet, I'm hearing a lot of characterization that says, hey, maybe we shouldn't worry about evolving. Maybe we shouldn't worry about being in lockstep with what's really going on. So my proposal, Jim Colucci's speech would be a little redundant, so I've kind of torn it up. He wanted to talk about, and I'm not criticizing it, that we get, if this goes through, what does Stonebridge get out of this? We get golf members. That's revenue for us. We got 5 seconds.
Very much, sir.
You're actually over, sir.
Oh,
It's
okay.
counting over. It's counting up now.
I vote in favor
Thank you.
strongly.
Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonas Sider, and I live at 15270 Seaglass Terrace Lane in Delray Beach in the community of Dakota. My wife Samantha, my 2 sons Ezra and Drew, and I moved into Dakota in November of 2018 as original owners. I had the privilege of seeing the community grow around us and been grateful to plant our family's roots in such a nurturing and vibrant neighborhood. This is the first home we ever owned, and we took great care in deciding where we wanted to live and raise children. As with most younger house hunters, we valued family-friendly neighborhoods with access to terrific schools. Dakota checked most of our required boxes when deciding where to live. However, we didn't realize the importance of having fields and parks that were more local to Dakota or anywhere near West Delray for that matter. I found that we are in park purgatory. As a father of 2 young and extremely active boys, I find myself schlepping south to Boca Raton's South County Regional Park to have access to proper fields. Pinewoods Park, which is slightly closer, always seems to be occupied by local teams. And West Delray Park, at the far west end of Atlantic Avenue, is simply a trail park that doesn't have any sports fields. When I heard GL Homes' proposal to build a 100-acre park with all sorts of amenities, including ball fields, I was over the moon. First, West Delray is in desperate need of a nice county park that will provide much-needed amenities and have the ancillary effect of raising property values in the immediate area. And second, the taxpayers, i.e. me and my neighbors, would not have to front the cost of construction for such a park. Well, I can go on about the merits of GL's total proposal, clean water, workforce housing, Jewish community building, and the value it all brings to our community at large. Please forgive my myopic and selfish focus on the potential of a new park that would have a profound and immediate benefit to me, my family, and my neighbors. I encourage you to vote in favor of GL Homes' proposal. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, last call for Mordecai, who is in support. Eli, Nuriel, Fiona Place, Boca. in support. Paula Mora, Benjamin Shiner, David Shiner, Lucas Shiner.
Yeah, you could start talking. Dear Commissions, my name is Benjamin Shiner. I live in the Agricultural Reserve area. I am opposed to the land swap proposal. This proposal directly affects me and my family. I like to fish every day and go outside to play soccer. I love animals and nature. The reserve was set up to protect the environment and nature. Building homes on this land will hurt the environment. My brother told me about that building roads and houses will cause bad water runoff and leave animals without homes and nature, which makes me sad. My family moved out west in our home because we knew this area was protected. And I like to play outside and see animals. This land swap is wrong and only makes a builder more money. Building is in the reserve is wrong. Please think about why the reserve was set up and the people who live in the community like me. This issue is so important that I want to leave school and ask you not to build this land and to protect the environment, animals, and water. Please not pass the proposal. Thank you. He's been sitting here for 5 hours, by the way.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Lucas Shiner. I live in the Agricultural Reserve area. I'm opposed to the land swap proposal. This proposal directly affects me. This proposal also contradicts the purpose of the reserve, which was set up many years ago for this exact purpose, to protect this portion of Palm Beach County. I asked my parents to take me out of school so I can ask you to deny this proposal and protect my community and the environment. A big developer wants to use this land to make more money in construction, and building will negatively hurt the environment, our natural waterways, wild animals, and the people who live in this community. Also, I learned in school and reading that building on natural lands hurt the environment and creates damaging water runoff, Florida's water resources, and nature. I read the reserve was set up when voters of Palm Beach County approved a $150 million bond to purchase environmentally sensitive land in unincorporated Boca Raton, Delray Beach, and Boynton Beach. This proposal is against what the voters voted on. This was the reasons the area was set up to protect the environment. Building in the reserve hurts natural resources. Homes and buildings crammed into the reserve only allows the big developer to make more money and disregards the established community, the environment, and what the voters passed. I respectfully request the commissioners to deny the proposed land swap. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, everybody. My name is David Shiner. I live in Rio Poco. Those were my kids. I've gotten interest where everybody lives down there. Let's talk about this. If GL was so in favor and so generous, they would have donated this land. They did not donate this land. As a matter of fact, it was pointed out it's an 80-20 rule. GL put up a video, and they tried to convince everybody that this land up in the ITG, Indian River Trails, was the land swap port. They already approved that. There was never kind of a proposal down here to swap out the ag reserve at the time. As a matter of fact, don't you think GL calculated with their billions of dollars, thought about buying this land in the agricultural reserve years ago with the same intention? They're calculated, they're billionaires. By putting these properties in, why don't they come here and say, we'll build 1 acre home sites? Because they can't make enough money. You know, let's talk about this park that they want to put in. Everybody's talking about the park. Did you see what it is? They're digging up a hole, taking that fill, and using it to build on. They're not doing something generous. Come on. And it's a square hole with a walking trail around it. That's not a park. That's not where my kids can play. I mean, really, they're going to put a tax collector's office outside of your homes. Don't kid yourself. I'm all for religious and civic institutions being put in our community. Mark my words, that's absolutely okay. But by the way, 20,000 workforce homes are needed in Palm Beach County. They're so generous, they're putting 277 in. By the way, they're making money on it. That's 1%. 1%. Folks, 1% that they're going to try to fix. Really, sit here and think about what GL is doing and what they're coming here to ask you to do. They're taking away our community. Please, preserve the ag reserve. Thank you.
Paula Mora, Levin Feinstein, Rabbi Vossi Shapiro, Amanda Weiner, Joseph Lemmy, and Aubrey Arrington, if you're still here or came back. Sir. Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Levan Feinstein. I'm here to in support of GL proposal. I like to speak from the perspective of workforce, housing development. I relocated to Delray Beach for my job. My job is sort of important for the community. I'm a phlebotomy technician. I make house visits to homebound handicapped people. I reside in Delray Beach with my brother at his family and his family at his house. However, I need to obtain my own home, especially to live close to my family. This fact is important for me. Therefore, for past year, I've been actively looking for a house in the vicinity. I cannot find a house in Delray Beach within my income budget. The GL proposal will provide solution, not just for me, but also for others who are in similar or same situation. I absolutely support GL project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Weiner, and I live at 9252 Estelago Way in Boca Raton. And I've been a resident at the Oaks in Boca Raton for 15 years, down the street from the Hyder West property. I am so excited for this area to grow with the incentives GL is proposing. Living along 441, I've noticed that the area north of Clintmore needs to be more modernized and to be consistent with the surrounding communities that are very aesthetically pleasing. We need this area to look more like the rest of Boca and Palm Beach with some beauty and charm. There's a need to add a park, schools, workforce, housing, and especially address the regional water concerns which affect us all. These things will not only help our local economy, but increase the value of our homes. However, I was most excited for the house component being offered to dark. Throughout my entire life, I've had family friends whose kids have special needs. When I first moved to Boca 15 years ago, I met a lifelong friend in Mommy Me class with my first child. Both my friend and I had our second child 6 months apart, and her daughter didn't have the strength to pick up her head at 2 months old, and years later, still has no specific diagnosis. This child is tremendously globally delayed, and as she gets older, we can only tell her abilities are not progressing. She attends public school, attends the JCC and Chabad for some of their special need programs. She never has play dates, sleepovers, or is invited to parties. I see how difficult this has been for my dear friends to see their child being home most of the time alone. They both work, have another child, and rarely get a break, and these things will only get worse as she gets older. It took them a long time to understand and utilize what resources they could find. They worry every second of every day what her life will look like as she gets older. I was so thrilled to hear that the proposed JARC facility would be able to provide her when she is older with the appropriate support and social outings and would provide comfort for the parent to know she's in good, safe, and reliable hands. Please consider this proposal to provide some comfort for my friends and others like them. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rabbi Yossi Shapiro. I reside in West Delray, 9729 Rennes Lane, with my wife and my children. I'm representing as well Chabad West Delray. First of all, I want to say I don't know much about water. The only thing I could say and mention about water is that the Bible mentions that water is life, and water is what gives us life. Staff did mention that one of the advantages of this is that it will increase the quality of water. I don't know what that will do long term, but definitely worthwhile taking that into account. As a resident living in West Delray, we've been looking for the community to really find a place to build a synagogue. And the reality is, as a religious Jew, it's not the convenience of wanting not to drive on Saturday. We can't go in a car on Saturday, so we have to walk. And I've been looking for the past 4 or 5 years for a piece of land to build a temple or something in the area, and it just physically, it's owned by individuals, and it's very expensive. They're asking $1 million an acre, and it's this proposal for us and for the community could provide a lot of value, and we obviously are in support of this. Additionally, there's been many homes that have been built in the area, and we feel that the infrastructure gap is really high. And these homes have been built, but now there's a critical infrastructure gap which this will support. And there are many, from what I hear obviously with the bias of individuals that want it, but many, many residents living locally that do support this, that do see value in this. And I ask respectfully today to vote in favor of it. And we thank GL for their generosity in helping us be able to reach that goal. And hopefully this could be a generational impact for many years to come for the Palm Beach County as a whole. And we can look back driving down 441, 5, 6 years from now and say, we had a part in this because it really will provide a lot of good.
I have 3 last cards. Paula Mora is in support. Joseph LeMay is in support. Aubrey Arrington in support. And in non-speaking cards, we have another 10 in support. Sir, we just went through 90 cards, honest to God, I can't remember.
That's fine. Okay, so.
But you know what, you've been waiting patiently. Fill out a card and.
I already
Oh,
did.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Is that okay? Did I call your name?
No, but I filled out a card.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
If it's okay with the mayor. Thank you, sir.
Okay. My name is Rob Siemens, and I live at 6796 Giralda Circle in Boca Raton. My father, Richard Siemens, of blessed memory, and our family have developed numerous lifestyle communities in the area, including the Polo Club in Boca Raton and Glen Eagles Country Club, amongst others. Research shows that lifestyle communities that are heavily amenitized, of which people exercise and socialize together, lead to a healthier, more productive, and longer life. We have witnessed this firsthand in the communities that we have built, and nobody does it better than GL Homes. Siemens Group has had a very good relationship with GL Homes over the years, and before my father passed, he had discussions with them about donating land to Torah Academy when the right opportunity arose. Torah Academy is one of the fastest growing schools of its kind in South Florida, and they keep outgrowing their space. My family and I were very moved when we received the news that GL Homes will be donating land to the Torah Academy so they could extend their reach out west. We need more parks, and we need more affordable housing. I think everyone can agree on that. I can't tell you how many people have approached me over the last few years to build a community just like this, including a house of worship and a unique organization like JARC and Jewish Family Services, which provide its residents with an environment where they can have independence and quality of life that can only enhance the community. People living in this community will have more options to volunteer and give back, and we definitely need more of that. I'm hoping you will make your decision based on the merit of this project and help share the vision of my father had for helping Torah Academy grow and continue to educate these beautiful children and provide our community with the leaders of tomorrow. I hope you will vote yes.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you. And also, we've received a card from a Mr. Richard Stowe, and he had submitted a letter to us. He's in opposition. All right. I think that's it for public speaking. What we'd like to do at this point, my board is going to go into absolute riot if we don't give them a break. So I shouldn't have said that. And staff, let everybody take a bathroom break. So it is 5:38. Let's take 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 5:48. So we resume. Okay.
That was a good break.
Yeah, it was.
Needed.
Staff needed it too. Excuse me, if I could ask you to please, it's wonderful you're all getting along so well and talking to each other. It is, it's heartwarming to see that. But if I could ask you to please take your seats, appreciate it. Thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is we will, I want to bring the applicant, Mr. Rattery, back up, and then we'll bring it back to our board. But before you start, Kevin, just a second, I just take a moment of personal privilege here. I want to thank our staff for doing a phenomenal job in putting this all together. I want to yeah, they deserve a round of applause. We can do it now. I want to thank the applicant as well for putting together a very thorough application for us to review. But I want to really thank the people who came out today, not only for taking your time and with your opinions as diverse as they were, but the way you all conducted yourself today is a testament to democracy. It's a testament to our community, regardless of how this all goes. I can't tell you how proud I am to be able to serve this community and to see how you all have been able to conduct yourself this afternoon. So I want to say thank you on behalf of myself, and I believe the whole board probably as well. But so thank you all. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Rattery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be very brief, which I'm sure everybody here would appreciate. I just want to address one issue that kept kind of popping up through the course of the meeting, and that was this continued reference to South Florida doesn't want it. To be clear, what was done in 2019 was because the county did not want the approved project being put forth by the Army Corps in South Florida. The Army Corps in South Florida have a project. That project is using the Mecca property as a major impoundment with 20-foot high berms. And Palm Beach County wanted to explore other alternatives. It was the county that wanted to look at ways to provide water storage and water treatment so as to avoid Mecca being potentially built as a major impoundment. Just wanted to clarify that point so the record's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll bring it back to the board, and if there are questions, go ahead and no one has questions? All right. Commissioner Baxter, were you?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I will go first. I had inherited this when I took office. This has been going on for quite a while, and nor was it any decision to be made lightly. I have researched this and researched it, and the best I could do was come up with a pro-con list. The best I could do was weigh out what was going on and some of the things that I had taken into consideration were active farmland acres. How many acres of active farmland? Because we're not deciding whether these units get built. We're deciding where. And the active farmland acres we would be able to save more of them in the Loxahatchee area than we would be saving in the ag reserve area. That was huge for me. The second part that I had to consider was the infrastructure, the roads. We don't have it in the acreage. We have dirt roads, we have milled roads, we have very, very few actually paved roads. And so when I compared infrastructure to roads that we're in versus roads that just can't support these units, that was another factor for me. The workforce housing we keep hearing over and over and over is needed. And yes, it's a few hundred, but that's a few hundred more than we have now. So when I started weighing these pros and cons, and I realized that there was a lot of public benefits. And today we've heard from the community, and I heard an overwhelming majority of people in favor of this. And I was elected to represent District 6. And in District 6, these units would be detrimental to our area. So I don't really see how I could go along with anything but what is being presented today. It just doesn't happen. I had, after a very recent previous meeting, had asked, because we have discussions about Palmar and the land being bought up there and the lack of space for families off-roading, for the families for camping, for families just to have some sort of active park area outside, but in Loxahatchee to support the residents of an additional public benefit. There are so many public benefits coming with this, in addition to all the other things that I've already kind of gone over with you. I don't like either of these decisions, but when weighing them out, and I had posed the question to GL, I said, what could you do for my residents who don't have this space and they feel like they're losing other spaces in the county? And they were willing to give an additional 200 acres of active park for the ATV recreation for the residents. So I would like to move to transmit this and give direction to work with the applicant to make sure that happens. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Baxter and a second by Commissioner Marino to transmit. All right, Commissioner Marino, you're next, and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, and Commissioner Baxter, thank you. This is a difficult decision, and we don't take the decisions that we make up here lightly, and we listened to everyone that came out. We appreciate all the emails that came in, and there were many of them which staff has filed. But we have a budget, and we have 6 strategic priorities in that budget. Oh, and by the way, when we start talking about budget next month, I'm looking for a millage rate reduction, just throwing it out there now. But, we have 6 strategic priorities. One of those is economic development. And no matter where this is, this development brings jobs and economic growth. Our second strategic priority is housing and homelessness. And again, this project does that. Whether it's the 277 that are down in the Ag Reserve, which makes a total of, 5 and change, I believe. This is something that goes towards that 20,000 that we're lacking. Environmental protection. We've had folks up here say the county should just buy this property and build a water feature. And sorry, but I have way too much paperwork here. When we reference some of the Water Resources Task Force meeting from 2019, this GL property is in property that they want. So as we talk about environmental protection, this is an opportunity for us to get this property without having to pay for it, because in this flyer here, the project and the purchase of this property was exceeded $400 million. And staff, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There were 3 different options. They were ranging in $400 to $475 million. Is that correct? That's what it is in here. That's what it says in here. So, okay. So, here's a way of not putting that burden on our taxpayers. And number 4, infrastructure. As Commissioner Baxter so eloquently said, this is going to help the infrastructure in ways we won't know. And, I know people think we have unintended consequences. I think some of the unintended consequences here is we may actually see some better roadways. So I'm in favor of that. So now when we go on to, sorry, too much paperwork, too many hours looking at this. This has been a long time coming, and I appreciate you all giving me a little time here. So when we go to the next strategic priority, public safety. Public safety isn't just police and fire. It's water storage. It's keeping people safe from flooding. It is, and here the question that begs to be asked, another unintended consequence is, if we do help the flooding in Indian Trails, what happens to the flood maps and what happens to flood insurance for our folks that live in that area? And then finally, substance use and behavior disorder. We heard yesterday how important it was to have outside facilities and whatnot for our families and children. And day one, when I took office, and actually sat where Sarah's sitting right now, I said, one of the most important things to me is recreation and the health of our kids. Since I wasn't able to have children, I've always volunteered for agencies that had to do with children and families. I always said we need more recreation. UNICEF says that out of 38 nations, we are 38th in the health of our children. So I applaud anything that you do with active parks, passive parks, active parks, good with that. But I think this project hits all 6 of our strategic priorities at no cost to our taxpayers. So I, again, applaud Commissioner Baxter for making the motion, and I'm seconding it, and I'm sure there'll be more questions, and I'll reserve more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just might as well let you know, I probably look pretty haggard right now. I've lost a lot of sleep over this. I'm sure I have a few new gray hairs from this project. As a relatively new commissioner, it's spent the better part of the last few months being brought up to speed on this project. I have not made a secret to GL or anyone who's talked to me that I don't like this project, specifically because it is unpreserving the ag reserve, and it's doing it in a way that we're not necessarily making a policy change. We are making a policy change, but we're making it in a way where we're allowing 1,000 units to be moved into this area and 277 workforce house, a whole design that's coming here. If we are going to make the decision to make changes in the ag reserve, I think that we should make the policy changes not based on what's being presented to us in this way. I don't like it. I do support civic uses. I have talked to the rabbis and told them that I would love to find a place for them to have the Torah Academy, to have their synagogue, to have some of this. I don't like having to do it in this way. I would like to find a better way to do it, a way that at the end of this I can look at myself in the mirror and still like what I see. And I can't support this just because of that. It comes down to my gut. I've had, I don't know, numerous amounts of meetings. I've had meetings with every party that I could come up with. Anyone who wanted to meet with me, I took the meetings multiple times even. I wanted to find a way to like this and to support it. I've learned more about water than I ever thought I would. Workforce housing, of course, is an important issue. It's something that I want to work on in all parts of the county, but I don't want to do it in this way. And I've lost most of my sleep because I did not know how my fellow commissioners felt about this. As many of you may know or you may not know, we have sunshine laws in this state, and we're not allowed to talk to each other until it comes to this point in time. So I may stand alone in this, I don't know. Either way, if we are going to break the ag reserve, I think that we should do it in a more deliberate way. We should have discussions on what that means. Breaking it in this way is just, I don't believe, the correct way to do it. The comprehensive plan that was put forth years ago worked. We are now at 60% preservation, so it was successful. And I think that we could find a way to allow civic uses. I would like to be able to give staff direction even to allow these uses on preserved land, and we could, again, go to our planners. I'm not an expert planner. I rely on you guys to do that, but to find a way to allow these uses where they're not having to necessarily pay millions and millions of dollars to get property, I would like for them to be able to get it. If it's in conservation easement, we could still allow some of these uses because they are going to want to have outdoor green spaces on these properties. They're going to want to have parks at their academy. So I think that we could find a way to do it. I don't like this. I don't like feeling pressured into doing it in this way. So with that being said, I would be opposed to this.
Thank you. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow. All right, so I started here in November of 2016, and pretty much the first project the biggest project that I had to vote on was a project by the name of Iota Carroll. And, you know, that was in that area, and it was transmitted by the previous commissioners. And when I came in, and I had some concerns regarding District 6 in that western area, just to see can we put that project there, and I voted against the Iota Carroll project there. The Indian Trail Groves was approved in 2016 before I came on board with the Board of County Commissioners, so I'm not sure how would I voted on it, but I've had concerns regarding the traffic, the infrastructure in that area. I've driven there, and I just believe that it's not there. Since 2017, since I've been here, there's been a discussion regarding the swap. There's been different reiterations of the swap. When there was a time where we had to vote to initiate this item, I voted no on the initiation. And then when we had to hear it on August 31st, I voted no to postpone the item. So now we're here today to make a decision. I guess let me get my other piece of paper. Hold on, just give me a second. And I believe there was a gentleman by the name of John Steinberg. He said that we have to make a fundamental policy decision. And he stated, who do you believe on the water issue? So I've been struggling on this water issue, and I believe one of the rabbi, he said, water is life. And I represent the city of West Palm Beach. And 2 years ago, the city of West Palm Beach faced a water crisis where we had contaminated water, and I was there for about a week providing bottles of water to the residents of West Palm Beach. And I've heard from some of these experts in water, and I'm not an expert in water, and, Paul, Leonard, and Dr. McVoy, and, they talk about, water, and I don't understand it completely. But I know that water is important, and water is life. And this is a risk that we're taking, but I am going to tell you today that I am going to support this motion because I believe that even if it's minuscule, to be able to provide the water for the residents of West Palm Beach, that's a risk that I'm willing to take. And that what I do hope is that, Paul, you're our water expert, and that you can work with this development to make the water project better, because we cannot lose this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have asked a few questions. I have a few more that I'd like to address to Kevin, Mr. Rattery. But first, I'm not the only one who's lost sleep over this. Being the newest commissioner, I've had to get up to speed on this swap issue in due order, quicker than some. But I understand also that the board that existed just 4 months ago, let alone 24 years ago, had different priorities than this current board may have today. Strategic initiatives, as stated by our commissioner from District 1, Commissioner Marino. Affordable housing, water, Some people say if it's too good to be true, it probably isn't. We'll see in a few minutes how the rest of our board members agree or disagree with that statement. But I do have a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you to clear in my mind before I make my decision.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. The Hyder West project, or West Hyder, I've seen it said different ways. What's the property being used for right now? Is there any agriculture or farming taking place?
The property
Currently.
is 681 acres, and approximately 435 acres of that is being used for row crop production.
All right, okay. And I just have one more question with regards to the water project itself. I know there was a consideration of an environmental bond 3 years ago that didn't move forward. I guess the housing bond took precedence over that. But the amount of money we were going to ask the taxpayers to foot, you're pretty much offering on a silver platter to this county. About $150 million is this project worth? $100 million, $150 million?
If you give me just a minute to walk through that, just so the record's clear.
Please.
So the issue of the value of the 1,600 acres has come up numerous times. So we have looked at this from multiple different angles. The most common comparable will be agricultural land that's got a recorded conservation easement on it. Easiest way to think about it. In the agriculture reserve area, the minimum price that's been paid for that type of property in the last few years has been $60,000 an acre. The prices that you're seeing in today's market are in the $80,000 per acre up to $100,000 per acre, even a few that are over that. So if you just take the most conservative estimate at 1,600 acres and $60,000, that's $100 million of property value. And then you add on to it the cost of the water project itself, which every time I see it, the number keeps going up and up and up and up and up. But it's somewhere in the $12 to $15 million range for design, permitting, and construction of the water project.
Design,
it's-
permitting, and construction, and the cost of the land itself?
So it's it's between $112, $115 million all in would be, I guess, the best way to describe it to you.
Is there any
Land.
consideration for the cost of operation and maintenance?
The cost of the operation and maintenance, we've embedded in the agricultural leases that are within the Hunley family. We have offset on the rest of the property a lower price per acre and a higher price per acre on the 724 acres that would be given to the county. And that was that chart I showed in the presentation where they're going to be paying come January of 2024, which is before the water project will be completed, $385 an acre. So it's going to result in a surplus of somewhere around $120,000, $130,000 between the CDD taxes that the county would have to pay because they're part of a CDD and the income coming in from the farming operation. So that surplus can be used by the county to offset the maintenance and operation of the project.
There will be a surplus.
Again, it really depends on how many times you use the project. If you fill it up and run it, 365 days a year, it probably won't cover it. But for practical purposes, what we expect to happen, it will be used in times where you have a lot of water coming down the L8 basin. You want to redirect that water, get it to somewhere where you can do some water treatment. The cost to the county would be less than the cost of the income coming in from the farming operation.
Commissioner Marino, I think she mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that this is a project delivered free to the taxpayers. Is there any reason to believe why we shouldn't in the future expect a burden upon the taxpayers for the cost of operating and maintaining the water project?
In our opinion, the maintenance side of the income derivative from the farming operation will offset the cost of the maintenance.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I want to thank all my colleagues. You must all be so sick and tired of hearing about the Ag Reserve. But it is a beautiful place. And before I begin to talk about how important this vote is, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is a policy change that we are making that this board, not us, but the Board of County Commissioners gave their word on, and taxpayers agreed. This is a big deal. I want to thank staff. Wow, you guys work so hard and hours, and I know it because I'd see you leave late at night. Sometimes I'd leave, your cars were still there. Thank you for that, each and every one of you. And I want everyone to know who's watching and listening that this Board of County Commissioners appreciates big business like GL. Y'all do a good job, as they say in the South. Y'all do a great job. You build a good house. The housing that you have is beautiful. It's well maintained. You stick behind your products, and you're nice guys. And I appreciate meeting with all of you numerous times, and to show that we do appreciate you. This was in August of 2022, and we postponed it for you and did even more work as you brought more and more issues to us. And our staff, the county staff, shows their appreciation, and the Board of County Commissioners does as well. And you give a lot back to the community. Alan, I'm looking at you especially. You give a lot back to the community. Every project around here has got a GL Homes sign on it that says that you gave something to our civic and charitable organizations. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the environmentalists that came out today. It's been a long day. And you all were here. Thank you. And you've met with just about everybody here, at least a couple of times. I want to thank our community leaders, Dr. Vineker from the Alliance, and all the folks from the Barbara, and everybody from from COBRA, and the Thousand Friends of Florida, and the Everglades Law Center. Community leaders are important because you see, you give us the other perspective. It's kind of interesting how one group sits on one side and the other group sits on the other. This is what we need. We need this holistic view of these decisions before we make them. And you're there with us, and you put a lot of work into it, unpaid work that you put into it. And I want to thank our equestrian community, Sunshine Meadows. I fancy myself an equestrian. The horse laughs every time I go up to him. But you do a beautiful job in maintaining a place where many of our children learn how to ride. And my daughter, who's developmentally delayed, she learned how to ride there. She's put a kid on a horse, and you've got a wonderful gift. And you do that at Sunshine Meadows. You've been there for many, many years. I appreciate that, and I appreciate y'all coming out. I appreciate the media. A few times you hear me say that. But they've worked very hard on this. Mike Diamond from the Palm Beach Post, and Pat Beal from the Sun Sentinel, and NPR. We've got good coverage, which is important for a county as big as this, and for a vote that is as important as this one is. So as we look at it, I like to look before I make a decision on a vote. And I've made a couple of votes in my life in the legislature. I like to look at the statistics. When I was a state senator, people reminded me, Maria, you don't represent just Broward and Boca and Palm Beach County. You're a state senator. You represent the entire state. And as county commissioners, we represent the entire county, not north or east or west or south or cities. We represent the entire county. So I think it's important that we look at what the applicant led with, and that's water. This has been presented to us not as an issue of a fundamental policy change in the Ag Reserve. This was presented to us as an issue of water. So let me start with the issue of water. Thanks to the staff, we had an expert give us an opinion, and that's Mr. Linton, and we also had Cornell professor give us an opinion, Dr. McVoy, and I thank you both for that. And I think water is very important, and as the rabbis say, it is life. We will not be able to develop as a county unless we have clean and good water. And I know that this is very, very important. I was on the select committee for water management when I was in the Senate. And the only reason I bring that up is I tell you who I worked with. I worked with the United States Army of Engineers. I worked with the South Florida Water Management District. I worked with all the water resource environmental groups from Washington. But I didn't work necessarily with cities or counties because water is not really a county or a city issue until it gets bad, but it's something that works, that is a government issue. And it should be, because water is so, so important. So when I looked and carefully read what Mr. Linton wrote, wasn't easy to read it. Took me a while, made a lot of notes, asked a lot of questions. But I know that you studied it very carefully. And I just want to put on the record just 3 points that is very important, and that is this. Private business does not manage water flow. Private business does not manage our water. It doesn't manage water. Why? Because water is so important. It is not something that a private entity does. I appreciate GL Homes wanting to do this, but you're a housing developer. You build houses. You don't build water management processes. Government entities do, and that's important because any private entity that controls our water controls us. And we cannot have that as a government. Government entities, South Florida Water Management, United States Corps of Engineers, these are the entities that control our water. We don't have private entities control water, and we should never have it happen. Not in this county and not any other county in this country. Secondly, liability. I'm an attorney. What if something happens to the water flow that goes into the city of West Palm Beach or goes into our faucets in this county? Who is liable? Is it GL Homes, who's a housing developer? Is it the county? We don't do water. We pick up trash. We build roads. We manage the entities of the county, the facilities. But the county doesn't do water flow and management like is involved in this project. And Mr. Linton brings this out in every one of his documents on this proposed reservoir. I worked on that management district Senate committee, and we looked at the Caloosahatchee and the St. Louis estuaries, because that's where all the dirty water comes out of the Lake Okeechobee. Those are the entities. This is a huge project. I'm not going to give it to a housing developer, no matter how much I like you guys, or how much good you do with housing. You don't do water, and I don't want you to touch our water. Leave it up to the government entities. And that's exactly what the staff said in Mr. Linton's report. How much is it going to cost us to maintain it? Where is the United States Corps of Engineers? Are they here today? Is South Florida Water Management here today? Is FP&L here today? Who's going to provide the electricity for the lift stations to move water from one area to another? I didn't see any cars. They're not here. I think that's a gap, and a serious, serious gap. Start with water. You better finish. You better make sure that we have government entities right here and county people who will say in front of me, this is how much it's going to cost the taxpayers to maintain this facility of a reservoir. And then we look at the West Hyder property, and I want folks to know who, and I didn't know this well, I had to study this myself. But let me say to the residents, of 7 bridges, Valencia Reserve, I hope you're listening, Canyon Lakes, Canyon Isles, Canyon Springs, and Whitworth. Your 60% reserve went into the Hyder West property. County doesn't own that land. That conservation that should have been in your development. It's not there, it's at Hyder West. I think that's shocking to think that people buy a beautiful house at a GL community knowing that that 60% of preserve that should have been there, even if it had been a retention pond, it would have been something you could have walked around, is in Hyder West. And that's the land that the applicant wants to use to build more houses. That's okay to build more houses, but don't use the land that should have been for the residents of these 7 communities, because they got cheated out of that land, unless we leave the Hyder West land preserve. And now let's look at something that hasn't been mentioned yet, and that's the beautiful Arthur Marshall Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. This is not a place that a lot of us has been to. I've been to it because if you go there at sunset, all the alligators come in. My kids would get really excited because you could see the alligators come in every sunset. And it's a wildlife sanctuary. By the way, I want y'all to know, talking about water, this is what I learned when I was in that Senate committee. Right here in South Palm Beach County at the Arthur Marshall Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge is a water conservation area. Did anybody bring that up today? No, because we don't have expert water people here today. Army Corps of Engineers would have brought it up. South Florida Water Management would have brought it up because they own it. Maintain it and make sure that the water is conserved there, right here. And where is this? It's 3,500 feet from a development that's going to have 1,000 units in it. So we're going to put a water conservation program up here, but down here, we're going to put housing right up against a conservation area that we already have. Folks, it's like a shell game. Look up here. This is what we're going to put up here in North County. But down here, where we have a conservation area, we're going to build houses right up to it. And watch out, because this governor, under Senate Bill 192, and we're getting close to the end of session, Everglades Protection Area, there shall be no development within 2 miles of an Everglades protected area. So I hope we don't have to come back here and make sure that we have that protection for our beautiful Loxahatchee wildlife area. So that's one issue. And then the housing and the workforce. And, you know, I appreciate the interest that GL has in workforce housing. And so I did a little research on it. To date, only one GL Homes project, one, has resulted in workforce housing projects that were built on site. Only one. And there's no larger developer of housing in this county than GL. You do a good job. But now we're going to put workforce housing in after all thousands of houses that you've built. It's a little disingenuous here. 7,000 homes you've built here. And now we're going to put workforce housing. And I just want to mention something because I had many meetings with GL and they're very professional people. I appreciate it. But I want you to look one day when you see where they're putting the workforce housing, and I brought this up to them and they haven't changed. The workforce housing, folks, is right up against the horse stables. It's right up against the horse stables. I looked at that and I said to them months ago, you can't put kids and families and seniors up against a horse stable. Believe me, I have one behind my house. And if I don't muck that stable every day, the wind is there. I can smell it. Is this where we put workforce housing? Secondly, and no one, it was up there, the entrance for the folks who are in workforce housing, it's not the main entrance to this community. It's the entrance to the horse ranch. I don't like that. I'm sorry. I grew up in an inner city. I don't like that. It hits me hard. I like to have workforce housing, and I've said it before publicly, where you can't tell the difference between who can't afford that apartment and who can. And by golly, you better go right in that main entrance and be proud, because one day you're not going to be in workforce housing, you're going to be in that $1 million house. That just hits me in my gut. And it didn't change. I thought you'd change it, but you didn't change it. It was right up there showing that those workforce housing units are on the side facing the horse stalls. The Live Local Act, which is already law, may change all of this anyways. And I didn't hear anybody discuss it. It'll be interesting to see if this passes, what the state's going to do with these 270 workforce housing when they are mandating workforce housing even without our review. Let's look at the infrastructure, because I've said it publicly. I say a shovel doesn't hit the ground till the infrastructure is there. Where's the law enforcement close to these thousands of units on 441? Fire protection. And we have, in the staff report, it said that it's underserved by EMS and firefighters. So we're going to start building road improvements. Boy, just look at Lyons Road. No, don't look at Lyons Road. We're working on it as hard as we can, and our engineering is doing well. Thank you, Mr. Ricks. But it's hard. We're not in control of 441. That's a state road. And no one brought up when FDOT is going to widen 441 so that we have access, all these thousands of units, and folks are going to have being able to go in and out. And of course, what about our transportation? You know, I have the map where our bus routes are. We all got these last week. There is not one bus route that goes out to 441. And so how are we going to have workforce housing with no public transportation? And all I can say is look, folks, one other thing that is very important. We talk about transferring preserve from the Ag Reserve to North County. Do you know what the Ag Reserve is? I ask this when I go to public meetings. I ask them, what is the Ag Reserve? Why do we have the Ag Reserve? Because it was to save the farmers. It's not just to save the farmers. The Ag Reserve has soil that is so unique that in 67 counties you don't find the same soil. That's the Ag Reserve. It's not farming necessarily, or it's not water, or it's not Arthur Martin. It's all of those, but the most important thing is that it has specialized soil that's not found anywhere in the state of Florida. So when we say we're going to transfer land from here to the North County, it doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about the same thing. So I'd just like to say to GL Homes, it's a nice idea. I appreciate all you want to do for us. But I'm going to tell you one thing, you're not government. We'll take care of the water projects. Let government do what government has always done, is take care of the water projects. And leave the land that you promised us, the county commission, that would always be preserve. Leave it preserve. Leave it preserve. And let the people decide what they want to do with that without all these little unintended consequences of sweeteners, as they say. Let the people, what the people want, we should be able to get. And as far as I'm concerned, the people have spoken. And the most important thing is that this is our word, this is our bond. And we have to follow what we've always said. This is what we're going to do. We're going to keep this preserved. So thank you, Mayor. I know it was a little long, but it's a big vote, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So, staff, Patrick Rutter has asked that he'd like to get some direction, or do you want to clarify what it is you're looking for?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you, and I apologize. Certainly know the hour, but if the board's going to take up this potential motion to transmit, I want to be clear about direction. So if again, the board transmits, we'll have a lot of work to do with the applicant. I want to be really clear on points. The one piece I've heard so far in direction is the 200 acres that potentially be created on the ITIG parcel for the ATV and campground site. I want to be clear that that would include discussions with the applicant on infrastructure, bringing it to there, design and construction of it as well. So when it would come back to you, it would include all those pieces, and just making sure we're good on that. Additional pieces, and I'm going to let Paul jump in a second, very specific on the water one, because there are details that we need to discuss. But is there any additional direction on the passive park down on the Hyder property? I think we've made clear to you our position on it, but we didn't really, the board hasn't taken it up as by way of much discussion.
All right. Let's see. Commissioner Baxter, then Commissioner Woodward, and then Commissioner Marino.
Does the motion need to be clarified to include all those things?
Yes, it would. If you're to transmit, as we have this discussion, I would say to include that as part of the motion for the transmittal vote.
Mayor, if I may?
Please do.
I would like to amend the motion to include all the things that Mr. Rutter has just mentioned, please. And also, he had asked about the passive park, and I had forgotten that question that was kind of brought up repeatedly about the 100 acres being an active park versus a passive park. So could you just clarify, please, for us, Mr. Rutter?
The initial submittal by the applicant, it included all of it as passive park. It's the lake that's out there. Certainly not anything that staff had asked for. We've expressed concerns about it in a long-term maintenance and potential liability issue, quite frankly, in the long term, as well as the pathways that would be created and our requirement then to maintain them and oversee them. So just, we hadn't dove into that area by way of discussion, and it's a question for the board whether they would want to include that as part of what we would be accepting from the applicant should we transmit and subsequently adopt.
So I would, may I, Mayor, include that as well, that I believe a lot of our constituents that came up here and spoke, that we included as an active park, whether that's pickleball or fields or whatnot. Is that what you're asking?
No, the active park, we've got a good
asking?
understanding on it. It's the
Okay.
passive park. It's the other piece of it, the
So what-
lake that's there, and then the resulting trails that the applicant has offered to construct. So picture, if you will, and I don't know, Stephanie, if you could pull up the map. It's the property, I'll call it 2/3 on the west side of the Hyder property. That's the passive park area. Stephanie will have it up.
Are you
in
talking
just
about
a
the trail around the water?
trail around the water? There you go.
And are you asking, because I had asked the question about it being equestrian versus a walking trail?
Yep, and we heard walking trail earlier, but we have, the board has no obligation to accept it, quite frankly. It's an offer that's out there. We're to express some of our concerns about it, again, on the maintenance side of it in long term, but that's up for the board. I just want to make sure that that point was made clear, and the board, if they had any subsequent direction, we're here to take it.
Can we leave that until, let's see if this transmits and leave that as for a later?
Okay, can do. Other points would then include, so we touched on that one. There was no additional direction on the workforce housing. I only have one other point before I hand it over to Paul. And I'm seeing none. Last piece would be on the direction board had previously given on the third-party, independent analysis by a third party. I think we indicated to you, began that work. It was always intended to occur should the board transmit, but prior to adoption. And we're just confirming that that is still the board's direction to pursue that work. Again, we'd reached out to some consultant. That's going to be about $60,000, $70,000 to perform it.
Okay, Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. Kevin Rattery, sir? I know it's a long day. The passive park that goes around the lake, is there, and I know that there's been discussions about the horses being on there, and we've had discussions in the north end of the county, Reynolds Ranch being one of them, where who takes care of the maintenance, if it's horses and if there's horses on it. So I guess what I'm asking is there another area or another trail that the riders from the Sunshine Meadows can go on to get to a bigger run? Did I ask that properly? I apologize.
You did, but can I ask to put up a graphic, because I think the graphic will show what you're asking? Is that okay?
That one right there?
Thank you. Wow. That was impressive right there. I don't have a pointer, so I can do that.
Of course, we look over there, though.
I know, we got to get it better.
So there's two concepts being discussed. The first concept is obviously the westerly 75 acres we're proposing to utilize and build as a passive park. The question on the table is equestrian or pedestrian, because the equestrian and the pedestrian don't mix very well together. Correct. So on the west side, which this doesn't point, so I'm still doing that. Is there another pointer? Oh, okay. On the extreme west side of the lake, if you go north, you see that kind of white strip that goes east-west? That's called White Road. And so the idea would be, if the board does not want to do the equestrian trail around the lake and prefers pedestrian, we could have a equestrian connection that goes along the west side of the 10-acre open space track on our plan, which we're willing to provide, that goes on the west side of the lake and connects up to White Road. From that spot, the riders go west, they go to effectively the levee, and then they head south, and they take their horses all the way down to basically what is the roundabout at the intersection of Yamato Road and Coral Ridge Drive. That's a long run. And so that's an option, is to provide the westerly connection so they can get up to the trail that they're currently using to go down west to the levee and then go south. So that's an option. If you wanted to do pedestrian on the lakeside for the communities and still provide the equestrian trail on the west side, that would be part of our design. And then to clarify, the easterly 25 acres, where you see the green area, is where we would fill that, build the parking area for the passive park, since we're doing those improvements, do the bathrooms for the passive park, and then fill that so that that site is ready for the county should the county choose to put in active facilities. The land's there for the county, and to be clear, it's contiguous to that civic site to the south, so the county has other land that they can do active facilities on as well. The key is in the language that when the property is conveyed to Palm Beach County, active parks become an allowable use on that property, and that's in the language that's before you. I hope that answered your question. I'm sorry for being so long.
No, I would be in favor of not making that a horse trail around the water, but giving them the ability to exit and go south. I'd be more comfortable with that, because there is a lot of, there are a lot of questions about safety with horses and people or bikers or whatever. So, and I think from a maintenance standpoint, since this would be something that the county would be taking on, from a maintenance standpoint, I would not want to see horses on it. That question.
Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions, but I would like to start with hearing from our Parks and Rec department, if we could, since we're talking about this. Can you give us your opinion?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. I'm Jennifer Cirillo, Director of Parks and Recreation for Palm Beach County. How can I answer your questions?
Well, when I asked questions about this before on us taking over the park, and if we're going to be discussing if this is a passive park, an active park, what would Parks and Rec have planned for this? What would you want to see? And if this moves forward, do you have a vision for this?
So Mr. Davis included in his presentation, the original proposal was a 100-acre passive park. And so we're talking terminology. Passive is basically any recreation that doesn't disturb the natural land, whether it's recreated or naturally there. So hiking, biking, equestrian use, all considered passive. Active recreation is the sports fields, the courts, the things we've heard about. That 100-acre passive park was the original proposal. We came back and said, really, we would need 50 acres of this to be active. And the reason for that is one of the gentlemen that spoke actually today correctly identified the active park uses that are available to the residents in this area. South County Regional Park is our regional park that serves that area. And then Pine Woods Park, which is just south of this at Clintmore Road, has 3 ball fields and a playground, and that's all that can fit in that park. And we literally roll a lottery to see who's going to use the baseball fields at that park. West Delray Regional Park, which is close to here, South Florida Water Management owns the underlying land and we lease it from them. It is restricted to only passive use. So we have mountain biking and archery and RC airplanes and things that don't disturb the land at that park. So active uses, we would certainly want the input of the community, but the more people we put in housing, that's why we asked for active parks. We love all parks, and we love, I take care of a lot of passive parks and passive lands. Our team does an incredible job. But the more people we move into an area, it becomes a tipping point. And to Commissioner Marino's point, active parks for not only kids, but pickleball did come up once today. It made me smile because it usually comes up a lot more in this day and age. But senior softball, pickleball, those are some of our fastest growing sports. And we do have a level of service we need to maintain. So the more residents we have, the more of those amenities the county needs to have. But Patrick's point too, one thing I just want to mention is that we are not budgeted to maintain this park, develop it, or maintain it. So that's a consideration for you. As well as there's a small parkland on the other site as well that is already in the plans to be an expansion of Samuel Friedland Park that exists in the acreage. And then the OHV Park, certainly we'd have to have more conversations about that and board direction on what the expectations there would be as well. Any other follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. I have a different question.
Yeah, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Good. Hi, Jennifer, while you're up there. Since we're going to have the Jewish Association for Residential Care residents here, and they have intellectual and physical disabilities, it would be wonderful to have a boundless park.
So Boundless Playgrounds, I know, are a passion of yours. All ability parks are something that is not only trending, but it's important for us to be inclusionary throughout the county. We do have a couple of them, but we could use more Boundless facilities. So certainly our therapeutic recreation program, Special Olympics, is housed in our department for the entire county. We also have a performing and visual arts program that our department runs, and we would love to collaborate and work on that should that become the board's direction.
Is this something that GL would do? Would pay for?
For development of the active park, I've not yet seen that.
Mr.
That would be
Rattery?
a question.
Is he still here? Did he leave? No, he's here. He's here. Come on up here, Kevin.
I had a dinner reservation. I left 5 minutes ago.
You better make a breakfast reservation. You have, and I know Danielle Hartman is here. I don't know, Jeff has probably left, but you're going to build on behalf of the Jewish Association for Residential Care. We're going to have some housing there for folks, adults with intellectual and physical disabilities. Would you agree to put in a boundless park there then?
Okay, first and foremost, to clarify the comment that you just made, GL Homes is providing JARC and JFS the land and for free, and GL Homes is providing the infrastructure to service that site, the water, sewer, the roadways. We are not building the JARC JFS facility. That is a facility that they will build. Just to clarify the record.
So you give them the land. Is that the same thing with the Chabad?
That's
You
correct.
give them the land, you're not building a Chabad there?
That's correct. We are giving them the land and we are
You pay
providing
for water, sewage for perpetuity?
perpetuity. We extend the water and sewer lines to serve the site.
And they pay.
Once they connect to them,
I
they
see.
bid, right?
So the passive parks, now that we're talking about this,
Mm.
the passive parks there, do you have any objection to building something for the seniors who will be there at the workforce housing as well as for the kids?
Commissioner, respectfully, you're asking me to agree to something that I don't even know what it is in terms of what
Boundless
the
Park?
cost is. So what I would suggest is let us have those conversations with the Parks Department. This is a transmittal hearing. We'll have those discussions between now and the adoption hearing. We'll see where we are, but I don't know what type of commitment you're asking me to make, and my wife always tells me never make that commitment.
You're going to be late for dinner. You better be good. So listen, Kevin, will you have that Jennifer, will you have that conversation in conjunction with JARC? I know Jeff left, but Danielle Hartman is here. We could have that discussion about, maybe working with GL to put in a boundless park. A boundless park is for people with disabilities.
Should it be the board's will, I will take direction and certainly follow through with administration on the conversations you wish me to have before we come back before you, along with our planning staff.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kevin. We won't keep you much longer.
I'm just kidding.
Commissioner Bernard and then Commissioner
wasn't
Baxter.
finished.
I think she had one more.
Still have one question.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Woodward.
Sorry, I still had one question. I also hope that I could hear from Deborah Drum. She's still here since we're talking about what parks do. Could you give us your opinion from Environmental Resources Management as far as what the impact of this land will be? Since we did discuss how close it is to the wildlife refuge, I'd like to hear from you.
So you're talking about the Hyder West property?
Yes.
So it is in close proximity to the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, which is a federally owned property, and it is managed as part of the Everglades system. So it is included as a water conservation area, as was noted, and it has special protections for water quality associated with that designation as part of the greater Everglades system. I can't really speak to what the development of this particular property. It is in close proximity. The lands west of State Road 7 had always been contemplated as good buffer lands with less development than for that reason. But I can't say definitively what the impacts would be of building this particular site and what those water quality impacts might be or might not be. I'm sorry, I don't have anything more specific for you.
You good? Okay. Commissioner Bernard, then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Patrick, Kevin, I think you had mentioned something regarding whether we can do a public versus a private something. Do we need to give direction? I'm trying to remember.
Well, and that was my question for the board again. The applicant has proposed this passive park. The board has no obligation to accept it. I think a part of the mission could still be achieved by,
No, there was like
continue-
something to do with whether someone can give a private.
They could provide public access over the lands and still own them themselves.
I got you.
Yeah.
The point that I made earlier was on February 23rd, may have been 27th. I just want to make sure that I got both dates in there. I can't remember the exact date. The board gave direction to staff to amend the comprehensive plan and amend the Unified Land Development Code to allow, and I'm going to quote here, affordable, workforce and special needs housing in public civic sites. And that direction, end quote, that direction was for staff to come back and provide recommendations to the board about how to derive density for those uses, because the density has already been used up in the development. How to derive density, is it bonus density? How does the county go about doing that? My suggestion was that to give direction to staff to include private civic sites in that direction, so that it's both public and private civic sites are eligible for affordable, workforce, and special needs housing.
Patrick, if you can explain that to me, because
The board, we came to you previously when ISME, when facilities might come to you with the potential for a buyout of civic sites. And they have worked through their programmatic pieces, didn't have need for property for one of theirs, and otherwise would have offered any applicant an opportunity to buy out the land. We said let's not do the buyout. We want to retain the property for workforce housing. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to split hairs with Kevin. I'm just going to call it workforce for the time being. So we wanted to keep the property ourselves. So that was the direction the board gave. We haven't come back to you yet with the code words and the pieces that need to be formalized, but the main thrust of it initially was to not release the lands by way of buyout. So they'd still be under control, working through all the pieces. We will be back to you at a point to discuss, those formal pieces. Don't know the timing of it, but we'll be back at a point in the near future to bring that home. But it would be to keep the property. So what Kevin's referring to then is property on there for the mission on the special needs housing. I hope I'm using the right term, where there's no density attributed to it that allows for that sort of function to happen right now. It would need that civic space by potentially the board making code changes to create the density that would create the beds. That is not in place right now.
so do we have to give directions to at least take a look at that?
Could certainly take that as direction to add that to the previous piece you had on civic sites.
Thank you.
Sorry I didn't explain that.
It's okay.
Between the two of us.
Commissioner Baxter and then Commissioner Marino.
So he really prompted my question was, can we include this discussion? Do we need to identify how do we leave open the option of making this a civic site versus a passive park?
So now, Commissioner, you're referring back to, I'm going to call it the 75 acres of passive park. That's at the board's discretion. Again, it's an offer that's made to you. We do not, the board does not have to accept the property. I think there's a path out there where the water aspect of it, if you will, could remain, and pathways could be built and owned, and public access could be provided by the property owner right now. Otherwise, it'd be the board accepting it, and again, with your direction, if it was to consider that, we'd want to come back to you with costs that would be associated with it, including the insurance side of it as well. There's a little bit of a different beast on this one, but there would be a maintenance cost that would come with it.
I guess I just want to keep our options open. So when these discussions come up, because they have to come back to us, do they not, even if we transmit?
If you
So as
transmit, it
long
will come
as-
back, yes.
Right, so as long as we can keep those options on the table,
We could do that. My question would then be, would it also include discussing with the applicant their ability to keep the property and keep it open, and they own it and maintain it, but have it publicly accessible?
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So, so amended.
You're gonna roll into a big, and Mayor, if I may, while I'm on a roll. Did not hear any change on the third-party analysis to still conduct that work. Okay, just clarifying. And then we're going to hand it over to Paul, but I'm going to start it out with, on the water feature, there was the issue that Brian touched on it in his presentation, the timing mechanism of it. And the timing was initiated by development on the northern piece of property, not when the Hyder property evolved. So would certainly take any changes or input from the board on that, and I would ask Paul to touch on some of the points. He's been working on this for over a year, and there's still a whole lot of detail that's out there, and there'll be a lot of work that needs to be done, but I want to make sure he gets his points to the board and gets his direction from you should the board transmit. Okay, just to talk about that time frame, just to give you perspective, the C12 and C13 impoundment are scheduled to be completed before the wet season of 2026. So that's when we'll have more storage in the L8, and that water will become available for moving around. So we worked through about 6 issues already where they've updated the design and per our input, and those are included. I can list those, I think, but they've been resolved by design changes. But we're still trying to pursue the configurations that will result in the least cost to operate, most simple operation, and be desirable for potential takeover by the South Florida Water District. And that's features like remote control and telemetry. One issue when you build an impoundment is you fill it with water, and that's like having an impervious surface. And if you don't have the right controls, it can burp at the wrong time and actually cause a drainage conflict. That discharge rate right now is about twice what's allowed in the basin in terms of CFS per acre. So you have to be very careful when you put an impoundment in that you're a good neighbor. And that it really helps to have remote control and automation to do that, so you don't have to run somebody out there at 2 a.m. Now, Cypress Grove's Community Development District has been running pumps stuff out there. They're very good. I've worked with them for years when I was in the control room as a water manager, but you typically want to make operations as seamless as possible and lowest operational cost. And I would like to see us have a list of things to continue to move that forward. There's also have to be careful in the pump design to make sure that it can pull water over the entire operational range of the LA Canal, because the LA Canal floats with Lake Okeechobee. It can get as low as 9 feet. And so the pumps need to be able to take water out that time, because you can't fill up the Lake Okeechobee. You can just pour water in the canal and then they have to take it at that level. And the other items are, in the current plan, they have that culvert that releases water from the M Canal to the Indian Trails L Canal, and that's another route to get water up if the need was greater than the 67 CFS. And it's already in the plans, but I just want to make sure that gets continued, because that gives a lot of operational flexibility for routing water up to Northwest Fork when there's too much water in the L8. And then one of the side issues, just from having dealt with before, when you ever have a borrow pit, you really need to be careful about how its slide slopes are. There's volume 4 and volume 2 requirements in the district that said you have to have a drown proofing zone, you have to have 1-4 slopes. And I think that needs to be considered in this, from a safety perspective, whether it's pedestrian or horse trail. And that pretty much covers. I have it all written up if we want to take it that way. I think we'd be comfortable if the board gave us direction to work as effectively as possible to forward the board's mission. Again, if we're transmitting to make this happen in the best form fashionable in a state that best serves the county's interests as well, I'm going to bring you back to the timing mechanism. And again, what's proposed was construction of this when Indian Trail Grove began, not when construction on the south piece began. So we'd be happy to take some direction from the board if they sought a change in that area.
All right, Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Marino.
Thank you. Could I get some clarification? You were talking about the timing of the projects, and as I understand it, the construction of the water project has a timing mechanism for the building in the north. It's not tied to anything that happens in the south. So whatever building happens in the south is only tied to the workforce housing. Is that correct?
So a couple different pieces, and you can read the condition there, and I'm squinting myself, so contexts are fading at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that is...
Brian, would you read it, or Kevin, could you read it?
So it's condition number 26, which is a new condition proposed for the ITG development. So we're talking about the northern area, and it says, prior to the issuance of the first residential building permit, the property owner will convey the 1,600 acres labeled on the conceptual plan as the WCR Exchange Parcel / Palm Beach County Conveyance, 1,600 acres, to Palm Beach County. So our concern was that timing of that land conveyance is tied to development of ITG. We don't know when that would start. It's not tied to development at the Hyder West parcel.
Why are they not tied to each other? If this is about swapping two different properties. Why are they not connected?
They absolutely could be, if the board wanted to direct us and we did transmit, we could take your direction to bring the timing a lot more forward and tie it to the Hyder property, maybe the first permit in the Hyder property or very early in the development of it down south. That's just proposed by the applicant, but I wanted to bring that up because, again, we'll have a lot of things to discuss should the board transmit.
Hang on, no. Commissioner Marino, you're next.
Thank you, and I'm going to look to Kevin Rattery to answer that question because it is an important question.
It's an important question, thank you. We have no issue with tying the two, but we have to be able to get out of the ground at Hyder West. So I'm fine agreeing to a cap of the number of building permits, but we have a lot of money going out and no ability to have money coming back in until we start, Hyder West. So I want to just be able to sit down with staff and come up with a reasonable phase. I'm fine agreeing to that the water project, we have to commence construction of the water project, but I just want to make sure that we can have time to complete the water project and start Hyder West. I just don't want to get too far along in Hyder West where it becomes a concern of the board.
And as Commissioner Sachs so eloquently said before, you're a home builder. Who would be building this?
We would be contracting with companies that build these for South Florida and Army Corps. We're not physically going out and building the water project. We hire companies that do that for those entities.
And how many communities have you built outside of the Ag Reserve in Palm Beach County? Because previously in the Ag Reserve, there were no workforce housing units, so you didn't have that requirement, because that was one of the questions that Commissioner Sachs brought up.
Okay, I'm going to have to think about that one for a minute, or maybe.
Oh, okay, but can you respond to Commissioner Sachs's question about affordable housing?
The gist of the comment was that we're not living up to our expectation, would be, I guess, the gist of the comment. And we have, on Atlantic Commons, have workforce housing units built. We have done exchange units that have been built. We have paid millions into cash out. We've done several options. The difference here is that we're committing as part of the comprehensive plan that we are building the workforce housing units on site, and they're timed with the construction of the units. I think that, if you were to look at the amount of money and what GL Homes has done with workforce housing, we've done as much as anybody else.
And thank you. And Stonebridge butts the Loxahatchee, the preserve, correct? And so this property where we'd be putting the homes is just directly north of Stonebridge. So when people are talking about the proximity of the houses to the refuge, it's the same as Stonebridge, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Rio Poco to the north.
And Rio Poco. There's a lot of things that are in the menu of things that we're getting, and I think we've pretty much talked about all of them. 100 acres of parkland, 20 acres of civic, 277 workforce housing units, philanthropic land donations, reduction in the need for schools, donation of 1,600 acres of land with a water project on it, 200 acres for an active park in the north end of the county. With that, I would really like to just call the question.
Hang on, you got other people who want to speak. Commissioner Baxter and then Vice Mayor Sachs.
I was going to actually ask if we could call the vote.
All right, Commissioner Sachs, and then we'll call the vote.
I think, and I'm looking at Mr. Rutter, I think these little conditions will be taken care of by the expert that will come on if upon transmittal. Wouldn't that be right, Patrick? Take care of all these little incidentals that we try to take care of now, the passive park and all this stuff.
Well, your staff and, following your direction, we will put that together. The third-party independent analysis is just going to be looking at the project in the Ag Reserve and doing an analysis on their own. Probably not dissimilar to ours, but we're going to be the responsible party to working with the applicant on cleaning up a lot of these pieces should the board transmit.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. The expert that we will hire will work with our staff and you so that these little things are taken care of.
They will perform an analysis, that's it. The work to clean up a number of these pieces, to meet the conditions, to follow your direction, that's our responsibility to work with the applicant.
Very good, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor, can I clarify that the motion on the table incorporates all of the direction that Mr. Rutter was discussing?
Okay, we'll clarify that with the maker of the motion and the second.
How would you like to clarify? Just say yes? Okay, yes.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
the yes.
Are we clear?
As
As
mud.
mud?
Commissioner Barnett?
Yes.
Commissioner Baxter?
Yes.
Commissioner Bernard?
Yes.
Commissioner Marino?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
No.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
No.
Mayor Weiss?
Yes.
That's 5-2.
Adjourned?
Nope, we're not adjourned yet.
Are we all asleep now?
Saw the numbers. All right. All right. We have comments now. I appreciate if everybody can take, excuse me, we still have a meeting we're conducting. Thank you. We should be done soon, though. Assistant County Attorney, comments?
No comments.
Planning Director,
No comments.
Zoning Director, we don't have. Executive Director, Assistant County Administrator.
None.
Commissioners, does any commissioner wish to have a comment?
I think we've said enough, but thank you to staff.
Commissioner Sacks, you're recognized.
No, I think, I want to thank the county staff. You guys, I thought maybe you could take a day off or something after this, but looks like we're going to put you back to work. So, but I want to just think you've been a great job, each and every one of you, and I want to thank you so much. This has been a long bridge, so to speak. So, thank you so much for all the work you do to help make this county a better place. Thank you.
All right, well, seeing that, we're on to item number 7, an adjournment. So this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
That's my favorite one.